Young Bruce peers over a copy of the Gotham Globe, asking his father why the extremists would commit such a bombing. Thomas looks down with a somber expression, telling Bruce that he truly wishes he had an answer for him. A frantic montage shows the chaos of the city, with a text box asking what can be done to make the violence stop. Thomas sits in his armchair and admits that as just one person, he doesn't know how to fix the entire world. He looks at Bruce with a glimmer of hope, stating that he does know what he's good at, and that is teaching. A silhouette of a jagged, armored figure appears against an orange sky as Thomas narrates his belief that every student is a chance to make a difference. Thomas affectionately talls Bruce's hair and asks his son what he thinks about his future. The scene shifts to a terrifying image of the Batman kneeling amidst flames and bodies, holding a weapon as a voice asks what he will do. A sign welcomes visitors to Slaughter Swamp as the view pans down to a crowded encampment of tents near a ruined structure. A truck pulls up to the campsite, where the homeless residents huddle around a fire, seeking warmth. A weary woman and a young boy look up with suspicion as a mysterious man in a cap watches them from the driver's seat. The man pulls his truck up to a dingy pawn shop, muttering to himself that he has finally made it to his destination. He steps out and apologizes for the delay, mentioning it was a long drive from Gotham as a bearded man with a cigarette tells him to come inside. Inside the shop, the bearded man displays a stockpile of explosives, modified rubber bullets, and beanbags, calling them the works. The man in the cap looks over the gear and agrees that it will work while the shopkeeper asks what all this equipment is for. The stranger ignores the question, stating only that he has his needs as he hands over a stack of cash. The man in the cap points toward a large project on the edge of town and asks what is going on there. The bearded man explains that a company with big money made big promises but abandoned the construction after only 3 months. The stranger asks where all the people in the camp are from, but the shopkeeper doesn't know, only that they found nothing better here. Suddenly, a voice outside screams for someone to stop, claiming they weren't doing anything wrong. The man in the cap rushes out to see gang members in pig masks harassing the woman and boy from the camp, demanding to know what language they are speaking. One of the masked thugs points aggressively at the terrified woman, telling her that she is the one who doesn't belong here. A heavy brute stomps down near the crying boy as a thug tells the child that it is time for him to grow up. The masked man leans in close, his red eyes glowing through the pig mask, as he tells the boy to get ready for a beating. The man in the cap suddenly intervenes, throwing a powerful punch that connects squarely with the masked man's face. The thug falls back in shock as his comrade draws a large knife and warns the stranger that he just made a big mistake. The stranger glares with cold determination, simply responding that they will see about that. The bearded shopkeeper suddenly grabs the stranger from behind, pinning his arms as the gang prepares to retaliate. The shopkeeper tells the stranger he should have listened while another thug stands over them, asking what they have found. A massive, muscular man with a tattoo on his neck steps into the light, identifying the stranger as an out-of-towner with a savior complex. The giant sneers that he loves city boys before delivering a brutal kick directly to the stranger's face. The thug mocks the downed man, telling him to chin up because tonight is the night they pay back the city for embracing the weak. The entire gang begins to viciously stomp on the stranger as he lies curled on the ground, the leader declaring that they are starting with him. A man in a priest's collar rushes forward, shouting for them to stop as he tries to shield the stranger from the kicks. The priest, Father Peters, begs a gang member named Jeffrey to stop, reminding him that he has known him since before he could walk. Jeffrey pulls off his pig mask, looking conflicted and tearful as the leader screams at him to leave the victims on the ground. The leader mounts his motorcycle and revs the engine, shouting for his men to do what they came here for as they speed off into the night. The scene fades into a blurry, dark memory of the struggle as the stranger loses consciousness. The stranger groans in pain as he wakes up with bandages around his head, while a voice hopes he doesn't mind that the hospital was too far. The stranger sits up on a worn couch in a room filled with religious icons, as Father Peters tells him that the gang really got them both good. The man looks down, his face a mask of simmering fury, and whispers that this will not happen again. Father Peters looks on with a sad, weary expression as he accepts the man's resolve. The stranger's gaze drifts to a framed photograph on a nearby table, his eyes lingering on the memories it holds. He picks up the photo and asks if it is Father Peters, And the priest explains it was from a long time ago when he and his friends were chasing peace. The stranger continues to study the photo, then asks the priest what the tattoo on the boy's arms means. Father Peters explains that 6 months ago an outsider came recruiting, giving the local boys a dark place to go and filling the holes in their hearts. The priest warns that they plan to run the encampment residents out of town tonight by any means necessary, and the man reveals he already saw them. The man's hand clenches tightly into a fist as he prepares to stand up, his resolve hardening into iron. The priest asks where he is going, but the man just tells him to stay here as he pulls on his plaid jacket. They walk outside to find the man's truck has been completely torched, but he dismisses the priest's apology, saying it doesn't matter. Father Peters asks what he is going to do as the man reaches for a heavy metal case in the wreckage of his truck. The man turns back with a shadowed face, stating coldly that sometimes peace simply isn't an option. A line of shadow stands against a blood-red sky as a narration box repeats that sometimes words don't work. The party animals arrive at the camp with sirens blaring, and the leader, Ja, is confronted by an officer named Powell who says they can't let this happen. Dash and the officer stare each other down in a tense silence against the crimson horizon. Suddenly, G and the 2 police officers burst into a fit of cruel laughter, revealing they are all working together. D turns to 2 figures wearing blue hoods and tells them that it is good to have them here as brothers. He looks out over the entire group of masked thugs and corrupt cops, welcoming them all to the upcoming massacre. With a wide, predatory grin, D raises a barbed wire-wrapped bat and shouts for them to clean up this town. The residents of the camp scream in terror and begin to scatter as the armed gang descends upon their tents. The thugs begin a brutal assault, swinging bats and clubs while G screams at the victims, asking if they finally see them now. A woman huddles on the ground, clutching her child as G raises his weapon and declares himself the new truth and power. He continues his boastful tirade, claiming he is pure power as his men continue to beat the defenseless residents. G raises his bat high for a killing blow, shouting the words "white power" as he prepares to strike. A massive, gauntleted hand suddenly catches the bat in mid-air, and the sound of wood shattering echoes through the camp as the Batman arrives. The Batman delivers a devastating punch that sends G reeling, while another thug shouts for the others to get him. The Batman moves like a whirlwind of armored fury, throwing corrupt police officers and masked thugs aside with superhuman strength. A bearded thug grabs the young boy from earlier and holds a gun to his head, warning the Batman not to come any closer. The thug trembles with fear, shouting that he will do it as lightning flashes behind the towering silhouette of the Batman. With a sudden, terrifying roar, the Batman lunges forward, ignoring the threat to his own safety. The Batman delivers a colossal kick that sends the bearded thug flying through the air, away from the child. The armored vigilante stands over the fallen criminal while the young boy watches in stunned silence, trembling with fear. The boy takes the opportunity to run away as the Batman turns his attention back to the rest of the gang. The Dark Knight glares from under his cowl, his eyes glowing white with an unstoppable intensity. The bearded shopkeeper lies defeated on the ground, his mouth stuffed with papers as he stares up in terror. D scrambles for his gun on the ground, stuttering for the Batman to get away from him as lightning crackles around the hero. He manages to grab the pistol and fires wildly, screaming for the Batman to stay back. The Batman barely flinches as a bullet whizzes past his cowl, his expression remaining one of grim focus. In an instant, the Batman is upon him, crushing the gunman's hand and sending the weapon spinning away. A series of rapid-fire panels show the Batman delivering a brutal succession of blows, each one echoing with a heavy impact. The Batman prepares a final, crushing strike, but Father Peters suddenly throws himself over the broken criminal, shouting for the hero to stop. The priest looks up at the monster Bruce has become and asks what he is doing, insisting that this violence won't fix anything. The Batman's mask is a void of darkness as he stares down at the priest, his breathing heavy and mechanical. The Dark Knight admits with a low, gravelly voice that he doesn't know how to make things better. He looks down at his blood-stained gauntlets and states that he only knows how to keep things from getting worse. Father Peters looks up at the towering shadow of the hero and pleads with him, saying that this isn't the right way. The Batman towers over the scene as rain pours down, declaring with absolute finality that this is his way. The rest of the gang hears the screams and rushes toward the fight, shouting that someone huge is taken out jittery. The Batman stands alone in the rain, facing a massive piece of industrial machinery as he prepares for the next phase of his assault. Inside a building, thugs scramble to grab more weapons, panicked and shouting that everything outside is being destroyed. A gloved hand grips a heavy control lever as a mechanical whirring sound begins to build. The Batman's eyes narrow behind his cowl as a thug looks out a window and screams in horror at what is coming. The thugs inside the pawn shop try to retreat, but it is too late as the wall behind them begins to buckle and crack. The giant construction truck smashes through the side of the building, crushing everything in its path as debris flies everywhere. A spiked gauntlet grips the steering wheel of the massive vehicle as it plows through the gang's headquarters. Thugs fire their weapons frantically at the truck, but their bullets do nothing to stop the armored behemoth. The Batman leaps from the cab of the truck, swinging a heavy metal beam like a club to scatter the remaining gang members. One terrified thug holds up an empty gun, clicking the trigger uselessly and begging for mercy, claiming they are still human beings. The Batman looms over him, a dark and terrible figure of vengeance that seems to block out all light. He looks the man in the eye and denies his humanity, telling him that they are nothing more than roaches. The Batman raises a flamethrower and unleashes a massive wave of fire, declaring that there is only one way to deal with pests. A masked thug screams in agony as he is engulfed by the righteous flames of the Dark Knight's wrath. The Batman stands amidst the inferno he has created, holding the flamethrower high as embers rain down around him. A flag bearing a strange avian symbol burns in the heat as the fire consumes everything the gang built. The building is reduced to a burning husk, lighting up the dark swamp with a hellish glow. Father Peters walks through the smoldering ruins, finding broken men groaning in the shadows of the aftermath. The priest finds the Batman standing silently by the wreckage, his head bowed as if carrying the weight of his actions. Father Peters kneels to bandage a survivor's arm, telling a hurting man to stay still while the Batman watches from the background. The Batman asks a single-word question, seeking to understand the priest's endless compassion. Father Peters looks up and tells Bruce that, while he has his way of dealing with the world, the priest has his own. The Batman turns and walks away into the night, leaving the priest to tend to the wounded among the ruins. The massive construction truck rolls away from the site, its job of destruction complete. An old memory of Bruce hugging his father Thomas plays over the scene, with Bruce telling him he did a lot of cool stuff. The tires of the great machine crush the wet pavement as the narration continues, the father-son conversation. The Batman stands by the truck, looking back at the rising smoke of the fire he started. Young Bruce looks up at his father with wide, admiring eyes and tells him that he is going to be just like him. The adult Bruce looks at the old protest photo again, whispering to himself that he just has to figure out how to be like his father. In the memory, Thomas smiles sadly and admits that they barely knew what they were doing back then. He confesses to his son that he often feels like he barely knows what he is doing even now. Thomas kneels to look Bruce in the eyes and tells him that regardless of his own doubts, he knows Bruce's true nature. The Batman's grim face is juxtaposed with Thomas telling him that he has a strong and compassionate heart. The voice of his father echoes in his mind, telling Bruce that he knows who he is deep down. The vision of Thomas tells Bruce that no matter what he chooses to do, his father will always understand. The Batman stands in the shadow of the massive truck as the memory fades, the last words of his father being that he will always be proud of him. The story shifts to a new location called Sanctuary, showing a partially ruined church standing amongst Gotham's skyscrapers. The side of the building is covered in blue construction wrap, indicating it is undergoing a strange transformation. Inside, the sanctuary has been turned into a workshop or living space filled with curtains and scaffolding. A person wearing a blue skull mask peeks through a gap in a purple curtain, their eyes glowing in the dark. A group of people dressed in suits and gowns, all wearing skull masks, move through the curtained entrance. A man in a tuxedo and skull mask tells the group that the kitchen is back here, and that he has the gun cabinet ready. He coughs violently and warns the others to get their weapons ready because someone is coming for them. One masked figure stands alone in a hallway, surrounded by dozens of framed photographs on the walls. He looks at a collection of pictures, some of which appear to be old family portraits from a different life. A close-up shows a photo of a woman and a small child, their faces filled with a peace that seems out of place here. Another photo shows a couple standing together, the woman sporting a spiky hairstyle and a bright smile. A third photo captures a family of three, a baby held between two loving parents in a park. The man in the skull mask stares at these images, his one visible eye reflecting a deep sense of loss. In the kitchen, the blue flames of a gas stove flicker as something begins to heat up. A hand pours a bottle of oil into a large pot, the liquid glugging as it fills the container. Several pots are now boiling on the stove, filled with bottles of what looks like chemicals or fuel. A magnetic strip on the wall holds a variety of sharp kitchen knives, a grim omen of the violence to come. A hand grips a large knife while the person states that they need sentries placed on the roof immediately. Masked men armed with improvised spears and blades rush through the house to their defensive positions. A woman asks another masked man if he grew up in a church, and he explains it was his dad's house after his parents split up. He adds that when the congregations dwindled, his father and his new wife started a business flipping churches into mansions. The man opens a safe and is shocked to find it nearly empty, reacting with a confused question mark. The sentry on the roof tells him that he sleeps with the shotgun these days, explaining the missing weapon. An older man in a bathrobe steps into the doorway holding a shotgun, asking Victor what he has done now. Sentries stand on the church towers, keeping watch over the rainy streets below with their spears at the ready. The older man tells Victor that he recognized his voice and notes that he brought some friends along. He tells the group he has already called the police and that they can take whatever they want and leave. Victor tells his father that the cops aren't very punctual and that something much worse is already on its way. The father mentions he thought Victor was in Florida for the winter, but Victor reveals that someone named Lan got sick and passed away quickly. The man in the skull mask stands in silence as his father's words sink in. The father laments that he never knows where Victor is when he needs him. Victor snaps back, calling his father a stupid old bastard and accusing him of not being there for his mother. The father remains silent, unable or unwilling to defend himself against his son's rage. Victor screams his insult again as a sudden loud sound echoes from outside the building. The masked men in the room all jump at the sound, reacting with surprise and confusion. A dark shape passes over the window, partially obscured by the rain and the night. A man in a skull mask looks out into the darkness, his body tensing in anticipation. The silhouette of the Batman is seen briefly, hanging outside the building like a giant predatory bird. Lightning strikes as the hero stands, perched on the very edge of the church's roof. The masked men shout for the others to get the intruder as they rush toward the sound of the entry. A heavy hammer blow strikes the surface with a loud crack, beginning the assault. Victor repeats that something much worse than them is on its way as his men begin to fall. A thug wheezes as he demands to know if there are any more guns, while another choking man points to a floor safe behind the bar. The man in the skull mask looks up, his single eye wide with a mix of fear and realization. The ceiling suddenly shatters with a deafening crash as the Batman drops into the room. The thugs realize he came through the upstairs window and is now inside their inner sanctum. They shout that the hallway to the stairs is the only way for him to move between floors. The camera pans down a dark, empty hallway that leads to the stairs, filled with an ominous silence. The thugs look to their companion and declare that it looks like he is their fearless leader now. The man in the center of the group simply stares ahead and agrees with a grim tone. The gang members huddled together, one of them coughing and stating they won't lose twice in one night. He talks about a special brew for their last stand, claiming it was crafted by witches and synthesized from the fear of orphans. He chuckles and admits that at least that is what the rumors online said about the concoction. The case is opened to reveal a high-tech submachine gun along with several extra magazines. Next to the gun are 2 green fragmentation grenades ready to be used in the defense of the sanctuary. The younger thugs look at the grenades in disbelief, while the older man notes that the neighborhood has really gone downhill. A masked thug with glowing green eyes and a melting face grins, welcoming the older man to their ranks. The pots on the stove continue to boil, steam rising as the chemical mixture reaches its peak. One of the thugs whispers that it is far too quiet as they wait for the Batman to make his next move. Another man whispers that he can't hear anything at all, only to be shushed by his nervous companion. A masked sentry peeks around a corner with his shotgun raised, his expression unreadable behind the skull mask. He looks up toward the stairs, a question mark indicating his uncertainty about the hero's location. Suddenly, a grappling hook fires from the darkness, snagging the sentry before he can react. With a heavy thud, the man is yanked off his feet and dragged backward into the shadows. The thug screams in terror as he is pulled into the dark, and a moment later, a heavy impact is heard from above. The Batman enters the room like a blur, kicking and striking the masked men with brutal efficiency. A thug is sent flying through the air, his limbs flailing as the Batman continues his relentless assault. A massive mutated thug with a skull mask and a bow tie screams that the hero burned him once before as he brandishes two guns. The mutant opens fire, shouting for the vigilante to suck holy flame as bullets tear through the room. The older man dives to the floor, shouting a warning that those are high-velocity rounds and everyone needs to get down. The mutant laughs maniacally as he continues to spray the room with bullets, the sound filling the air. The walls are shredded by the gunfire, and sparks fly as the high-velocity rounds impact the industrial kitchen equipment. The mutant's guns suddenly click empty, and he stares in confusion as the Batman prepares to counterattack. The hero's heavy boot comes down with a powerful stomp as he closes the distance to his target. The mutant tries to grab the Batman, shouting that he will feel his righteous hand, calling the hero a demon. The Batman catches the mutant's arms and prepares to deliver a bone-shattering strike. With a sickening crack, the Batman breaks the criminal's defense and slams him into the floor. The mutant gasps out a bizarre claim that he is the sex organs of machine angels as he struggles on the ground. The Batman looms over him, his armor reflecting the strange, colorful light of the sanctuary's monitors. The Dark Knight looks down with a grimace, muttering a single word of frustration as more enemies approach. In the kitchen, the thugs shout for the others to grab the boiling oil and help their comrade. 3 masked thugs rush forward, carrying the steaming pots of oil and screaming as they prepare to douse the hero. The Batman reacts instantly, his cape swirling around him as he prepares to dodge the scalding liquid. He performs a nimble flip, narrowly avoiding the first wave of oil as it splashes against the floor. The oil spills everywhere, steam rising from the ground where it impacts. One of the thugs is caught in the hero's countermove, falling backward as the Batman lands a blow. The hero stands in a low crouch as the thugs continue their desperate attempt to surround him. One masked figure raises a pot high above their head, preparing to drop it directly onto the vigilante. The Batman watches the pot descend, his reflexes home to a razor's edge. He delivers a powerful kick that sends the pot flying back at the attackers, the scalding liquid spraying them instead. The Batman stands firm as the remaining thugs retreat, their plan to use the oil having backfired spectacularly. One of the thugs shouts for a woman named Sarah to drop the damn pot and run for her life. The Dark Knight watches as the criminals flee deeper into the building, his cape billowing behind him. A narration box muses that suns burn to make light, comparing the hero's fire to a celestial force. A hand reaches for the 2 fragmentation grenades, the metal rings glinting in the dim light. The pins are pulled from the grenades with a metallic click, signaling the end of the confrontation. The man holding the grenades screams that he will cast out the dark as he prepares to detonate them. The Batman turns and runs, his long cape trailing behind him as he heads for a window. A massive explosion rocks the church, the word boom appearing in giant letters across the sky. The Batman crashes through a stained glass window, his silhouette dark against the fire and smoke. He lands on a lower roof, his cape tattered and his armor scorched from the blast. The hero stands up slowly, his white eyes staring back at the inferno he just escaped. He sees a small figure huddled in the corner of the room, shivering with fear in the aftermath of the explosion. The Batman approaches the survivor, his large hand reaching out as he tells them they are okay. The man he rescued looks up with blood streaming down his face, smiling weakly and telling the Batman he is all right. The hero sits on the floor and pulls the man into her protective embrace, while a stained glass window of a mother and child remains intact above them. The scene ends with the silhouette of a bat flying away from the burning church into the dawn sky. A motorcyclist in dark gear speeds through a tunnel, the narration stating that it has been a long time since they were last here. The writer looks out over the Gotham skyline, noting that while the city has become taller and brighter, it is also different. A television screen displays a news report about a gang slaughtering 9 people, including 2 police officers, under the headline, Crime Wave. The motorcyclist continues through the streets, passing by rows of luxury cars and homeless encampments, noting that something has fundamentally changed. The rider's visor reflects the towering skyscrapers as he admits that even after 3 laps around the city, he still can't find what he's looking for. The biker pauses near a group of tents, the narration asking where the heart of this city has gone. He notes that Gotham used to have a center that was hot and beating, a life force that seems to have vanished. The bike speeds past a broken car, the narration concluding that something has hollowed out the entire city. The rider pulls up to a small shop called Gotham Deli and Grocery, stating that he barely recognizes the place anymore. He admits he isn't sure he likes this new version of the city, but he accepts it nonetheless. The biker takes off his helmet, revealing a weary face as he thinks that the city probably won't like him much either. He stares intensely into the distance and reveals his name is Alfred Pennyworth, stating he is here to do some bad things. Inside the deli, a shopkeeper named Amir welcomes Alfred as an old friend and tells him he still stocks his favorite tea. Alfred reflects on Amir's history, noting he left Kabul 20 years ago and that Alfred even taught his sons to play cricket. Alfred walks down a dark alleyway, admitting he keeps his tactical gear in a room next to the only decent tea shop in the city. Alfred stands before a heavy metal door, peering into a keypad as he prepares to enter his secret base. He enters the secure room, which is filled with tactical gear and computer monitors. Alfred begins to suit up, pulling on an armored vest and checking his equipment in the dim light. A teapot sits on a heating element, the steam starting to rise as he prepares his drink. He picks up a handgun and checks the magazine, his movements practiced and efficient. He dips a tea bag into a cup, the dark liquid swirling as the tea steeps. Alfred looks at a framed photo of himself and the younger woman in a graduation gown, both smiling brightly. He makes a phone call and leaves a message for someone named Julia, telling her he is in Gotham and would like to see her. He sighs as he sits at his computer, a text on his phone from Julia telling him to never contact her again. Alfred signs into a secure connection, his tactical suit partially visible as he asks for his next assignment. The handler on the screen explains that a gang called the Party Animals has been butchering citizens and recently torched a daycare. Alfred is told that his assignment is strictly surveillance and that he is not to engage the gang under any circumstances. The handler adds that there might be another player in town circling the gang, and Alfred is authorized to engage him if he gets too close. Alfred simply responds with the word lovely, his face set in a grim expression. The handler tells him they are sending coordinates to his bike and to savor his tea before signing off. Alfred closes his laptop, his own inner voice questioning why he is starting to doubt his orders after all these years. He holsters his sidearm and reflects that he is a servant who goes wherever he is called, whether it's Saigon or Gotham. The screen focuses on Alfred's intense gaze as he prepares to head out into the city once more. He steps out of his secret room into the brick-walled alleyway, the light of a single lamp casting long shadows. A close-up of Alfred's mouth shows him muttering that he hates this damn town as he prepares for his mission. The scene shifts to an old building called Croc's Gym, standing amidst the ruins of a neighborhood. Inside the gym, the sound of a heavy blow impacts a punching bag with a loud wake sound. A man with intense eyes and short dark hair continues his workout, a text box stating that he has no fear. He delivers another powerful strike to the bag, his movements fluid and full of controlled energy. The man pauses for a moment, the narration stating that he has no weakness in his physical form. He delivers a high kick to the bag, his muscles rippling with the effort of the intense training session. The sound of his blows echoes through the empty gym, a testament to his dedication to combat. He continues his assault on the bag, sweat dripping from his face as he pushes his body to its limits. The timer on the wall dings, and a voice tells him that tonight, he is a champion. The man glares with cold intensity and responds that he thinks it is finally his turn to strike. A fellow gym member tells Bruce that he was just keeping the bag warm for him and mentions he has a big date tonight. Bruce stares through him with a hollow gaze, telling him not to worry because love is in the air, then tells him to move. The fellow gym member is taken aback by Bruce's coldness as the vigilante turns back to the punching bag. Bruce delivers a punch so powerful that it creates a shockwave, the word boom appearing on the screen. The punching bag is sent flying upward by the force of the strike, leaving the other man in stunned silence. The other gym member can only mutter the word damn as he watches Bruce's inhuman display of strength. Bruce continues his workout, the force of his blows creating a steady thum sound that rattles the room. A memory of Thomas as a teacher asks his class what they have learned today as they watch a lion at the zoo. Bruce delivers another strike, his face a mask of focus as the memory of his father continues to play out. Young Bruce answers his father, noting that the lion has the life because he is at the top of the food chain. The punching bag swings wildly as Bruce continues to pound it with relentless energy. In the memory, Thomas asks Bruce to enlighten the class, and Bruce notes that the lion sleeps 20 hours and is fed prime rib. The sound of the bag being struck continues to punctuate the quiet conversation from the past. Thomas tells Bruce that while the lion is coddled, he will never affect anything or truly mean very much. Bruce lands a final, massive blow on the bag, the impact creating another thunderous sound. Young Bruce jokes with his father, calling him Mr. Wayne, and Thomas asks if he is excited for the movie tonight. Bruce admits he is mostly excited for the nap and asks if he really has to go with them. The adult Bruce stands in the gym, his face shadowed as he reflects on that final night with his parents. Thomas tells him it's a classic film and reminds him that his parents met there as a giant blam sound echoes from the street. Thomas looks toward the sound with a look of pure horror, whispering a prayer to God. The adult Bruce delivers a final punch that shatters the heavy bag completely, sending sand spilling out across the floor. A man holding a small crocodile and a snake around his neck asks Bruce if he really just did that, while a woman apologizes to someone named Waylon. Bruce sighs and tells Waylon that they should make it 90 for the bag and 30 for the cleanup. Waylon protests that the sand comes in the bag, but Bruce insists his time is costly these days as he tapes his hands. The other man asks if he is really going through with his plans, and Waylon mentions he's thinking of calling his new place Waylon's Scales of Gotham. He adds that someone named Oz-Z hooked him up with an exotic pet license, but Bruce warns that Oz-Z is going to get busted any day now. Waylon laughs and tells Bruce that he should watch more nature shows because even penguins know how to hide their eggs. Bruce looks at him with cold eyes and simply states that he cannot join them for poker. Waylon mentions that everyone is coming this week, including Eddie, Harvey, and even Selly Na, but Bruce remains firm in his refusal. The man asks if Bruce is at least going to the town hall tonight. As Bruce looks at old photos on the wall, Waylon promises to buy Bruce a new bag as soon as he gets paid, but then turns the conversation back to the state of the city. He mentions the horrific things the party animals did to a family yesterday, tying a mother and baby to a bumper while they watched. Bruce suddenly tells him that he has to go, his face hidden in the shadows as he prepares to leave. Waylon calls after him, asking Bruce what is really going on with him lately. He shouts Bruce's name, but the vigilante is already out the door, his mind already on his mission. A final look at a photo shows a group of happy children, Bruce among them, with the caption saying, "This is their home and someone has to do something." A sleek white yacht speeds through the dark water, blue laser lights cutting through the night air. Inside, a lavish feast is laid out, including a large roasted pig centerpiece surrounded by fruit and vegetables. A person in a duck-shaped floaty drifts in a swimming pool while a DJ in a skull mask plays music under flashing lights. A man in a tuxedo smokes a cigar and asks if the music can possibly go any louder. A woman with a dark helmet floating in the pool ignores him, continuing to drift peacefully in the water. One of the guests recognizes another man as Dr. Benjamin. As they sit around the dinner table, the DJ continues his set, his hands moving over the turntables to keep the loud pulsing beat going. The woman in the helmet swims toward the edge of the pool, her form graceful and silent in the blue water. One of the guests mentions that the doctor has a PhD in musicology, but another guest asks if this is some kind of sick festivity. The man in the red suit and helmet leans forward and quietly confirms that yes, it is indeed a celebration. A woman in a bikini and a helmet steps out of the pool, while another guest asks when they are all going to dance. A man with a mustache smoking a cigar mentions rumors that the party animals are actually their guys. The DJ continues his work, the loud music creating a barrier of sound between the guests. Another guest asks why they are killing people at random, including old ladies and kids, and what the purpose of the violence is. The man with the mustache states that there are rules in Gotham, but he is interrupted by someone calling him Roman. The man in the red suit asks Mr. Maroni and Mr. Falcone if they should begin, noting the night is young. Maroni snaps back that it is 3 in the morning and they need to turn the music off and listen up. The man in the red suit tells Dr. Benjamin to turn the music off, stating that he is now listening. Maroni says they hear rumors that the man in red is a big shot connected to a global sick group like the Illuminati. Falcone adds that their families have been in business here for over 150 years and that they demand respect or they will kill him. The man in the red helmet tells his companion to show them the masks, stating that history is what he is all about and they are celebrating its end. The guests look at a display of masks and the man in red explains that he collects death masks, including one rumored to be Socrates himself. He points to another mask, claiming it is Martin Luther and that it is made of unique materials like beeswax and pine resin. A woman's hand reaches for a bottle of champagne in an ice bucket as the conversation continues. The man in red identifies a third mask as George Washington, made from gypsum plaster from Virginia. He leans in close to Mr. Maroni and tells him that the last mask in the case is very special. The final mask is revealed to be a replica of Maroni's own brother, his face frozen in a deathly pale mask. Maroni's eyes go wide with shock and he drops his cigar, stammering his brother Sal's name in disbelief. The man in red continues, pointing to another mask and identifying it as Falcone's cousin, stating he has all the others alongside them. He notes with a cold smile that there are only 2 places left in the case, reserved specifically for Maroni and Falcone. The champagne is poured into a glass, the bubbles rising as the tension in the room reaches a breaking point. A thug suddenly grabs Falcone and begins to torture him with a metal wire as the crime boss screams in agony. The guests clink their glasses together in a toast, the man in red asking Dr. Benjamin to turn the music back up while they enjoy the spectacle. A silhouette shows the Batman putting on his heavy cowl against a colorful evening sky. On a television screen, news anchors report that 6 more people were murdered today and ask who these party animal monsters really are. Footage shows the gang holding a police officer at gunpoint, their skull masks making them look like a nightmare come to life. The news anchor warns the audience that the footage they are about to see is disturbing and might not be suitable for small children. The screen shows a masked thug standing triumphantly over several fallen bodies in a dingy alleyway. The Batman stands on a rooftop, looking down at the city as the sunset colors the sky in shades of orange and blue. The news anchor appears on screen, her expression grave as she delivers the latest updates on the violence. The footage shows a group of masked thugs walking down a street, armed with rifles and bats, looking like an unstoppable army. The male anchor reports that tonight Mayor Jim Gordon is holding an emergency town hall to discuss the gang's reign of terror. Thugs are seen preparing their weapons, one sitting with a rifle across his lap while another watches a door. The Batman leaps from the rooftop, his cape spreading out like giant wings as he glides toward the town hall. Inside the town hall, a man in the crowd stands up and screams at Gordon, calling him a disgrace and telling him to step down. Mayor Gordon stands at the podium, flanked by police officers, and tries to calm the crowd, asking them to speak one at a time. A man in a Crocs gym shirt shouts that while the previous mayor was a crook, at least they weren't being killed off under his watch. Another man in the audience stands up and yells that maybe the old mayor was tough enough to handle criminals. A woman joins in the shouting, screaming that the old leadership would have actually fought back against the gang. Mayor Gordon holds up his hands and insists that the police are fighting back, but that this new gang is unlike anything they've ever faced. An older man stands up and points toward the door, explaining that he has walked to his shop for 71 years, but is now too scared to go anywhere. On a nearby rooftop, Alfred watches the scene through the scope of a rifle, noting that the gang has arrived, heavily armed and laughing. Alfred reports to his handler that the party animals are at the site, and the voice on the radio tells him to report back after the incident. Alfred warns that mass casualties are possible and asks for permission to engage, but his commander denies it, telling him to observe only. Gordon continues his speech, promising the crowd that they will bring these criminals to justice and that he is working around the clock. A man shouts back that the police are useless, noting that the gang just torched the station only 2 hours ago. Another citizen screams that it's all over the news and that the cops are helpless against the gang's fire. Commissioner Bullock stands near the mayor and tells him to take it easy, his hand gripping his nightstick tightly. A close-up of a police officer shows him growling under his breath, his patience with the angry crowd clearly at an end. Gordon begs the people to look at themselves, stating that fighting and blaming each other is exactly what the gang wants them to do. A woman in the crowd speaks up, stating that Gordon has served for a long time and that she trusts him to find a way through this. She tells the crowd that it's not just up to the officials, but that they all have to work together to stop the killers. Suddenly, a strange green device with holes along its side tinkings as it rolls across the floor toward the podium. The word "bang" appears in giant letters as a massive explosion rocks the front of the hall. Masked thugs burst through the doors, guns raised, and one of them sneers that the word they are looking for is "die." Mayor Gordon shouts for the gang to deal with him instead, but a thug just mocks him with a casual "Hi, Jim me." The masked gunman levels his rifle at the mayor and says, "Bye, Jim me," with a cold lack of emotion. The gun muzzle flashes repeatedly as the thug unleashes a barrage of bullets toward the stage. Mayor Gordon is struck by the gunfire and sent flying backward, screaming in pain as he falls from the podium. Barbara Gordon rushes to her father's side, clutching his hand and crying out in horror as he lies wounded. The mayor manages to gasp out an order for Barbara to get everyone out of the hall immediately. The thugs standing in the doorway ask if anyone else wants to beg or tell them about their families, claiming they love hearing it. When no one responds, the leader tells his men to rip him up as a sudden thwip sound is heard and a thug cries out. The lead thug's rifle is suddenly snatched from his hands by an unseen force, flying through the air away from him. The thugs are confused by the sudden attack, while Barbara shouts for everyone to move to the back and stay down. A man peeks over a row of chairs and gasps in horror, seeing a whole army of thugs outside the building. Barbara huddles near the door, her weapon raised, as she tells the survivors they need to secure the exits. A close-up of Barbara's eye shows her wide-eyed with fear as she realizes the scale of the threat. The Batman stands in the shadows and warns her that whatever they hear, they must not open the door under any circumstances. Alfred's handler asks for a report on the casualty count, but Alfred reports there are none yet because the other player has arrived. The commander orders Alfred to engage if the other player disrupts their intel gathering, and Alfred confirms he understands. Outside, the thugs scramble in confusion, wondering who just attacked them and what is happening in the dark. A thug points toward the roof and shouts for the others to shred whoever is up there with their weapons. Muzzle flashes light up the night as the gang unleashes a massive volley of gunfire toward the rooftop. The sound of automatic weapons fills the street as they continue their desperate attempts to hit the unseen attacker. The Batman's armored cape is hit by a hail of bullets, the rounds making a high-pitched pinging sound as they are deflected away. The hero remains unfazed by the attack, his heavy armor protecting him from the gang's assault. A gloved hand drops a small canister into the middle of the gang, a trail of blue smoke following it as it falls. The Batman leaps from the building in a cloud of smoke and fire, looking like a demonic angel of vengeance as he descends on the thugs. He lands with a heavy "tuk" sound, delivering a powerful strike that sends several gang members flying through the air. The Dark Knight grabs two thugs by their heads and slams them together, their masks cracking under the force of the impact. He then uses his grappling hook to snag another thug and throw him through a nearby window with a loud crash. A thug in a red suit tries to plead with the hero, but the Batman simply grabs him by the throat and lifts him off the ground. With a powerful throw, the hero slams the thug into a lamppost with a loud donk sound, leaving him unconscious. The Batman stands over a group of fallen criminals, his heavy boots making a clank-clank sound as he moves through the smoke. He delivers a devastating spinning kick that sends two more thugs reeling, the impact echoing through the street. Alfred watches through his scope and notes that whoever this vigilante is, he certainly has a flair for the dramatic. The commander asks if the other player is disrupting the scene, but Alfred simply responds that he is still gathering data. A new wave of thugs rushes up the stairs toward the Batman, while Alfred mutters to himself that it's time to see what the hero can really do. The Batman raises his hands, revealing a pair of jagged blades hidden in his gauntlets that glint in the dim light. Alfred notes that the hero is fast, watching as he delivers a series of lightning-quick strikes against his attackers. A gun is knocked from a thug's hand with a precise talk sound as the Batman continues his efficient assault. He uses the thug's own weapon against them, using the metal frame to block and parry their desperate blows. The sound of the struggle is a series of rhythmic impacts as the Dark Knight systematically dismantles the gang. A thug cries out in pain as he is struck by the hero's blades, the sound of shank echoing through the alley. Alfred observes that the Batman has been waiting for a moment like this, noting the hero's absolute focus on the task at hand. A series of close-up panels show the hero delivering precise, bone-crushing strikes with a sickening cuck sound. The Dark Knight continues his brutal work, his silhouette moving with a lethal grace through the shadows. Alfred realizes that the Vigilante is highly trained, using a mix of different fighting styles to overcome the gang. He identifies elements of Muay Thai and BJ in the hero's movements, noting that he is a striker above all else. He describes the Batman style as brutal yet precise, a terrifying combination for any criminal to face. Alfred muses that the hero is putting on a show, making sure everyone hears the sound of breaking bones as he snaps limbs over his knee. The Batman stands victorious over the fallen gang, his presence sending a clear and terrifying message to the rest of the criminal underworld. A pool of dark liquid spreads across the pavement as the last of the thugs falls silent. Alfred notes that the vigilante seems to be enjoying the violence, especially the intricate knife work he just performed. He points out that despite the blood, the hero managed to miss every major artery by just enough to keep his targets alive. The Dark Knight stands alone on the steps, the street around him filled with the bodies of the gang members he has defeated. The lead thug, his arm shattered, glares up at the hero and boasts that he has killed more people than Bruce can count. The Batman stands over him, holding a jagged metal blade as the thug demands that he get out of their way. The vigilante says nothing, his face hidden behind the terrifying cowl as he prepares to end the confrontation. With a sudden, sickening shunk sound, the Batman drives his blade into the ground right next to the thug's head. The thug roars in pain and frustration as the Batman towers over him, a dark shadow against the morning sky. A silhouette shows the criminal's hand being severed in a single, clean strike, the red background emphasizing the violence of the moment. The thug stares at his bloody stump in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as he tries to process what just happened. The Batman mockingly mentions that he hears they can sometimes reattach limbs if they get to a hospital quickly enough. He adds that he can't seem to remember if the nearest hospital is 3 blocks south or east, leaving the criminal in a panic. The vigilante tells the rest of the gang that he is going to give them exactly one chance to get out of his way. The Batman stands in a powerful stance, his heavy armor glinting as he shouts for them to move out of his way. The remaining gang members stare at him in pure terror, their confidence completely shattered by the display of brutality. They all turn and begin to run for their lives, abandoning their fallen comrades and their mission. Alfred's voiceover notes that if the hero were a true tactician, he would have set a trap for the fleeing criminals. The Batman's hand is seen clicking a remote detonator, a small red light glowing in the dimness. A massive explosion goes off behind the fleeing gang members, sending them flying in every direction as the word boom fills the screen. Alfred's commander asks what is going on, noting that the satellite images make no sense, and orders Alfred to engage the hero immediately. Alfred simply confirms he understands as he moves through the smoke-filled street, passing the groaning survivors of the blast. He levels a powerful automatic shotgun at the Batman and warns him that it could blow his brains out before he can even blink. The Batman stops and looks down at a skull mask on the ground, seemingly unconcerned by the weapon pointed at him. In an instant, the hero delivers a massive kick to Alfred's face with a loud crack sound, catching him completely by surprise. Alfred is sent reeling, his weapon knocked from his hands by the force of the strike. The Batman looms over him, noting that the shotgun sounded dangerous before slamming Alfred into the ground. Alfred lies in the dirt, his visor cracked as he watches the Dark Knight disappear into the shadows. The scene shifts to a new construction project in the city, showing a massive skyscraper under construction against a gray sky. Construction workers look over blueprints and talk about the news, everyone asking who this mysterious Batman is. A man in a baseball cap and jacket pulls his hood up, his face hidden as the narration asks who he really is. Alfred drives his bike through the streets, noting that while the vigilante hides his tracks well, it's easy when you're effectively no one. The man in the hood stops in an alley, his expression one of grim determination as he prepares for his day. The narration reveals he is just a 24-year-old guy from a family of social workers and teachers who grew up in crime ally. It adds that he was a near-genius student who excelled at everything he put his mind to. In 5th grade, he even won an engineering competition for designing a mobile, collapsible bridge to help war victims. The design was inspired by the anatomy of a batwing, an early indicator of his future obsession. The camera focuses on a heavy chain and padlock, a symbol of the secrets he keeps from the rest of the world. The man walks toward the Gotham Zoo, the narration mentioning a class trip that left a lasting impression on him. A hand reaches down to pick a few small white flowers growing in the grass near the zoo entrance. The man in the cap kneels in a dark corner of the city, the narration stating that this is where it all truly starts. A giant blam sound fills the screen as a splatter of blood is shown against a pale green background. Thomas looks on with wide, terrified eyes, shouting for Bruce to follow him immediately. 2 bodies lie on the ground in a pool of blood, their lives cut short in a senseless act of violence. A hand fires a pistol, the muzzle flash lighting up the dark alleyway for a brief, terrible moment. The man in the cap bows his head, the memory of that night clearly still weighing heavily on his soul. A giraffe watches from behind the bars of its enclosure as children pass by on a school trip. A masked gunman fires another shot, the explosion creating a blinding light in the center of the panel. A teacher shouts for the children to hurry into the bat house as the sound of gunfire echoes through the zoo. Bruce pushes the children inside, telling everyone to get to safety as he prepares to face the threat alone. The teacher tells the kids to get to the back of the building while he guards the entrance. A young girl cries out for her father, her face a mask of terror as the gunfire continues outside. She screams for her dad again, her small voice lost in the chaos and noise of the attack. A close-up shows her wide, frightened eye reflecting the horror of what she is witnessing. The girl's father holds the door shut, shouting for Bruce to stay inside no matter what he hears happen outside. Alfred walks through the aftermath of a battle, his silhouette dark against the pale ground littered with bodies. A hand reaches out to touch the heavy metal door, a gesture of both desperation and determination. A single white flower lies discarded on the pavement, a small symbol of innocence lost in the violence. The hand lingers on the door as the sounds of struggle fade from the other side. The man in the cap stands for a mugshot, a graffiti sign revealing his name is Wayne B. and that he was arrested in early 2004. The narration notes that after that trauma, he lost himself for a while, lashing out at a world that had taken everything from him. He stands before the entrance of the Gotham Zoo, the same place where his life was changed forever. He looks at an informational sign that explains how bats hang upside down, something finally sparking inside his mind. Another sign mentions how bats walk on their hands, and the man begins to find a new sense of purpose in his life. He straightens his life out and wins a scholarship to a top university, but is sidelined in his first week by a tissue injury during football. Alfred notes that he saw the x-rays and knows the injury was faked, suspecting the man was saving his body for something else. Alfred watches Bruce walk away down a city street, noting that he could have been a professional star but chose a different path. Bruce began studying applied mechanics, his mind becoming as powerful and disciplined as his body. He delved into the world of chemistry, learning how to create the tools and substances he would need for his mission. He also studied criminal psychology, seeking to understand the monsters he had dedicated his life to fighting. The narration explains that he studied history and military theory, preparing himself for the war he was about to start. Finally, he returns home to the city that made him, ready to begin his long-planned campaign against crime. He gets a job in the city's power grid, learning the infrastructure of Gotham from the inside out. He moves to the water department and then sanitation, mastering every physical part of the city's brain and body. He even interns at City Hall, studying both macro and micro public policy to understand the systemic rot of the city. He eventually returns to engineering, even helping to repair the very structures he blew up the previous night as the Batman. Alfred looks out over the vast Gotham skyline, admitting that what Bruce has built is truly impressive. He adds that he has taken down men like Bruce before in jungles and deserts all over the world. Alfred walks through a residential neighborhood, stating that crusaders like Bruce always have a hidden weakness: The older man reaches into his coat and pulls out a handgun, his eyes cold behind his sunglasses. He prepares the weapon with a sharp chick sound, stating that he knows exactly where to find Bruce's weakness. Bruce's mother sits on the front steps of their home, looking tired as she waits for her son to return. Bruce arrives and apologizes for being an hour late, mentioning he just swung by the zoo on his way home. Alfred watches them from the shadows, thinking that he could easily kill Bruce right here in front of his mother. He tells himself that it is exactly what he should do to complete his mission and neutralize the threat. His phone buzzes again with a message from Ju Wei-ah, telling him to never contact her again, causing him to pause. Alfred watches Bruce put a comforting arm around his mother as they head inside, his reflection visible in his sunglasses. The camera pans out to show Bruce and his mother entering their home, leaving the street empty and silent. The four tallest towers of the city stand above a sea of clouds in the middle of the night. Bruce sits in his high-tech command center, recording a message about the skull masks and their hidden circuitry. Alfred walks through the unfinished upper floors of one of the buildings, noting that it was smart of Bruce to hide out here. He adds that most of these floors are just hollow investments for oligarchs, a fact Bruce would know because he worked on them. Alfred draws his gun and declares with cold determination that he is closing Bruce's operation down right now. Bruce is caught off guard as Alfred confronts him, mocking him for letting his ideals go out the window when cornered. The Batman points his heavy shotgun directly at Alfred, the sound of it being cocked echoing in the small room. Alfred remains calm, holding his own gun steady and telling the younger man to hand over the weapon because he is no killer. The Batman fires the shotgun with a thunderous boom that fills the entire floor with fire and smoke. Alfred is sent flying backward by the blast, his gun spinning away from his hand as he loses consciousness. The Batman's hand grips the control of his motorcycle as he prepares to make a quick escape from the scene. A sequence of panels shows the Batman mounting his bike and revving the engine as he heads toward the edge of the building. Alfred groans as he realizes that the hero modified his prized shotgun to be non-lethal, effectively ruining it as a weapon. He hears the gun clatter to his side as the hero leaves it for him, a silent, mocking gesture. Alfred hears the roar of his own motorcycle as the Batman speeds toward the window. The Batman's voice echoes in Alfred's mind, telling him that he isn't the only one who can follow people. The sound of shattering glass fills the air as the hero rides his bike straight out of the skyscraper's window. Alfred lies on the floor, bleeding and coughing as he wonders where the hell the vigilante is planning to land from such a height. A poster on a wall declares that bats are crazy, featuring a cartoonish bat mascot with a wide, toothy grin. The epilogue begins with Alfred reporting to his commander, promising to get the vigilante the next time he interferes. The commander tells him to stay focused on the party animals, while the camera pans over a Philippine landscape. In a semiconductor manufacturing plant in Manila, two pilots discuss their mysterious employer and his many fake names. They note that he is one of the 30 richest men on the planet and that he never laughs at anything, ever. The man in the back of the aircraft is shown in silhouette, two guards bowing to him with deep respect. A close-up shows the cold, joyless eyes of the man as he prepares to land, the pilots revealing that his peers call him the Joker. The dark silhouette of the Gotham Aquarium stands ominously against a sky thick with the smoke of rising conflict. For 2 weeks, the gang known as the Party Animals has been relentless, escalating their brutal offensive on the city's heart. In the depths of the aquarium tanks, Batman responds with his own escalation, silhouetted against the blue water as he launches a thug into the air. The criminal lets out a terrified scream of awe as he's tossed aside like a rag doll. Bullets ting harmlessly off Batman's reinforced chest plate while he strides through the chaos. He can't be everywhere at once, but he seems to have an uncanny sense of where the biggest strikes will happen, meeting the threat at the aquarium head-on tonight. Batman slams his fist into a thug wearing a grotesque skull mask, the force of the impact sending the man reeling. The criminal lets out a choked gurk as the Dark Knight mows through the opposition with calculated violence. Blood-stained knives thunk into Batman's heavy armor, barely slowing him down. Behind the scenes, his mysterious handler has been working to add surveillance protections, hoping that the more data Batman collects from these disruptions, the closer they get to finally leaving Gotham behind. Batman stands amidst a literal army of skull-masked party animals, a force large enough to challenge a small militia. The thugs surround him, shouting vile threats like dead now, dash, percent, and carve you, while the narrator reflects on the lessons of Special Forces leaders, knowing when to advance and when to regroup. Masked hands grab at Batman's cowl and limbs, dragging him into a desperate struggle. In the long campaign of war, there is always a balance between one long advance forward and the necessity of retreat and regrouping. The massive aquarium glass suddenly shatters with a deafening shunk, sending shards of glass and water flying. The handler watches, waiting for the moment Batman realizes it's time to pull back, yet the Dark Knight shows no sign of yielding. In the middle of the torrential flood, Batman lets out a guttural "resh" as the rushing water threatens to sweep the entire room away. A massive sploosh erupts as the tanks fully give way, drowning the screams of the party animals. Batman and the thugs are caught in the powerful current, tumbling together through the ruins of the exhibit, hanging upside down from a red banner that ironically reads, "Gotham loves its wildlife." Batman surveys the flooded floor. He hasn't just survived. He has planned for this, using every piece of the terrain to his advantage. Batman stares down at the thugs struggling in the knee-deep water below him, his cape tattered and dripping. The criminals laugh, mocking him by shouting, "Huh, wow, you got us wet," and taunting that he can stay up there forever. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Batman releases a small glowing green sphere into the air. The spear drops into the standing water with a tiny splash, beginning a chemical reaction. The handler explains that Batman is employing a chemically concentrated version of vinegar into the mixture. The water begins to bubble violently, turning a sickly green as the chemical reaction converts the salt water into a potent hydrochloric acid. Screams of agony fill the air as thugs scramble out of the aquarium, their clothes and skin smoking from the acid. One wails, "Please!" It burns, while another shrieks in terror that their @1 Furt Tarv toes are gone just as the police arrive with weapons drawn. In a dark room, the bearded handler watches the carnage unfold on his screen, a small grim smile forming as he mutters, "Heth." Batman sprints through a dark tunnel, water splashing at his feet as he retreats to one of his many hidden caches. The handler notes that while the Bat has stash houses across the city, he has only been able to pinpoint a few of these caves. A red light on a security camera blinks as it tracks Batman's movement through the shadows. The handler has plotted a line based on these movements to find the remaining caves, but even he is stunned by the realization, muttering, "You have to be $dollars and kidding me." A heavy manhole cover is lifted from below, revealing a dark path into the city's underbelly. A digital map of Gotham glows with dozens of blinking lights, showing a pattern that suggests Batman is incredibly committed to his secret routines. When he isn't wearing the cowl, Bruce's life is monastically tight and predictable to those watching him. The handler observes his every move from the safety of the dark office. Bruce Wayne, dressed in construction gear, works high on a metal girder before vanishing into the shadows of the workday. Rumors suggest he meets with the Red Hood resistance group, but the truth is he is a man entirely alone, even avoiding his own mother lately. Bruce breaks his strict routine only once during these weeks, and the destination catches the handler completely off guard. He pulls up to the gates of Blackgate Penitentiary. A security camera swivels, capturing Bruce's entrance into the high-security facility. Surveillance footage shows Bruce standing in a visitation booth, separated by thick glass from a prisoner. Across from Bruce sits Joseph Chill, the man who murdered his father, looking hollow and broken. The nameplate on the table simply reads, "Chill, J." The camera catches the intense, brooding look in Bruce's eyes as he stares at his father's killer. The handler admits he doesn't have audio, but he can imagine the cold words being exchanged, and it only makes him like Bruce more. A week later, the handler's superiors order him to drop his protections for Batman, claiming the vigilante has become too volatile a factor in their mission. The handler hesitates, considering pushing back and arguing that Batman has been essential to their progress. He stares at the glowing screen, weighing his options. He knows that Batman's provocations have helped him form a new theory about who Sionis really is. He thinks about making his case, but ultimately, he follows orders and removes the digital protections. Without the handler's shielding, The party animals quickly locate Batman's secret caves hidden within the city's empty high-rises. The handler tries to imagine Bruce's face in the moment he realizes he's been compromised. He watches through a lone security camera as the trap is sprung. Skull-masked thugs charge down a luxury hallway with guns raised, delivering a lethal message. They are there to force him to retreat and regroup Batman. Our number ow, are ow, and R. A massive boom echoes across the skyline as an entire floor of a skyscraper erupts in a ball of fire and debris. Thugs scramble down the stairs amidst the flames, one of them shouting, "Come on," as they flee the inferno they just created. The moment of Batman's realization never comes, because he's already moved ahead. The handler realizes the truth as he watches the burning tower reflected in a nearby window. Batman isn't reacting to them, he's leading them. Citizens on the street look up in absolute awe and terror at the carnage above. One man can only whisper, "Holy," as he points to the sky. Two massive boom sounds erupt as spotlights fire from the roof, cutting through the smoke. The handler wonders if this is what Batman truly is. Not just a man, but a force. In the darkness, a pair of slanted, glowing eyes burn with an intense, predatory light. All he is, the handler muses. Batman stands on a ledge, silhouetted against a building engulfed in flames that have formed the shape of a giant bat mask. He is one long advance forward, the embodiment of Batman AF. A television news broadcast shows three anchors laughing and discussing the latest polls. One anchor notes that despite the rising violence, there is surprising support for the Batman, before asking former Mayor Hill for his response. Former Mayor Hill appears on screen as footage of a victim on a stretcher plays. He claims this support is exactly why he's running again, arguing that crime has become so bad under Mayor Gordon that people are turning to a criminal for help. Hill continues his speech, calling Batman the lesser of all evils when no good is left. The interviewer pivots, sharply asking Hill about the lingering corruption charges from his own previous term. In a quiet hospital room, Jim Gordon lies in bed with a USM tattoo visible on his arm. He lets out a ragged cough and tells Bullock to turn the TV off. Commissioner Bullock stands by the bed, explaining that he's requested 10 RVs and air support from the state. Gordon remains skeptical, reminding him that more guns don't always mean you're winning. Bullock adjusts his sunglasses, looking grim as he argues that they simply didn't use enough force before. He insists that they need to take him, meaning Batman, down fast. Barbara Gordon looks at Bullock with disbelief, asking if he really wants to prioritize Batman over the party animals, who are actually destroying the city. Bullock glares, his jaw set as he claims the gang is only upping their violence because Batman is upping his. Barbara snaps back, asking if he remembers when Batman saved his life, hers, and her father's. She refuses to let him forget the debt they owe. Bullock reports that for all they know, Batman is a secret partner of the gang just trying to make the police look bad. Barbara counters by asking why he's the one calling in tips about their next hits if he's on their side. Martha Wayne enters the room, offering a polite, "I am so not sorry to interrupt, but," to break up the heated argument. Martha pulls Barbara into a warm hug, asking, "Come here, you. How's he doing?" Ignoring the tension in the room, Jim tries to brush it off from his hospital bed, claiming, "I am fine, just a little," before being cut off. Martha looks at Jim with a knowing smile, but directs her question back to Barbara. The younger Gordon sighs, telling Martha that they got him bad and he needs rest. Barbara adds a final thought with a look of exasperation, not that he'll listen. Bullock's phone rings and his expression turns serious as he answers. "Bullock, calm down. They hit..." "What?" Bullock turns to leave, telling them the party animals are tearing up the Port Authority. He barks, "Come on," to his team, while Barbara tells them to be careful. Barbara holds her father's hand tenderly, telling him to rest dummy. Jim looks up at her and asks, "Do I have a choice?" Barbara leaves. Jim watches her go, telling Martha that she's a good kid. Martha agrees, but adds a somber "too good." Jim sits up slightly, looking at his USM tattoo and wondering what kind of world they've left for the next generation. He remembers when they were young and crazy, believing they could actually change everything. Martha reaches for the blinds, her face unreadable as she replies with a simple, "Yeah, well." Martha lights a cigarette, looking out at the city. "I guess they'll just have to be even crazier than we were," she says firmly. Jim looks at her through his glasses, noting that she almost sounds like Thomas in her grim determination. Martha stands in silhouette, the smoke from her cigarette curling around her. "Daunt, I know it," she whispers. Martha leans against the window, admitting how much she misses Thomas. She thinks it's funny, but she believes Thomas would have actually liked the Batman. Martha reaches out and gently touches Jim's arm. "I like him, but now I like you better," she tells him softly. Jim is silhouetted against the hospital light as he reveals that his deputy mayor, Patty, has quit. To him, any hope of re-election feels like nothing more than a pipe dream now. Martha looks him in the eye and tells him his whole mayorship has been a pipe dream, but she adds that pipe dreams are good. Jim chuckles weakly, admitting she's right. He confesses that he still thinks about it every single day the moment he first found him. A flashback shows an old sign at the Gotham Zoo with cartoon bats that reads, "Bats can be social or solitary." A younger Jim Gordon enters a dark enclosure with his service weapon drawn, admitting, "I didn't see him at first." The floor of the enclosure is covered in a literal mountain of bats, their dark wings fluttering in the gloom. "Didn't even know he was there," Jim recalls. Suddenly, a young boy's face emerges from under the pile of bats, his mouth open in a silent, soul-piercing scream, until he screamed. That screamed. Back in the present, Jim asks, "How is he?" while Martha holds out his cigarette. She admits with a heavy heart, "Honestly, I don't know." Martha looks down, remembering when Bruce was just her little boy who told her every dumb detail of his day. Back then, his entire inner life was hers to know. She flicks the ash from the cigarette, her voice trailing off as she asks, "Now?" Flashback to a young Bruce sitting alone in his dark bedroom, surrounded by crumpled papers. Martha stands in the doorway, softly telling him his friends rang for him. Bruce ignores her, staring at a first-place science fair medal in his hand and telling his mother to tell them to go away. Outside on the apartment steps, Bruce's friends are hanging out and playing with a Rubik's Cube. One boy asks Martha if she's sure Bruce is okay, noting they're all just waiting for him. In a somber courtroom, the judge looks down at the young Bruce Wayne. He explains that the court needs clarification because this morning, Mr. Chill Joe Chill was prepared to give a statement, but Bruce had requested to speak first, claiming it was urgent. The judge admits that this request is highly unconventional. However, given the extraordinary and tragic nature of this specific case, he informs the boy that he has granted him the right to proceed. Bruce stands at the podium, his face tight with a mixture of grief and simmering rage. The judge encourages him to go ahead, trailing off as he waits for the boy to find his voice. The judge asks directly what it is that the young heir has to say. Bruce glares forward, a single tear beginning to track down his cheek while his teeth remain grit in defiance. In the present day, a gang leader wearing a bright pink track jacket, Simon of the 10 Thieves, sneers at a group of terrified citizens. He challenges them to convince him why they alone should be exempt from paying when everyone else in the neighborhood chips in, some even scrounging and doing terrible things just to contribute. He sarcastically calls the situation heartbreaking. Simon gestures to the skyline, noting that people have pride in this place, even though they call it Crime Alley these days. He argues that upkeep takes money and turns the question back on the neighbors, asking Mrs. Nguyen, why she doesn't seem to care about her neighborhood. Mrs. Nguyen snaps back that she cares plenty, mentioning her mother grew up here and she has 3 girls in school. A man named Henry tries to quiet her, but she refuses to be silenced, declaring that she simply will not pay a gang for protection. Simon sighs, leaning in close to tell Mrs. Nguyen that they are having a misunderstanding. He claims the 10 Thieves isn't a gang, but a group that wants to keep the place safe, though they can't do that without proper funding. Without warning, Simon shoves Mrs. Nguyen backward, sending her tumbling off the edge of the high-rise rooftop while the other captives watch in horror. Simon smiles coldly, explaining to the witnesses that if they don't stay vigilant, things get unpredictable very fast. He starts to say that you never know what could happen, but his sentence is cut short. Mrs. Nguyen hits a lower ledge with a sharp grunt, struggling to regain her breath after the fall. She is alive, but the danger is far from over. Back on the roof, Simon's smug expression vanishes. He looks completely baffled and alarmed by something he sees in the shadows. He leans over the edge of the building, his hand trembling as he wonders aloud how she could have survived that fall. The other victims look on with wide, terrified eyes. A man asks his companion, Alec, if he sees anything moving in the darkness behind them. Alec, a massive thug with a scarred face, looks up toward the darkness of the rooftop structures. He tells Raph that he sees nothing, unaware that a massive, monstrous shadow is perched directly above him. A terrifying figure clad in a makeshift, hulking batsuit dives from the rafters. He lets out a blood-curdling screech that echoes across the rooftop as he descends upon his prey. One of the thugs realizes the danger too late, screaming for the monster to wait as a massive black cape sweeps toward him like a tidal wave. The bat creature slams into the man, and a sickening shunk sound rings out as sharp silicon fangs are driven into the man's neck. The bat flings a bloody body aside like it was nothing more than a rag doll. One of the gang members screams for Brody, while another frantically asks what the monster just did to him. The Batman lets out a low, predatory hiss as he grabs the next thug by the throat. Blood splatters against the red sky as he begins his brutal work. Simon fumbles for his handgun, pointing it with shaking hands and shouting for the monster to stay away. Around him, his crew lies broken on the concrete. Desperate, Simon yells that he will blow the creature's damn head off before pulling the trigger, the muzzle flash illuminating his panicked face. The bullets strike the bat's reinforced chest plate with heavy thuds, sparking off the armored surface. The Batman doesn't even flinch, his glowing red eyes fixed on his target. With a powerful swing of his heavy arm, Batman strikes Simon with a bone-shattering crack. Simon lets out a pained shriek as he is sent flying backward. Batman stands over the fallen gangster, holding a gun to his head. A narrative box reveals his internal thought: I chose a bat. Flashback. Young Bruce is working on a complex model in his room. His father, Thomas Wayne, asks if he chose a bat for the project. Bruce sighs, explaining it's for the young engineers competition held at the zoo, and since many animals there come from distressed areas, he had to build a bridge themed after one. Thomas stands over the boy, commenting that the model is certainly big. Bruce explains the concept, saying bats are intimidating, so he made the piers super high and reinforced them with gates all along the structure. Thomas looks at the model and simply says, "Ah." Confused by the lack of praise, Bruce asks, "Ah, what?" Thomas admits that he wonders if intimidation is really the best strategy for helping a place in need. Bruce argues that the design will make the people inside feel safe and protected. He proudly notes that he tested its strength up to 30 pounds. Thomas relents, patting his son's shoulder and telling him he did a great job and that he's proud of him. Thomas walks away. He wishes his son good luck with the project. In the present, Batman's terrifying face is shown in profile, a sharp contrast to the innocent memory. More gang members rush out from a rooftop doorway, weapons drawn. Batman doesn't turn his head, merely repeating his demand with more force, telling them to drop their weapons now. Batman leaps from the roof, his massive cape expanding into a jagged, bat-like glider as he swoops toward the street below. His internal voice wonders if this is all wrong, questioning what he is actually doing. Bruce trends in his dark, gritty workshop, his back to us as he stares at a fire barrel. He thinks to himself that all of this is just theatrics. A close-up reveals Bruce, with red paint smeared around his eyes like a mask. He thinks about the face paint and the voice distorter he uses to build his legend. His hand hovers over the fire as he drops silicon fangs into the flames. He thinks about how they were loaded with a powerful paralytic agent. A handgun lies discarded in the trash, melting in the heat of the fire. Bruce asks himself, and this? Bruce sits on a dirty subway car disguised in common clothes and reading a book. He realizes that street criminals are just the most desperate, and if he only scares off the 10 thieves, others will just take their place. Late at night, he sits hunched over his computer monitors, his face illuminated by the pale light. He concludes that simply being a vigilante isn't enough. Batman needs to do more. Bruce pushes himself through an intense workout, bench pressing a massive amount of weight. His muscles strain as he tells himself to think bigger. He stands in front of his welding gear, the bright blue light reflecting off his goggles. The narration tells him to build the Batman he needs to be. Bruce stands before a large map of the United States with various pins marking shipping routes. He notes that the pipeline comes up from Florida, where gun and pharmacy laws are much looser. He looks over trucking logs and photos of mafia leaders. He thinks about how they call this smuggling brew the Orange Blossom Special. His hand reaches out, touching the cold black bat emblem on his chest plate, centering his resolve. Disguised in his security guard's uniform, Bruce looks through binoculars from a bridge. He observes that 80% of illegal weapons ride this route into Gotham, and the local gangs get all their supplies through this system. A bird's-eye view shows produced trucks being unloaded by forklifts in a shipping yard. He explains that they use produce trucks, mostly citrus because weight records are less exact. He adds that the guns reportedly smell like oranges when they fire. He continues to watch from his vantage point, his eyes narrowing as he maps out the operation. He spots two high-ranking mobsters, the Maronis, and the Falcones, Falcentmes. He knows that all of the contraband flows through checkpoints that they control. Down on the docks, corrupt police officers talk with drivers of a red semi-truck. Bruce notes that the crime family shift the hot point every month to avoid raids they already know are coming. He realizes they do it all in plain sight because they have deals with banks and local companies. Massive trucks roll into a heavily guarded facility. Bruce observes that these organizations are simply too large to take down with conventional methods. A red truck speeds along a dark, isolated highway, its headlights cutting through the night. In the shadows of a roadside embankment, two glowing blue lights appear. A hidden predator is waiting. A massive armored Batmobile roars out from the brush with a deafening vroom, kicking up a cloud of dust as it pursues the truck. The Batmobile's oversized tires grip the road as it pulls alongside the speeding semi-truck. A small remote-controlled car detaches from the main vehicle and darts under the semi-truck's trailer like a mechanical spider. Inside the truck's cabin, two thugs are chatting. One complains about a woman leaving a kid in a car when it was 5 below zero at midnight. The other grunts in agreement, saying the whole world is going crazy. The driver looks out the side window and his face pales. He stammers out the word crazy as he sees a terrifying sight. Batman is standing perfectly still in the middle of the dark tunnel, his arms crossed over his chest, his cape billowing behind him like a demon's wings. The driver screams for his partner to run the Batman down, his eyes bulging with panic as he's flooring the accelerator. Batman remains motionless, his gaze fixed on the oncoming truck. He holds a small blue-lit remote in his hands, a close-up on the remote trigger in Batman's gloved hand. He is waiting for the exact right second. The tiny remote-controlled device is positioned perfectly between the truck's massive rear wheels. Batman presses the trigger with a sharp click. The device under the truck activates with a massive boom, expanding with enough force to lift the entire rear of the trailer off the ground. The semi-truck flips violently into the air. Bruce narrates that he used a bottle jack and an RC Roadster loaded with 46 kV of power, all built for under $1,000. The truck slams onto the road with a deafening screech, sliding sideways and blocking the entire tunnel. Bruce thinks to himself that this feels much better. A crate falls out of the trailer and breaks open, revealing a cache of illegal assault rifles spilling onto the asphalt. The driver, bloody and dazed, crawls out of the shattered windshield. He coughs through the smoke, frantically asking what the hell just happened. Another thug stumbles out of the wreckage, yelling that he doesn't know, but they need to get out of there immediately. He stops when he sees the Batman approaching. Batman delivers a brutal punch to a thug's jaw, with a sickening gack sound. He follows up with a heavy strike to the next man's chest. Whump. The thug's breath is driven out of him instantly. A final, powerful blow connects with a loud crack. Batman moves with a terrifying, efficient speed. A thug is slammed against the brick wall with a dull thud, sliding down to the ground unconscious. Batman stands in the center of the wreckage, surrounded by the bodies of the fallen criminals. He thinks to himself that maybe he has finally figured it out. Flashback. Young Bruce shows his father a drawing. He explains that bats adapt and that there are more bat species than any other mammal because they use echolocation to map an area and adjust their strategy to succeed there. Thomas listens intently. Bruce points to his bridge model, explaining that the pilings are fully adjustable to fit any terrain. He demonstrates how the deck is on rotators and the girders can extend to reach across different gaps. Thomas smiles warmly, telling his son that the work is really impressive and that he loves the design. Bruce asks if his father thinks it's good enough to win the competition. Thomas tells him he doesn't know, but that all that matters is that Bruce feels it's his best and that it shows what makes a bat special at its core. Bruce picks up several small dark rocks from the table and prepares to place them on the bridge. Bruce looks thoughtful, asking his father how anyone can really know what anything is at its core. He places the rocks on the model bridge to test its weight capacity, looking to his father for an answer. Thomas explains that sometimes you don't know, and it's just trial and error. He reveals that before Bruce was born, all he wanted to be was a heart surgeon. Bruce is surprised, asking why. Thomas tells a story about his own father, who drove a bus route 6 days a week. On his day off, they would go to Amusement Mile and get frozen chocolate bananas. He reminisces about how much he loved those trips. He then begins to describe a specific Sunday. He explains that suddenly his father just dropped. He thought it was a joke at first, but then he saw his father's face and knew he was dead. He felt a profound terror at being left alone like that. Bruce quietly asks what killed him. Thomas reveals it was a massive coronary. His grandfather was dead before he even hit the ground. Thomas explains that he wanted to be a heart surgeon to prevent that pain, but when he and Martha got pregnant with Bruce, things changed. Bruce Juffy sprinted from one shrub, but Thomas laughed it off, saying he just went through a period of searching for who he was beyond a father and husband. Thomas says he realized that wanting to be a doctor was about wanting to stop other kids from feeling that same pain. He realized that as a teacher, he could make kids feel safe by preparing them for the world instead. He muses that in some other life, maybe he is a doctor, but in this one, teaching allows him to fulfill his core purpose. He tells Bruce he's going to help with dinner, reaffirming that the bridge is truly amazing. Young Bruce looks down at the heavy rocks in his hands, his expression somber as he contemplates his father's words. The memory fades as a voice calls out. Bruce, it's time now. What is it you want to say? Back in the present-day courtroom, young Bruce acknowledges that Mr. Joe Chill, gets to speak today. But before that, he says he's had a moment to think about everything that happened and wants to share what he realized. He remembers the morning of the zoo trip. It was perfect. He had won the trip for his class and was walking in with his friends, past a cheerful poster of a boy in a bow tie. He recalls laughing about how weird the giraffes were with their long black tongues. Bruce looks back with a faint smile, remembering his father was there too, even though Bruce was playing it cool and pretending not to notice. He caught glimpses of his father, Thomas, who was beaming with pride at his son from a short distance away. Bruce speaks through tears, saying that in that moment he knew it was as happy as life could possibly get. He says he wanted to stay in that moment forever and never leave. The camera zooms in on the smiling boy on the poster, the contrast between that image and Bruce's grief becoming overwhelming. In the present, Bruce speeds along on his bat motorcycle, his face set in a grim line of determination. He rides past a sign that reads, "You are now leaving Gotham City." He thinks to himself that he was coming at it wrong. He was thinking about the bridge, not the people. He realizes that the people are where you have to start. The motorcycle roars past a group of high school students. His father's voice in his head tells him to go on. He sees people at a local fair, dancing and smiling. He thinks that the people just want to live and to flourish. He rides through a scenic mountain pass. He thinks about how this place has been hit by a disaster, likely man-made, and that it is in deep trouble. He sees workers in high visibility gear, their faces etched with worry. He knows they are concerned about what the future holds. He passes a row of boarded-up derelict shops. He observes that they look around and see their entire world falling apart. He stops outside a massive, modern industrial facility. He knows the people are hurting and feel like no one even sees them. He looks through a window into a high-tech server room. He thinks about how people feel powerless, at the mercy of forces that seem beyond their control. He passes a riot where protesters are being pushed back by heavily armed police. He thinks that some are angry at everyone who let them down. He sees a wall of assault rifles on display in a gun shop. He thinks that others are scared and just hunkering down, waiting for the end. Back in court, Bruce glares at Joe Chill, telling him he killed that happiness forever. He declares that he isn't staying to hear anything. Chill has to say and doesn't care what drove him to commit the crime. Bruce stands up and screams at the man, his voice cracking with pure hatred. He yells that he no percent ours and hates him as the court officers look on in shock. Bruce is shown hiking alone through a massive desert canyon, his silhouette small against the ancient rock walls. He shields his eyes as a massive colony of bats erupts from a cave, filling the canyon with a black cloud of wings. He watches the bats disappear into the blue sky, awestruck by their collective power. His father's voice asks him what he is saying. Bruce's face is lit by the setting sun, his eyes filled with a new dark purpose. In the flashback, Bruce tells his father that in this place and time, the bat needs to be everything his father suggested, plus more. Thomas asks him to explain. In the present, Bruce is shown training with even more intensity, his muscles bulging as he lifts a heavy barbell. He thinks that it should be intimidating, but even more so than before. His legs are shown straining under the weight of a machine. He wants the bat to be scary. He is shown in his workshop, standing next to a massive, armored bat helmet. He thinks it should be more adaptable than it has ever been. He stands in a busy financial exchange, watching the screens intently. He thinks it should map farther than it ever could before. He looks out at a skyline filled with construction cranes on tall skyscrapers. He thinks about the bat roosting in new places and taking them over. Bruce is shown testing a new gauntlet that fires a high-tensile cable. He tells his internal father that he is recording a test of the bat thumb. In the past, young Bruce told his father he is nervous to show him the final model because it's a little weird. In the present, his gloved hand tightens around a control handle with a loud creak. A sharp metal grapple hook shoots out from the gauntlet with a shick. Batman is shown suspended in his workshop by multiple cables, his massive body silhouetted against the window. He muses that maybe it's a lot weird. Thomas tells him to stop stalling and show him the work. Present-day Batman looks directly into the lens of his own drone camera, a cold smile on his face. He whispers, "Hello there." Young Bruce proudly reveals his final bridge, model a wide bat-shaped structure. He says, TADA. He explains that it has all the features of the other designs, but with one crucial extra feature, it can fly. He shows his father that it's lightweight and foldable, so it can be dropped from a plane. He points to the instructions printed right on the flap. Bruce explains that it would be a tool for people to use as they see fit, making the bridge truly theirs to use for aid or defense. Batman is watching a high society party through a skylight. He explains he is here for Randall Powers, a billionaire who owns the trucking conglomerate used by the mob. He notes that Randall, publicly vowed to support new regulations while secretly lobbying against them. He watches the elites laughing and eating. He thinks about how they're all protecting the status quo rather than the city. He wants to smash through the glass and throw Randall, onto the dance floor. He looms over the building, his cape fluttering. He thinks about how they've already eaten the city down to the bones. He whispers that he hears them all. He notes that he has hidden small microphones beneath the dance floor. He also mentions a thermal coil that can heat the gold decorations to 150 degrees in a heartbeat. He looks down at the smug, rich faces. He tells them he's coming for them in their mad little kingdom at the top of the world. He focuses on a man with a drink in his hand. He sarcastically agrees that no one can touch them up here. He says he's going to make them dance, even if it's only for a second. Young Bruce points out that the model even has secret buzzsaws for hard-to-reach places. He looks at his father asking if it's too much. Thomas considers it and says that maybe too much is exactly what is needed these days. Batman is suddenly illuminated by a spotlight. He thinks that's exactly right and that he's thought about it deeply. A police helicopter from the GCPD DP Edge hovers nearby, ordering him to lie down with his hands behind his back. Batman thinks about what makes a bat at its core. He leaps off the side of the skyscraper. He thinks that, for him, it's about defying the impossible. Batman glides through the air, his ragged cape held wide. He tells his eternal father that bats are the only mammals that fly, showing us that we can beat anything holding us down. He says to this bat, nothing is impossible, and it tells you to go bigger and higher. He thinks about going places people didn't think were possible. He asks, so, what do you think? Present-day Bruce sits across from Joe Chill in the prison visiting room. They are separated by thick glass. A narrative box says, I think it's ready. A close-up of Bruce's intense, unblinking eye. He clenches his massive fist until his knuckles turn white. His jaw is set tight, his expression filled with cold resolve. Joe Chill asks if he had something he wanted to say. Bruce just stares at him through the glass. The title page for The Zoo, Part 4 appears over the image. Batman's motorcycle roars through the city streets. He revs the engine hard as he rounds the corner at 27th Street. A digital head-up display shows Batman's location and a stand-down warning. A bounty counter on the screen shows the reward for his capture is at $137,943. He pushes the bike even faster at 39th Street, the roar of the engine echoing off the buildings. Skull-masked gang members, the party animals, watch from the street as Batman's bike screams past them with a loud "Verm." One thug looks on with a sneer. Batman is taunting them to come after him. The reward counter jumps up by $5,000. The total is now $142,943,943. A massive thug with a meat cleaver watches from the sidewalk. They all just watch him go, letting him pass for now. A sniper on a rooftop looks down at the street. The sound of the bike's engine in a distance. Batman leans low over the bike's chassis, his cape trailing behind him. The narrator observes that he's daring them to blow up the deal and that some part of him probably wants them to. A close-up of Batman's gloved hand as he adjusts the bike's controls. A digital map screen shows a glowing red dot moving through the streets. The narrator notes that the bike has a tracker. As the dot moves on the screen, the narrator says they expected him to drive right past the meeting spot, but he doesn't. The man with the green mustache, Roman, watches the bike on his monitors. He sees Batman stop exactly where he's supposed to and enter the building. Roman whispers, "Well done." The map screen flickers with static. The narrator's handler calls, saying they have what they need and he should leave now. He tells them he's leaving, but he stays exactly where he is. Outside the GCPD-DBB building, Martha Wayne approaches Jim Gordon, asking him if he's ready. She knocks on the door and enters. Jim is at his desk with his arm in a sling. He tries to apologize to her, calling her Martha. Martha is holding a Gordon for Mayor campaign sign. She tells him firmly that they haven't lost yet. Jim asks if she saw the news. He notes that the opposing candidate, Hill, has Harvey on his side now. A TV in the corner shows a news report about the mayoral race. Jim looks away, admitting that he didn't see that coming and that it stings. Martha asks if he remembers how they first met. She reminds him that he arrested her while she was carrying a sign. He corrects her, saying she was carrying a sign that he accidentally broke. She laughs, recalling how she laid into him on the way to the station, but instead of booking her, he let her go and even gave her money for a new sign. Jim looks at her, saying his point is that Gotham people usually surprise you in awful ways, but sometimes they surprise you in good ones too. He tells her to get her old ass up. He then mentions he wasn't talking about the election, but the zoo's memorial light. He's sorry they're not lighting it this year, and asks her to tell Bruce he said so. Flashback to the funeral of Thomas Wayne. Thomas Wayne. It is pouring rain as Martha and young Bruce, stand by the open casket, which is covered with surgical tools. Martha tells her son to go on. Jim Gordon approaches them. Jim looks down at the boy with a sorrowful expression. Bruce asks if he wanted to talk to him, and Jim confirms he did. Jim kneels down to Bruce's level. He admits he's not good at this, but says he's seen many brave acts, but hasn't known many truly brave people. He tells Bruce that his father was one of the brave ones, and that he shone with it. He says he sees that same light when he looks at Bruce. Jim says he'll let him go now, but wanted him to know they're tearing down the zoo. Bruce asks what they'll put there. Jim says something practical, and that Bruce won't have to look at it anymore because it'll be gone for good. In the present, a helicopter hovers over a skyscraper. The narrator thinks that the fever dream will soon be over and Batman will become something lasting and applicable. Batman is crouched on the rooftop. For a brief second, his back tenses in a way that is almost imperceptible. The narrator notes that they caught the movement watching Batman closely. Jim Gordon is looking through high-tech goggles, telling someone to take it easy. His view shows a sniper with a skull mask lying in wait on a nearby roof. He asks if they feel that. Another sniper is shown through the goggles, aiming a heavy rifle. The narrator thinks that they are all jealous of Batman. Roman is looking through his own binoculars, his face illuminated by a pinkish light. The narrator thinks it's because Batman actually did it. The goggle view shows more snipers. The narrator tells Batman he won. 2 more thugs in suits and skull masks are shown through the green digital lens. Ullman and his crew step out of a helicopter onto the roof. He greets Batman and offers to make him rich. Roman tells Batman a secret he's bloody jealous of him because he learned too late. He raises a glass and says, "Cheers, Mr. Wayne." Roman says everything is set $200 million, transferred anonymously. He says the code to the account was sent this morning. Batman remains in a crouch, his head down. He says he knows and that he already used the money for something. Roman laughs, calling it amazing and telling Batman to look at himself. Flashback. At the cemetery, people are leaving in the rain. Martha yells for Bruce to wait, asking what he is doing. Young Bruce runs after Jim Gordon, screaming for him to stop. In the present, a massive pile of $100 bills is shown stacked neatly in a vault. Roman asks what Batman spent it on cars, planes, or computers. He demands to know how much he used. Batman answers simply, all of it. Another shot of the vault, which is overflowing with endless stacks of cash. Back in the rain, Jim Gordon turns to young Bruce and asks what's wrong. Bruce is huffing and puffing from running. He tells Jim he doesn't want them to tear down the zoo or make it something practical. He wants something there that makes everyone look something that shines. The camera pans over the vast sea of money in the vault, millions upon millions of dollars. Present-day Batman's gauntlet makes a sharp click. He asks Roman if he wants to see how he spent the money. A colossal beam of light shoots into the Gotham sky. Within the light, millions of dollar bills are suspended, swirling to form a massive, shimmering bat symbol. Batman stands in front of the blinding light, a hulking silhouette of power. Roman looks up at the sky, shield at his eyes. He admits that it is one ugly bat. The bat signal made of money towers over the city skyline. Radio reports mention witnesses claiming a massive bat made of money has appeared over the Gotham Zoo. A close-up of Batman's jaw, his fangs glinting. Roman yells to his thugs, the party animals, that the deal is officially off. Batman tells Roman that he doesn't need cars, lanes, or computers. He says he doesn't need anything Roman has. The horde of skull-masked party animals charges toward Batman across the rooftop. Batman declares that all he needs is Batman. He readies his weighted cables as the gang closes in. Batman strikes a thug with a brutal twack, sending the man's skull mask flying. He fires a high-tension cable with a twip sound. The cable spears through a thug's leg, blood spraying into the air. A close-up of a bloody wound as Batman's cable rips through flesh. A thug screams in agony. Aha! Batman pulls another cable taut, his gloved hand covered in blood. He slams a heavy gauntlet into a thug's head with a loud whack. He delivers a bone-breaking kick to another man's ribs. Crack. A massive pow as Batman lands a devastating punch that sends blood flying. Batman stomps on a thug's leg with a sickening crunk. He strikes another thug with a spiked gauntlet. Wham! A giant brute with a meat cleaver leaps at Batman, let out a war cry, rash. Batman parries the cleaver strike. The brute yells that it is payback time. Batman drives multiple sharp spikes into the brute's shoulders and chest with a heavy shick. The brute screams that he's stuck as Batman lifts him off the ground. Another thug lets out an unass as he is knocked aside. Batman tosses the brute into another group of thugs. One yells, "Get me off him," while another cries out, "Ack!" A thug begs Batman to put him down as Batman grabs him by the throat. Batman stands in the middle of the rooftop, surrounded by the broken bodies of the gang. He says all the crime they committed, the arson, the robberies, the murders, was manufactured by them so their boss could profit. Snick! Batman uses a wire to snare a thug. He tells the man he doesn't care. Tack! He swings the thug through the air and over the edge of the building. He says he doesn't care how many people die. He slams the thug face first into the concrete with a massive wham. The man groans, "Nan." Roman says nope and notes that fortunately, Batman does care about people dying. He shouts the order to fire. A sniper on the rooftop pulls the trigger. Pow! The bullet hits a thug's skull with a pop, blood spraying everywhere. The sniper fires again. Pow! Another pop as a bullet finds its mark. Roman is executing his own men. Batman leaps into the line of fire, using his massive armored cape to shield the remaining thugs and civilians. Bullets spark off his back. A man yells, "Everyone, get down," while Roman orders his crew to net Batman while he's playing Angel. A thug fires a heavy net gun with a loud poom. The net expands in midair as another gun fires. Poom! A third net gun is fired. Poom! Batman is hit by multiple high-tensile nets pinned against the roof. He grunts, On! Batman struggles on the ground, entangled in the wires. Roman stands over him, mocking him. He says Batman had everything a ticket to the big party, and all he had to do was reach out. Roman continues, saying Batman just had to reach out and grab it. As a woman in a mask approaches, Batman reaches out and grabs her ankle through the net. She screams, "Rah!" Batman pulls her down with an ugh. She asks what he thinks he has now, a loud carrock as Batman snaps something mechanical on the roof. Batman tells them he has exactly what he wanted. He reveals that everything they said and confessed to up here is already at every news station in Gotham. Batman lets out a low heh as he looks up. The money bat signal in the sky is actually a swarm of cameras and transmitters. He has recorded everything. Roman kneels next to the trapped Batman. He tells him he actually thinks he achieved something here. Money falls from the sky, drifting into the fires burning on the rooftop. A concealed blade in the woman's shoe extends with a sharp shh. The woman stands over the pinned Batman, saying she thinks he does believe he won. Roman agrees, calling it wild. The blade is driven into Batman's shoulder with a sickening shunk. More stabs follow in quick succession. Shunk. Roman says Batman believes that burning the cash and exposing the truth will inspire the people. He notes that Batman actually thinks he's the hero. A close-up of Batman's face, tight with pain as he is repeatedly stabbed. Blood splatters across the green-tinted background. The woman tells Batman that he isn't even the main character in this story. She asks her kiddo for confirmation. The small child in a mask, holding a lit torch or flamethrower, replies with a cold "You ain't Jew." The child activates the flamethrower, engulfing Batman in a massive torrent of fire. Phoom! Roman turns away from the fire, stating that the only hero of this story is money. The woman retracts her bloody blade into her boot. One of the gang members watches the fire and simply says, "Cool." Shh. Batman is shown pinned to the floor by multiple spikes while the fire burns around him. Shunk. The flames lick at Batman's armored suit, consuming the surrounding debris. The gang leader looks back at the burning vigilante with a cold, detached expression. A final, heavy strike lands with a whack. Batman's body is thrown off the side of the building, falling toward the dark streets below. The gang stands at the edge looking down. Roman says he is going to prove his point to Batman. Batman falls headfirst through the air, his silhouette framed by the skyscrapers of Gotham. He activates his cape, which tears open into a ragged parachute with a fwa sound. He slams onto the roof of a parked car with a massive boom. Batman groans as he lies on the crushed car, the helicopter flying away into the night sky. Roman is on his headset in the helicopter, telling someone that he has eyes on the Bat and orders all units to 29th and 3rd. He repeats the order frantically, telling every available unit to converge on the location. Police cruisers and an armored SWAT vehicle speed through the city, sirens blaring. A police helicopter opens fire with a heavy machine gun. Braca. A massive explosion engulfs the street where Batman landed. Detective Gordon responds on her radio, telling them she is arriving at the scene. Alice's patrol car skids to a halt at the edge of the destruction, smoke rising from the pavement. Batman's heavy, horned helmet lies on the ground, discarded and scorched by the fire. Alice looks into the dark parking garage and sees a massive, unmasked man crouching in the shadows. "Holy," she whispers. The unmasked Batman lunges through the shadows with a heavy boop. Alice draws her weapon and aims it at him, screaming, "Freeze!" She yells at him to stop, threatening to shoot him as the unmasked vigilante struggles to his feet. The man looks back at her, his face battered and bloody. He simply tells her to do it and to go on. Alice hesitates, her hand shaking as she holds the gun on him. Her radio crackles, asking if she has any sign of him. She looks at the broken helmet on the ground and then back at the empty shadows. She reports that she has no sign of him. The TV news shows Roman, now calling himself Black Mask, addressing the city. He tells Gotham his name is Roman and begins a story about growing up on a pig farm. He explains that one of his jobs was killing the pigs with a captive bolt pistol, noting that most times it was just a quick thunk and they were down. Jim Gordon and Martha Wayne watch the broadcast. Roman continues, saying that sometimes a pig would have a spasm of joy instead of pain. It would moan and smile even with blood spurting from its head. Martha asks Jim what is going on. The TV shows a brain scan. Roman says he learned that this happened if the pin hit the hedonistic hub, the brain's pleasure center. Gangs are shown loading crates into a truck. Roman says this only happened if the pig didn't tense up, but just relaxed and accepted death. The screen shows various gang activities. Roman says the hub would flood the brain with total ecstasy in that final second. He tells Gotham that the big guys killed the world long ago. He knows that they keep everyone slaving away while their money makes more money, and they ride in private jets while the common people can barely pay bills. Roman asks why anyone would struggle to hold together a system that does nothing for them, doing the right thing just so the elites can do the wrong one. In his underground lair, Bruce stands next to a massive piece of machinery. Roman's voice asks him again, why? A close-up of a needle-piercing skin. Shh. Bruce grinds his teeth in pain. In. He is stitching his own wounds, letting out a string of curses. Bruce is shown from behind, his massive back covered in fresh wounds and old scars. He tells someone to stop glaring and set his arm. Alfred, dressed in a trench coat, asks if he has any idea what he's done. Bruce says he tagged Black Mask with a tracker. He asks Alfred to help him close his wounds, but Alfred tells him to go to hell. Alfred says he was a field medic and knows 100 ways to patch him up, but he will never help him again. He tells him goodbye and that whatever comes next is on Bruce's head. Alfred walks away, leaving Bruce alone in his dark workshop. Bruce looks down, his face a mask of exhaustion and pain. He pulls his shirt back on, declaring that he has had enough. Alfred disappears into the shadows. Roman tells the crowd that their dreams and ideals are dead. He says progress and truth are dead, and they should all just admit it and feast on the giant scraps. Jim and Martha watch from a dark street. Martha asks what is going on, and a worried Jim tells her to stay back. A crate opens to reveal fox masks and assault rifles. Roman says that since Batman turned down the invite, he is offering it to everyone else, with hundreds of millions up for grabs. Romin and his masked thugs stand on a platform welcoming Gotham to the party. The story ends with a "to be continued" label. A preview for a new Zatan na Zatanna story begins. It tells a fairy tale about a princess in a golden castle who had a gloomy shadow. She went to a village of magi who cast a spell to make her shadow rise, turning one princess into a sister of light and a sister of shadow. In the present day, Zatanna is in her dressing room preparing for a show. She recites a mantra about the tip of the tongue, the teeth, and the lips. Someone knocks, saying they are ready for her. She smiles and counts down. 3, 2, 1. A news anchor with short brown hair reports in front of a backdrop of flickering flames and the silhouettes of a rioting mob. She informs the viewers that the man identified as Moon Sion is dropping crates filled with masks and firearms across Gotham City. His goal is to incite the citizens to join his party Animals in a reign of violence. Waylon Croak Jones stands in his dark gym, gripping a wooden baseball bat over his shoulder while watching the broadcast. The news anchor urges everyone watching to stay inside and lock their doors as chaos erupts on the screen behind her. Waylon glares at the television, his face partially obscured by heavy shadows. He growls that the intruders picked the wrong gym. Identifying himself as the former AFC champ who has been hungry for a good fight for far too long. A figure in a tan coat stumbles into the gym, leaning heavily against the side of a boxing ring for support. A speech bubble from the shadows simply says that it is him, calling out to Waylon. Waylon drops his guard and rushes over, placing a massive hand on the man's shoulder to steady him. He asks in shock what happened to Bruce and if the party Animals were the ones responsible for his state. The man in the tan coat winces in pain, letting out an involuntary groan as Waylon tries to help. Waylon stares at him with wide, frantic eyes, stammering and asking why this is happening. Bruce Wayne looks up through his tangled dark hair, his face covered in bandages and bruises. He stares intensely at Waylon and declares that he is Batman, adding that he desperately needs Waylon's help. A group of 6 children pose together for a happy group photo in the woods. The title Absolute Batman, The Zoo, Part 6 appearing over the scene. The kids are smiling and laughing, completely unaware of the tragedy that awaits them in the future. Martha Wayne sits on the edge of a large sectional couch during a sleepover, looking down at the group of kids in their sleeping bags. She playfully calls them hooligans and asks if anyone needs anything before she turns out the lights. One of the girls, Celie Nuh, laughs as she lies in her sleeping bag, her eyes closed tight. She shouts for Eddie to shut up, clearly enjoying the playful bickering of the group. Eddie, wearing large round glasses, laughs hysterically while lying on his back. He retorts that everyone already knows that Celie Nuh and Bruce like each other, his face lit up with mischief. Martha smiles softly, her eyes drifting toward the light switch as she prepares to end the night. She tells them that on that note, it is time for the lights to go out. Suddenly, the silhouette of a stern man in a long coat appears in the doorway, clutching a handgun. He coldly repeats the word out, signaling a terrifying shift in the night's atmosphere. Martha turns around with a look of pure terror, her mouth falling open in shock. She softly utters a plea for mercy, realizing the danger her family and the children are in. The gunman raises his weapon, pointing the barrel directly toward the camera. The cold metallic surface of the pistol gleams in the dim light of the hallway. Young Bruce reaches out his hand in a desperate gesture, his face contorted in a scream of agony. He bellows for his mother, his eyes wide with the realization of what is about to happen. The panel flashes blood red as the sound of a gunshot echoes through the room. Martha's silhouette is shown being thrown backward by the impact, her arms outstretched as she falls. In a somber, blue-tinted scene, Bruce stands alone in the dark, his head bowed low in silence. The heavy shadows reflect the weight of the loss he has just endured. Bruce approaches Martha, who is sitting on the couch in the light of a single lamp, looking tired but alive in this sequence. He quietly calls out to her and she hushes him, telling him to get over to her side. Bruce curls up with his head in Martha's lap as she gently rests her hands on his shoulders. She looks down at him with a mother's love, providing comfort as a box of old photos sits on the couch beside them. Back in the present day, Jim Gordon and Martha stand on a Gotham street as people around them scramble for crates. A man in the background kicks another person aside, while a voice yells for them to stop locking the crate. Martha holds up one of the animal-style masks, staring through its hollow eye sockets. She tells Jim that the amount of money being offered through the system inside the mask is incredible. The perspective shifts to the mask's digital display, showing a red-tinted view of the crowd with various bounties listed. Robbery is worth $50,000, arson is $100,000, and murder is $250,000. The mask's targeting system locks onto James Gordon, labeling him as a high-value target for murder with a $1 million bounty. Martha tells Jim that he needs to get out of there immediately. A man with an assault rifle confronts Gordon in the alleyway, shouting for the old man to move. Gordon stands his ground, pointing his own pistol back at the gunman while frustratedly shouting Martha's name. Martha stares at Gordon with determination, still holding the mask in her hand. Gordon reminds her that she is a target, but she retorts that she is the deputy mayor and isn't going anywhere because they need to stop this. A silver subway train speeds along an elevated track against the backdrop of the Gotham skyline at night. A voice from inside the train asks exactly how close they are. Inside the train car, a woman named Rhea sits on the bench while looking at her phone. Her friend Julia, on the other end of the line, tells her it's just a few stops, but Rhea presses her for a more specific number. Rhea's phone screen displays a bright orange emergency alert for Gotham City. It states that a stay-at-home order is in effect immediately until further notice, and Rhea simply replies that it's fine. On the subway platform, a group of men wearing animal masks and carrying rifles stand ready. One man in a rabbit mask holds the train doors open, peering inside with a weapon drawn. Rhea stands up as she sees the masked figures through the train window, her expression turning to fear. On the phone, Julia's voice asks frantically what is happening. Rhea's face is gripped by panic as she looks at her phone, her eyes wide and her mouth open in a gasp. Julia tells her that she is hanging up to call the police and orders Rhea to stay inside. A man in a wolf mask and a long black coat steps through the train doors, holding a submachine gun. Rhea tries to speak, asking if he can hear her, but she is interrupted. The wolf-masked man grabs Rhea, his silhouette dark against a stark red background. Rhea lets out a muffled grunt of pain as her phone flies out of her hand and her purse slides off her shoulder. In the present, Ozzy's face is inches away from the camera, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage as he screams. He is furious that Bruce is actually Batman and demands to know why he never thought to mention it. Batman's cowl is shown in profile, his white eyes staring stoically forward. He calmly responds that he was only trying to protect Ozzy and all of their other friends. A small yellow plane flies through a dark, stormy sky as Ozzy continues his rant over the radio. He notes that the secret is out now, adding that Waylon wants to punch him, Harvey wants to arrest him, and Eddie claims he guessed the secret weeks ago. Ozzy is shown in the cockpit, wearing a headset and gripping the flight controls with a wild expression. He continues his tirade, saying he finds the situation absolutely absurd before spotting something and shouting, "There!" Batman stands in the open doorway of the lane, looking down at a large ship in the water below. He explains that Eddie's information suggested that while the main network is too big, the local servers on that boat can be blown up. Ozzy's eyes bug out in shock as he hears Batman's plan to use explosives. He repeats the words, "blow it," with a tone of utter disbelief and worry. Ozzy screams into his headset, warning Bruce that if he does this, he is completely on his own. He explains that he barely has enough fuel to get back to Gotham and cannot stay behind to save him. Batman glares forward, his jaws set in a hard line beneath his mask. He firmly tells Ozzy that he isn't asking him or anyone else to save him. Batman leaps out of the lane, his massive frame silhouetted against the vast blue ocean below. His cape flutters behind him like wings as he plummets toward his target. Batman's dark silhouette descends rapidly through the air, looking like a giant bird of prey. Below him, a sleek white yacht cuts through the water, unaware of the impending attack from above. On the deck of the yacht, a DJ with pink hair and a mask is focused on their turntable, talking about dropping a beat. They suddenly look up toward the sky with a confused, "Huh, as a shadow falls over them. Batman crashes onto the deck with a massive impact, shattering the DJ's equipment into pieces. A large explosion of sound and debris fills the panel as the DJ is sent flying backward. Batman looks up, his white eyes narrowing as he scans the area for threats. His bulky spiked armor looks even more imposing in the low light of the boat deck. A white storage bin sits on the deck, labeled with the words "Life Jackets" in bold red letters. It looks like a standard piece of safety equipment, but Batman has other lands for it. Batman reaches into the bin and pulls out a bundle of orange life jackets. He moves with purpose, ignoring the chaos around him as he gathers what he needs. Batman grabs one of the masked thugs by their pink head covering, pulling it back with force. He rams one of the life jackets under the thug's chin, causing them to let out a choked ack. The thug, now struggling to breathe with the life jacket forced around their neck, begs Batman to wait. They try to suggest that maybe they can talk it out, but Batman isn't listening. The view shifts to Batman's massive armored boot as he prepares to deliver a kick. The heavy treads of his footwear look designed for maximum impact. Batman kicks the thug off the side of the yacht, sending them tumbling through the air toward the water. The thug flails their arms, their pink outfit a sharp contrast to the dark sky. The thug splashes into the ocean, their mouth open in a cry for help. The orange life jacket Batman forced onto them keeps their head above the waves, even as they struggle. Another thug, wearing a helmet with a single large eye hole, lunges at Batman from the shadows. They scream that they are going to kill him, holding a jagged blade in their hand. Batman catches the thug by their pink hood, holding them at arm's length as they swing their knife wildly. The thug screams a profanity and threatens to cut Batman into pieces. The thug grunts as Batman hoists them up by their hood, their feet dangling off the deck. They suddenly change their tune, pleading with him to stop and claiming they are just a kid. Batman's face remains a mask of shadow, his white eyes showing no sign of mercy. He doesn't say a word, letting the silence and his sheer size intimidate the young attacker. Without hesitation, Batman tosses the kid off the side of the boat. The kid is shown in mid-air, already wearing a life jacket that Batman likely forced onto them before the throw. Batman delivers a powerful kick to another opponent, his armored leg sweeping through the air with incredible force. The impact is so great that it creates a blur of motion in the panel. The opponent falls toward the ocean, their figure shrinking as they plummet toward the dark water below. Batman has cleared the deck with surgical precision. A woman in a purple robe walks onto the deck, asking if someone named Kid-Do is out there. She stops in her tracks with a startled "oh" as she finds herself face to face with the hulking Batman. Batman turns his head toward her, his teeth bared in a grim, terrifying smile. The lighting highlights the sharp edges of his cowl and the intensity of his glare. The woman doesn't wait to be attacked. She quickly climbs over the railing of the yacht. She's shown in a purple dress, her long blonde hair flowing as she prepares to jump. She leaps from the boat, her robe fluttering behind her like a cape. Her shoes fall off her feet as she chooses to take her chances in the ocean rather than face the dark night. Batman stands by the railing, holding a couple of life jackets in his hand while his long, tattered cape billows in the wind. He watches the water, ensuring his enemies are accounted for. Down in the waves, the blonde woman swims toward a pair of orange life jackets that Batman has thrown into the water for her. She looks back toward the boat, her face filled with fear. In a flashback, Martha Wayne sits on the couch with young Bruce, looking through an old photo album together. Bruce leans in close and asks his mother what she is doing. Martha points to the pictures in the album, explaining that she is just organizing them. The photos show a toddler learning to walk and a young couple standing happily together. Martha looks down at a specific photo with a gentle expression on her face. She tells Bruce that this particular picture was taken right before he was born. The photo shows a younger Martha and Tom Us Wade, Tom Us having hair even longer than Martha's. Bruce reacts with surprise, noting how long his father's hair used to be. Martha smiles at the memory, confirming that Thomas was in a band called The Movements. She chuckles, admitting that she told him how corny the name was, and that they were both quite corny back then. The next photo shows a baby Bruce taking his very first steps toward the camera. Martha's voice points out that this was him finally learning how to walk. She turns to another page, showing the group photo of the 6 children in the woods from earlier. She sighs softly as she looks at the image of the happy group. Martha closes her eyes for a moment, resting her head against the back of the couch. She whispers that she absolutely loves this one particular photo. Bruce looks down at the picture, his expression turning somber. He tells his mother that his father took that photo on the morning of their class trip to the zoo. The scene shifts back to the street where Gordon and Martha are facing down the masked thugs. Bruce's narration explains that the photo was taken just before the shooting at the zoo began. Gordon shouts that they won't give up the masks. One of the thugs yells back that it's rich of Gordon to talk, blaming him for everything that has happened on his watch. He claims they are just trying to get something for themselves before the city falls apart. Martha shouts at the crowd, reminding them that they all saw Batman's feed and that Black Mask just wants chaos. She argues that he is using them for profit and that the only way to win is by refusing to play his game. A thug in a cat mask points a gun toward Martha, retorting that his game is all that's left for people like them. He tells them they should have been quicker if they wanted to stop the looting. Several masked thugs surround Gordon and Martha, checking the bounty values on their masks. One thug notes that Gordon and his deputy mayor are small time compared to the big bounties. The mask's digital display highlights Martha, Wayne, and James Gordon, both with a staggering $1 million bounty for murder. A thug excitedly shouts that they are each worth $1 million while Martha pleads with them not to do it. A sleek private jet sits on a runway at night, its engines glowing as it prepares for takeoff. A voice from inside the cabin commandingly orders that they must not take off. Inside the jet, Julie Pennyworth sits at a table, looking down with a pained expression. Her father, Alfred, stands behind her and tells her he will bring her back when it's safe, but he cannot risk her being in Gotham right now. Julia looks out the window at the distant city lights, her face filled with resentment. She quietly mocks her father's claim that he can't risk it, feeling abandoned by his decision. Julia turns to look at Alfred, her eyes narrowed with anger as she recalls keeping a bag packed as a child, waiting for him to take her on his adventures. She promises that if the plane takes off, he will no longer have a daughter. In the cockpit, the pilot asks Alfred if they have clearance and what his final decision is. Alfred stands silently in the shadows behind the pilot, his face showing a deep, inner conflict. The jet speeds down the runway, its tail lights blurring as it gathers speed. Alfred's voice finally comes through, ordering the captain to put the wheels up and get them out of the city once and for all. On the deck of the yacht, a thug wearing a dark, spherical helmet leaps toward Batman with a wild battle cry. Batman stands his ground, his bulky frame prepared for the incoming assault. Batman delivers a crushing kick to the thug's midsection, the force of the blow sending a shock wave through the air. The thug lets out a choked as they are nearly doubled over by the strike. The thugger's back against a wall, coughing and laughing blood. He taunts Batman, asking if he really thinks he can stop what's coming or stop them, promising to tell him a little secret. Batman doesn't give him the chance to speak, ramming his armored shoulder into the thug with a sound of splintering wood. The force of the tackle is immense, driving the thug back even further. The two crash through a wooden wall together, wood splinters and debris flying everywhere. Batman's dark form is a blur as he relentlessly pursues his opponent through the ship's interior. Two dark, spherical helmets roll across the floor of a room filled with server equipment. Batman's voice booms through the area, commanding the thug to go on and continue his story. Batman grabs one of the server units, holding it up like a massive shield or weapon. He bellows for the thug to keep talking, his rage finally boiling over as he prepares for a final blow. Batman delivers a devastating punch that shatters the thug's helmet with a loud crack. Blood spatters through the air as the thug's head is snapped back by the incredible force of the hit. The thug is sent spiraling backward, his body twisting through the air from the impact. Batman follows through with the punch, his entire body committed to the destructive movement. Batman and the thug crash through the floor, falling into a lower level amidst a shower of glass and metal. The area is filled with rows of small, square screens displaying the faces of Gotham's citizens. Batman looms over the fallen thug, his shadow stretching across the floor. He mockingly asks the man to tell him again how he doesn't matter, his voice dripping with menace. Batman stands triumphantly over his defeated foe, his fist raised high as he declares that he loves the feeling of fighting back. The thug lies broken at his feet, reaching up a hand in a futile gesture. Batman's massive gloved fist is shown in a close-up, blood-stained and clenched tight. He is a force of pure, focused destruction in this moment. Another close-up shows Batman's armored forearm. The sharp spikes on his gauntlets gleaming. The lighting highlights the grime and blood covering his gear after the brutal battle. One of the small screens on the wall shows a man's face, tinted red by the mask's interface. It is Romun Sion-Is, watching the events unfold with a cold, calculating expression. Batman stares directly into one of the cameras, his eyes burning with intensity behind his mask. He repeats that he absolutely loves this, his smile more like a snarl as blood drips down his face. Another screen shows an older man with a grim, disapproving look. This mystery observer remains silent, but his presence adds another layer of intrigue to the unfolding chaos. Batman challenges Roman directly, telling him to go on and continue his wans. His voice is a low growl, inviting the villain to do his worst. Two hands are shown gripping a pair of wooden handles connected by a thin, strong wire. It is a garrote, a weapon of silent assassination being prepared in the shadows. A thug in a skull mask screams for the fight to go on, his face a twisted mask of insanity. He seems to be reveling in the violence as much as Batman is. Batman is suddenly caught from behind as the wire of a garrote is looped around his neck. He grinds his teeth and strains against the pressure, his muscles bulging as he fights to break free. The thug holding the wire laughs manically as he pulls it tight, his arms straining with the effort. Batman is forced to his knees, his white eyes wide as he gasps for air. Batman lets out a choked ack as the wire bites into his neck, drawing blood. Martha's narration continues, noting that she knows the photo is from that day and that is why she loves it. A close-up of Batman's face shows him gritting his teeth in agony, the wire straining against his jaw. Bruce's internal voice simply states that he doesn't understand his mother's words. The flashback continues with Martha explaining to young Bruce that when things are rough, it isn't easy to believe you can make a difference or stay hopeful. She looks at him with a mixture of sadness and wisdom. The thug in the helmet laughs, revealing that his favorite thing wasn't when people loved his tricks, but when they fought and struggled right up until the very end. His mouth is shown as a jagged, dark opening. Martha looks down at the photo album again, explaining that her perspective is what she sees when she looks at those pictures. Her face is soft and contemplative in the lamplight. The thug continues his monologue, talking about the screen people make when they think they could win right before the final blow falls. Batman's face is shown in profile, blood running down his neck from the garrote. Martha and young Bruce lean their heads together in a moment of quiet connection. They both look tired and sad, the weight of their world pressing down on them even in this peaceful moment. The thug shouts that the shriek of a dying enemy is the best sound in the world. A cheek-cheek sound effect indicates that a weapon is being readied, likely a firearm aimed at the trapped Batman. Martha tells Bruce that his father was always at his most hopeful when it came to him. The group photo of the children is shown again, highlighting the innocence and potential that Thomas saw in his son. The thug asks Batman if the sound of his death will sound anything like a choom sound effect. He is moments away from pulling the trigger, his finger hovering over the firing mechanism. The thug lets out a long, high-pitched scream of IE as Batman suddenly reverses their positions. Batman is broken free and is now slamming his head into the thug's helmet, the force of the blow causing the glass to shatter. Back on the street, a thug notes that $1 million for each of them is real money. The mask's targeting system shows Martha Wayne and James Gordon as they stand in the alleyway, surrounded by enemies. In the present, Batman drags the defeated thug across the deck of the yacht, his cape trailing behind him. He calls the man a lunatic and promises that he is going to lose everything. Batman looms over the broken thug, telling him that everyone he loves will pay the price. He warns the man that he has no idea what he has started by coming to Gotham. Batman stands on the deck as a large splash is seen in the water behind him. He looks back over his shoulder, his expression unreadable beneath his cowl, as the yacht continues to burn. In the flashback alley, One thug says he can't cut down a woman and suggests they just kill Gordon and split the bounty. Another thug in a wolf mask tells Martu to get out of there before they change their minds. A young Bruce's voice is heard in narration, telling his mother that he keeps having nightmares where she dies. Batman is shown standing in a dark room filled with rows of glowing server towers. Martha refuses to leave, shouting that she saw their faces before they put on the masks. She tells them that if they shoot Gordon, she will make sure they pay for it when this is all over. Gordon looks at Martha in shock, his pistol still aimed at the crowd. He asks her what she is doing, clearly terrified for her safety as the thugs begin to lose their patience. Martha screams that if they are killing Gordon, they might as well start with her. She tells the thugs that they are better than this, her face contorted in a mix of rage and desperate hope. In the server room, Batman reaches up to his belt with a soft ping sound. Martha's narration continues, stating her belief that she will die one day, but not today. A thug in a cat mask raises his shotgun, saying he is sorry as he pulls the trigger. The chick-chick of the weapon being cocked sounds like a death knell in the quiet alleyway. A massive explosion rocks the yacht, a giant boom, filling the panel with fire and black smoke. The ship is engulfed in flames, reflected in the dark water of the harbor. Back on the couch, Martha tells Bruce that while she will die one day, it won't be for a long, long time. She tells him it's okay and offers to take the scary photo out of the album if he wants. A hand reaches into the album, pointing to the photo of the kids. Bruce's voice simply says no, indicating that he wants the memory to remain, no matter how painful it might be. Young Bruce looks up at his mother with wide, surprised eyes. He tells her to leave the photo in, his face showing a newfound sense of resolve as he stares at the images of his friends. The digital mask display shows a system failure as it tries to identify Martha. The bounty is reset to $0, and the red tint begins to fade as the technology malfunctions. In the server room, Batman's silhouette is shown as an explosion of sparks and wires erupts around him. Martha's narration says she will leave the picture in, and Bruce replies that he's going back to bed. A group of thugs stand in the alley, their masks now dark and lifeless. One of them asks hum, while another notes that the mask's power and connection are completely dead. The thugs look at Marta and Gordon with confusion, one of them asking if this means there is no more money to be made. The power shift has completely changed the dynamic of the confrontation. A dark silhouetted figure is shown falling through the air or water. Martha's voice tells Bruce to sleep well, her words a stark contrast to the dark and violent imagery. Martha delivers a powerful punch that knocks one of the thugs to the ground with a loud crack. Gordon stands behind her, looking on in surprise as his deputy mayor takes charge of the situation. Martha hugs Gordon as the thugs lie defeated on the ground around them. Her narration explains that Bruce has every right to be angry or afraid after what he went through, but that's not who he is. A dark piece of cloth, perhaps a cape, flutters down through the dark. Martha tells Bruce that he wears his pain like a damn cape, using it to define his mission and his identity. Batman is shown standing on top of a bridge or high structure, his tattered cape billowing behind him. Martu notes that he works every day to stop bad things from happening to anyone else. Batman dives into the water below, his figure a dark silhouette against the blue depths. Martha's voice explains that this is how you win against the nightmares, always and forever. An old yellowed poster shows a cartoonish bat with a smile along with the text, "Bats live long lives." It looks like a remnant from a simpler time, now out of place in the dark city. Alfred Pennyworth, his hair gray and his face lined with age, pulls Batman from the water and onto a rocky shore. Batman is unconscious and his armor is severely damaged. Alfred grunts as he hauls Batman's heavy frame up the shore, telling him that if he is sticking around Gotham, then he is sticking around too. He refuses to leave his friend behind. Inside a P-Lane or mobile base, Alfred works on a laptop while Batman lies on the floor, his chest piece shattered. Alfred tells him it's time to get him patched up. The credits for the issue appearing at the bottom of the panel. In the epilogue, a monstrous, fleshy mass sits in a high-tech chair, its eyes glowing yellow. And it informs him that Sionist is reporting a small snag in Gotham, and the figure coldly replies that he is aware. The monster's hand is shown, long and pale with dark veins pulsing beneath the skin. He declares that it is finally time to begin the next phase of their plan. A skeletal hand reaches out from the shadows, the monster ordering his subordinate to go and get Bane. The words "to be continued" appear as the issue ends on this chilling note. A teaser for Absolute Martian Manhunter shows a dark hand holding a glowing blue coin or ring. The text explains that one must look for identifiable patterns to make sense of the world. A massive, fiery explosion fills the panel, throwing debris and heat in every direction. The narration notes that people seek patterns to make the world feel less random and chaotic. A close-up of a blue-skinned man with glowing red eyes shows him staring blankly forward. The text defines the word stochastic as simply meaning something that is random and unpredictable. The blue-skinned man lies on the floor as colorful clouds of smoke swirl around him. He wonders how he knows about the poor trapped things that light themselves on fire just to escape their cages. A view of a suburban house is shown at night, its yellow windows glowing in the darkness. The man narrates that he is driven by his house 3 times without recognizing it, despite living there for a year. Inside the kitchen, the man talks to his wife while she chops vegetables for dinner. He admits that he thinks something is really wrong with him and that he might be going crazy. The man hugs his wife from behind as she continues her work, their silhouettes dark against the green wall. He asks if there's no vacation, and she confirms that there is none. A kitchen knife lies on a pile of colorful, amorphous shapes that look like clouds or foam. The man recalls memories of living music dancing in light and waves of quantum foam gently lapping against his mind. The man's wife tells him that the monsters at work at least let him come home before midnight for once. She adds that their son Tyler is still up in his room. The man enters his son's bedroom, which is filled with colorful posters and toys. Tyler is sitting at his desk, and his father asks what he is working on so late at night. The man leans over Tyler's shoulder, smiling as he looks at the clay figures his son is making. He asks if the figures are supposed to be him and Tyler's mother. Tyler holds up 2 of the clay figures, which have simplified, slightly eerie faces. The man praises his son's work but asks where he is and where Tyler has put his daddy. Tyler and his father both look toward a dark, silhouetted figure that has appeared in the room. The figure's hand is reaching out toward them, its features obscured by the deep shadows. A green Martian figure with a single red eye on its forehead stands in the center of the panel. Its arms are outstretched, its hands bright red as it seems to reach toward the viewer. The man lies in bed next to his wife, staring up at the ceiling with wide, unblinking eyes. He admits that he stays awake all night, trying desperately not to think about his past. A blue hand reaches out toward a swirling cloud of colorful smoke. The man narrates that he tries not to think about the smoke or the terrifying things that might be waiting for him inside it. A close-up of the man's face in the dark shows his eyes starting to glow with a faint blue light. He is trapped in his own thoughts, unable to find any peace in the quiet night. The man turns his head to look at his sleeping wife, his expression one of deep longing and sadness. He feels like a stranger in his own home, separated from the life he is living. He looks back up at the ceiling, his face once again lost in the shadows. He is haunted by his true nature and the memories of his home planet that continue to plague him. A text box asks the viewer if they have ever tried not to think of something. It is a simple question that highlights the struggle the man is going through as he tries to maintain his human identity. The final panel shows the man standing on his balcony at night, a trail of glowing green smoke rising from his hand. His wife lies awake in bed, staring into the dark as the text notes that the secret is all he can think about. In a prologue set in Tanzania, a close-up shows the bright eye of a green bird. The narration states that they are headed to the land of ice, a mysterious destination far from the tropical forest. A white Jeep drives along a dirt road to a vibrant green jungle with purple mountains in the distance. A young boy asks his father if they can stay down here a little longer, but his father notes they aren't much farther now. Inside the Jeep, the father tells his son Victor that there is so much to see inside the glacier. He explains that the ice on the mountain holds more life than the entire rainforest, and that Victor won't believe his eyes. Young Victor stares out the window, his eyes turning bloodshot as he starts to feel unwell. His father notices his distress and frantically asks him what is wrong as the Jeep continues its journey. In present-day Gotham City, a narrow alleyway is shown during a snowfall. 4 dark silhouettes stand at the end of the alley, while lit candles and flowers are placed on the ground in a makeshift memorial. The four silhouettes are revealed to be Eddie, Harvey, Waylon, and Oz-Z. Waylon asks who wants to start speaking, and Harvey suggests that Oz-Z should go first, since he knew their friend the best. Oz-Z retorts that the man was crazy and that Harvey is the one who should speak, since he talks for a living. Harvey begrudgingly agrees, calling Oz-Z classy as he prepares to share his thoughts. Harvey lights a match, the small flame illuminating his gloved hands. He explains that when he thinks of his friend, he thinks of the game, an old neighborhood ritual they used to play when they were kids. A match is shown in midair flying toward an open matchbook on the ground. Harvey explains that whoever hit the matchbook got to choose which kid would have to do a dangerous dare, like stealing or buying illegal fireworks. The match lands perfectly in the matchbook, causing a small spark. Harvey notes that Mitchell Matches Mulone was a master at the game, but the funny thing was that he always chose himself to do the dare. Waylon scoffs, repeating that Matches was crazy and calling Harvey a show-off. He then asks if anyone knows how Matches was doing recently, his tone becoming more serious. A match flies through the air in a graceful arc against a dark blue background. The silhouettes of the friends continue their conversation, their faces hidden by the falling snow. Ed D mentions that he heard Matches was on the up and up after his last stint at Blackgate Prison. Harvey sadly agrees, saying he was always doing well until he suddenly hit rock bottom again. Another match is shown flying through the dark sky. The conversation continues in the background, the friends trying to piece together the final days of their lost companion. Waylon's massive silhouette stands against the snow as he asks who saw Matches last. The group is silent for a moment as the weight of the question hangs in the air. A lone silhouette stands in the alleyway, looking down at the memorial. He quietly admits that he was the last person to see Matches, and the others realize that the speaker is Bruce. The scene shifts to a week ago, showing a massive bridge under construction in Gotham. Bruce's journal entry explains that the city feels strange and that the streets look less familiar every day under the new martial law. Bruce walks through the city, passing groups of police officers outfitted with high-tech gear. He notes that Mayor Hill has issued a 10 p.m. curfew and that the police are on every corner, watching everyone. Two GCPD blimps fly through a cloudy sky as birds circle overhead. Bruce writes that even the weather feels dangerous, and that his friend Pennyworth advised him to lay low, but all city construction has been halted. Bruce looks out over the water toward a distant Iceland where a massive facility is being built. He notes that something big is happening and that he can feel it all leads back to that place. The facility is identified as Arc M, a massive black site being built right off the coast of Gotham. Cranes and scaffolding dominate the horizon, creating an ominous and industrial landscape. Bruce's determined face is shown as he resolves to get on the private construction crew for Arc M. He explains that a company called JK is building it, which is why he is headed to the El Ute Bridge at 5 in the morning. Bruce meets Matches Mulone on the bridge in the early morning light. Matches is surprised to see him, asking if it's really Bruce as he approaches with his hands in his pockets. Matches has messy red hair and a tired expression as he greets Bruce. Bruce explains that he asked Matches for help getting onto the Arc M crew 2 weeks ago, and Matches finally reached out this morning. Bruce shakes Matches' hand, but Matches looks nervous and tells him to walk with him. Matches seems spooked and anxious, his eyes constantly darting around the area. The two walk along the bridge, Bruce noting that Matches is worried about being followed. Bruce wears a medical cast on his arm, explaining that it was Pennyworth's idea for him to bring no gear in case of a fight. Bruce looks at Matches with an intense, focused expression. Matches tells him that he got the work papers for the crew, but he has done Bruce one better. Matches reveals that he has spent the last week on the Arc M crew, working inside the facility itself. He has a flame tattoo on his neck and heavy bags under his eyes, looking exhausted from his time there. Bruce stops and shouts at Matches, asking why he would do something so dangerous. Matches just shrugs, telling Bruce that he knows it is just how he operates, always sticking his own neck out. Bruce looks down with a grim expression, telling Matches that this isn't a game. Matches agrees that it isn't fine because that place, Arkham, is something completely different. Matches explains that he has been to his share of nasty prisons, But Arkham is next level and beyond anything he has ever seen. He reveals that they are already putting people in there and that the facility is fully operational. Matchez reaches into his jacket and pulls out a small blue device, handing it to Bruce. He tells Bruce not to be mad and that he's going back in tomorrow to get more information. Bruce looks Matchez in the eye, his anger softening. Matchez tells Bruce that it's truly good to see him and that he misses the old days, noting that he wouldn't have done this if he didn't want to because he owes Bruce. Bruce asks, "For what?" But Matchez suddenly begins to stutter, unable to find the words. He starts to sweat profusely, his eyes wide with a sudden and terrifying realization. Matchez's eye is shown in a close-up, the pupil dilated with fear. Bruce calls out his name, noticing that something is horribly wrong with his friend. Suddenly, hundreds of tiny, bloody holes begin to open up all over Matchez's face. He tries to speak, but only a wet, gurgling sound comes out as blood spatters from his skin. Bruce screams in horror as Matchez's hand erupts into a bloody mess, blood spraying everywhere as his skin literally dissolves. A wet sound effect fills the panel as the gruesome transformation continues. Matchez falls to the ground in a pool of his own blood, his body mangled and unrecognizable. Bruce stands over him in shock, a single, horrified "no" escaping his lips. Bruce stares down at his friend's corpse, his face pale and his eyes wide with trauma. The reality of Matchez's death is starting to set in, and the scene is one of pure, unadulterated horror. A loud clack sound echoes through the air as a security drone appears behind a fence. A nearby jogger stops and raises his hands in fear, shouting for the machine to wait. The blue device Matchez gave to Bruce lies on the ground next to his bloody, pitted hand. The screen is cracked, and blood is starting to pool around it. Bruce turns and runs away from the scene, leaving Matchez's body behind. Matchez's face is a horrifying mask of bloody holes and wide, dead eyes, a testament to the biological weapon that killed him. A wall is covered in old newspaper clippings and 2 red movie tickets for a film called Breathless. In the center is a photo of Matchez, smiling with the same smirk Hervé mentioned during his speech. Back at the memorial, Bruce tells the others that whoever killed Matchez used some kind of biological weapon. He reveals that there are leads in the man's phone and promises that he will find the person responsible. Wei-Wen looks down at the memorial, his face hidden in shadow as he mutters a curse. Gordon notes that the police report was wrong, and Bruce confirms that the official story is a lie. Hazy asks if that's really all Bruce wants to tell them, his tone skeptical. He seems to sense that Bruce is hiding even more information about what happened on the bridge. Halsey continues, reminding Bruce that they all thought he was dead after he dove out of a plane dressed like Nosferatu. The friends are clearly frustrated by Bruce's secrecy and his dangerous lifestyle. Bruce turns to leave, his face obscured by the falling snow. He tells them that he didn't mean to worry them, but he has to go now, his tone final and cold. Wei-Lun grabs Bruce's shoulder, refusing to let him leave. He shouts that they aren't going anywhere and that they are going to talk about this and about Batman right here and now. Batman is shown gliding over the rooftops of Gotham, his cape fully extended. Bruce's journal entry explains that Matchez's phone contained a video showing people crying and screaming in a windowless titanium cell. Batman uses a grappling hook to swing through the city as Pennyworth calls him from London. Pennyworth tells him that he has information, and Batman replies that he is listening while flying through the air. Pennyworth is shown on a small video screen, asking Bruce how his arm is, and if he is resting it. Meanwhile, Batman is being chased by several flying police drones that are firing lasers at him. Batman grumbles about the loud noise of the drones and demands the information. Pennyworth explains that the substance that killed Matchez isn't a biological weapon or a virus, but a rare bacterium. Drones fire at Batman, the sound of their shots ringing out as Tinkenkump. Pennyworth notes that there is no record of the bacterium at the WHO, and that it seems to be something completely unknown to modern science. Batman swings away from an explosion, asking where the bacterium could have possibly come from. The scene is one of high-speed action and neon-lit danger as he evades the GCPD drones. Batman crashes through a construction site, telling Pennyworth that he will be back in a few days to talk more. He asks Pennyworth to do 2 things. turn down the radio, and take care of himself. A police officer suddenly spots him and shouts for his partner to get him. Batman's cape sweeps over a police officer who is caught completely off guard. The officer tries to draw his weapon, his face filled with shock at the sudden appearance of the Dark Knight. Batman knocks two officers aside with a single movement, sending them and their hats flying. He moves with a grace and power that makes the trained officers look like amateurs as they groan in pain. A GCPD blimp shines a red searchlight down into the dark city streets as Batman hides in the shadows of a building. He notes that since he doesn't have a radio, he's hanging up on Pennyworth now. Batman looks up toward a massive building with a going V-Corps sign on its side. He knows that this is the headquarters of the company building Arc M and the key to Match Ez's death. Back at the memorial, Bruce stands silently as snow continues to fall. He tells his friends that there is nothing left to say and that he should have kept them all apart from his dangerous life. Harvey and Eddie confront Bruce, reminding him of all the time they spent together training, studying, and just living their lives. Eddie notes that it looks like Bruce did keep them all apart from his life as Batman. Bruce shouts, "Enough," and tells them to look at what happened to Match Ez. He is terrified of losing any more of his friends and is determined to push them away for their own safety. Ozzy speaks up, saying that they all know why Match Ez was the way he was. He seems to be suggesting that they all have their own reasons for being involved in Gotham's dark underbelly. The group photo of the children is shown again, with a focus on a young, smiling Michelle Malone. It is a reminder of the bond they all shared before the city and their own choices tore them apart. Wayland tells Ozzy that it's time to deal with the situation and lay all their cards on the table. They are tired of the secrets and the lies and want Bruce to be honest with them for once. Bruce's dark silhouette stands firm as he tells them to get out of his way so he can get back to work. He is unwilling to compromise his mission, even if it means losing his closest friends. Bruce enters the V-Corps building dressed as a city engineer, carrying a briefcase and wearing a green jacket. He explains that the top of the building is heavily surveyed, so he left Batman in the pipes and entered as a nobody. Bruce stands in a massive teal-colored room with a large desk and a glowing wall of ice behind it. He wonders what could possibly be happening in this building that requires so much power. Bruce looks at the wall of ice, which contains the frozen remains of a woolly mammoth. The ancient creature is preserved in incredible detail, its tusks and fur visible through the frozen slab. Another section of the ice wall shows a saber-toothed tiger, its jaws open in a frozen snarl. Bruce is surrounded by the remains of extinct creatures, all perfectly preserved by V-Corps technology. Bruce reaches out to touch the ice, which also contains a prehistoric-looking beetle. The scale of the collection is breathtaking, and Bruce can't help but feel a sense of awe and dread. A voice from behind Bruce tells him that the creatures are all real, if that's what he was wondering. Bruce turns around, his face a mask of neutral professional curiosity as he meets the speaker. A man in an orange jumpsuit with a Gore logo steps out from a doorway. He explains that the mammoth is from the Yukon, the tiger from Siberia, and the beetle from Chile, calling the collection Need. The man identifies himself as the director of V-Corps and welcomes Bruce, who introduces himself using the alias Mr. Biss, Pennyworth. The director notes that keeping the specimens intact during transit was the hardest part. The two stand by a large window overlooking the Gotham skyline at sunset. Bruce notes that the view is beautiful, and the director offers him a tour, mentioning that Dr. Freeze and his wife collected many wild specimens. Bruce asks if the doctor and his wife still manage things at the facility. He is trying to gather as much information as possible while maintaining his cover as a city engineer. The director looks at Bruce with a strange bee-like expression. He slowly replies that Bruce could say they still manage things, his tone suggesting a much darker reality beneath his words. The director reaches out and presses a glowing green button on a control panel with a soft click. The action seems to trigger a change in the room, and the tension begins to rise. The wall of ice slides open to reveal the frozen bodies of an older man and woman, their arms linked as they stand in a cryogenic chamber. The director identifies them as his parents and says that he is their son, Victor Jr. Bruce stares at the frozen couple in silence, his mouth slightly open in shock. The sight of the perfectly preserved bodies is both fascinating and deeply disturbing, and Bruce is at a loss for words. Victor Jr. explains that it might seem extreme, but this is what his parents wanted given their shared love of the ice. He looks up at them with a sense of pride and reverence that is chilling to behold. Bruce asks what the mission of VCOR actually is, noting that city records contain almost no information about their work. He is trying to uncover the connection between this facility and the death of Matches. In a series of broken panels, Victor Jr. explains his family's history and their belief that the ice held wonders. He tells Bruce that his parents funded their research with Guar to preserve themselves until cures for their deaths existed. He also reveals that he was diagnosed with a rare terminal disorder as a boy and was frozen to save his life. Back at the memorial, Wayland points a finger at Bruce, warning him to mark his words. He tells Bruce that if he walks away now, he is surely going to die, but Bruce remains unmoved by the threat. In the VCOR lab, Bruce tries to stay focused, telling himself to look for anything that could help while Victor is distracted. Victor stands by the ice wall, noting that they told him it wouldn't hurt and that the world would be a better place when he woke up. Victor Jr. raises his hand, showing his skin, which is covered in dark branching veins and has a blue icy tint. He whispers that the ice was not at all what his parents thought it was. Bruce looks down at a petri dish containing the ancient bacterium that Pennyworth mentioned. He wonders if there is a direct link between this substance and what happened to Matches on the bridge. Bruce's face is shown in a close-up, his expression one of intense concentration. He is starting to put the pieces of the puzzle together, and the danger he is in is becoming more apparent. A close-up of Victor Jr.'s profile shows his jaw unhinged and his teeth bared in a silent scream. His skin is unnaturally white and covered in a network of blue veins, looking like a block of ice itself. Another view of the bacterium shows the tiny, rod-shaped organisms swimming in a blue liquid. Bruce narrates that perhaps the question isn't where the bacterium came from, but when it originated. Victor Jr.'s glowing red eyes fill the panel as he explains that he felt everything during his time in the ice. He screams that the ice isn't grace, but is instead pure fury and reckoning. In the alleyway, Wayland's silhouette looms over Bruce as he tells him he's already dead. The friends are at a complete impasse, their relationship seemingly broken beyond repair by Bruce's mission. In the lab, Bruce looks at Victor Jr. with a look of pure disgust and anger. He realizes that Victor is the one who killed Matches, and that the ice has birthed a true monster right in the heart of the city. Victor Jr. lets out a blood-curdling scream as he lunges toward Bruce, his body a mass of blue ice and glowing red energy. His hands are transformed into jagged, icy claws as he yells that they are going to the land of ice together. The issue ends with Victor's frozen hand clamping down over Bruce's face, a final "to be continued" appearing on the page. The frame opens with a stark geometric view of a ceiling grid against a cold, pale blue sky. In the freezing snowfall, a silhouetted figure points a stern finger warning Bruce not to even think about running. The scene shifts to a hunched, muscular figure with glowing blue veins coursing through his dark skin, standing beneath the industrial skylight. A hand reaches out to grab the shoulder of a shadowed man in a cap, taunting that there is no getting out of this situation. The blue-veined giant towers over a fallen person, his foot pinning a brown boot to the floor near a metal grate. On the ground, a pale-skinned man with a textured face lies helpless, his hand reaching out as the giant stands over him. The title Absolute Zero appears in massive, blocky letters, framing a close-up of two bloodshot eyes with piercing blue pupils staring through the text. In a dark, cavernous laboratory, a thin, blue-veined figure drags a limp body across the floor toward a glowing cryogenic pod. Victor Freeze, his skin mapped with glowing blue lines, stands over his captive and suggests they get him ready, calling him Mr. Pennyworth, or whatever his name is. The captive lets out a pain choke, his teeth gritting as Freeze's hand clamps tightly around his throat. The captive's face is a mask of agony. His eyes squeeze shut as he tries to curse at his captor, his words cut off by the pressure. Freeze places a finger to his own lips, shushing the struggling man and telling him to take it easy as the blue veins on his hand glow with cold intensity. The captive's face goes slack, his mouth hanging slightly open as he falls into unconsciousness. A narrow view shows Bruce Wayne's eyes snapping open, his pupils constricted and his sclera filled with broken red capillaries. Bruce finds himself vertically strapped into a high-tech medical rig inside a glass cylinder, uttering a weak question as to what is happening. Freeze stands at a nearby console, his gaunt vein back to the camera, telling Bruce he hopes he enjoyed his rest because there will be no sleeping in the ice after all. Freeze glares over his shoulder with a singular, glowing blue eye set in a blood-red socket, coldly stating that the pain won't let him sleep. Bruce looks around the dark room, seeing rows of similar cryogenic pods holding Gotham's wealthiest citizens, while Freeze explains that members of the Powers family and the Gates came here at the end of their lives believing the ice was an escape. A close-up of Bruce's sweat-streaked face shows his eyes darting upward as Freeze continues, saying the wealthy thought they would find everything fixed and forgiven on the other end. Freeze's veined hand reaches for a heavy industrial lever on a control panel, his voice echoing that the ice isn't salvation, but the memory of everything they want to forget. With a metallic click, Freeze slams the lever down and declares that this is vengeance. Freezing liquid erupts inside Bruce's pod, submerging him as a jagged red scream effect fills the background. In the snowy silhouette of the past, a man in a cap raises his hands defensively, shouting at an aggressor not to make him hurt them. The aggressor, phalanxed by other shadowed figures including one with a question mark cane, retorts that if he leaves now, he is no better than Matches was, prompting a confused curse from the man in the cap. The man in the tracksuit smears that it means he is a coward, and that Batman is a coward too. A tight silhouette of the man in the cap shows his brow furrowing as the snow falls around his face. The man in the cap suddenly lurches forward, letting out a grunt as he is struck or shoved from behind. A massive psychedelic splash page shows Bruce's face contorted in a scream as red-tinted memories of Gotham City, a snarling bat, a smoking gun, and a skeletal figure swirl around his head. Narrative boxes describe every single cell shrieking and the lack of room for any thought but agony. Back in the snowy silhouette, the man in the cap grunts again, his head bowed against the storm. He stands up and challenges the tracksuit-wearing man, asking if he's still a coward. The other man replies that Ozzy told them how he went at Black Mask, jumping on a boat with no way off. The man in the cap demands to know the point of the story. A sudden blow connects, represented by a pained gasp from the target in the darkness. The man in the tracksuit stands over his opponent, coldly noting that the mission against Black Mask was a suicide mission. With a violent motion, the tracksuit man kicks the other man into the snow, finishing his thought by saying that this mission is a suicide mission too. This complex layout intercuts Bruce drowning in the cryogenic fluid with memories of a young redhead boy named Matches, a man running toward a burning building, and a hand reaching out in the snow. The text boxes describe the liquid getting colder, his heart pumping faster, and the realization that his father died because he went back to be the last one in the door. In the present, Freeze stands before a wall of glowing computer monitors, his body a skeletal lattice of blue light, as a voice asks how he did it. A monitor displays a diagram of a bacterium as Freeze explains it died off 100,000 years ago and is untraceable, acting as a marker in his snowfall. A speaker on the wall crackles as an employer praises the upload of genetic profiles for over 92% of the city, then asks if anyone gave him trouble over the Malone man. Freeze smiles thinly, his face illuminated in red and blue, replying that no one worth mentioning bothered him. He adds that Malone was a nobody and he doesn't expect anyone else to come knocking. A massive pink letter C appears, vibrating with energy. A massive pink letter H follows, shadowed and heavy. The letter A follows, jagged and dark. A massive letter N finishes the sequence. A massive letter K appears as the final part of a thunderous knock-knock, revealing Batman bursting into the room in full armor. Freeze recoils, his face blue and skeletal, his red eyes wide as he mockingly asks Batman what he is doing here. Batman pulls back a heavy fist, a glowing heating element on his wrist, and growls that he heard Freeze likes pain. A close-up shows Batman's determined eye as a thermal blade ignites from his gauntlet with a burst of sparks. Freeze lunges with elongated, spindly limbs, his movements a blur as a narrative box notes he is fast and that Batman's body temperature is dangerously low, making his blood feel like slush. Batman swings his heated blade, carving a glowing orange line through the air as the narration advises him to slow the monster down. Freeze screams in agony as a spray of steam and ice shards erupts from his body where the heat connects, the text noting that ice is woven directly into his fibrous muscle tissue. Batman skids across the floor, his cape billowing like tattered wings as he tries to hide his hypothermic shivering. A close-up of Batman's narrowed eyes shows him focusing through the cold fog, resolved to weaken his opponent. Batman prepares his next move. Crouching low as Freeze's spindly, blue limbs whip through the red-lit air around him, the narration urging him to go for the nerve bundles. Freeze leaps through the air, his body contorted and glowing blue against a deep magenta background as electrical sparks dance on his fingertips. Batman uses a grappling line to maneuver, trying to maintain the pressure and not let the monster get the upper hand. A massive blue-veined hand suddenly clamps over Batman's mask, completely obscuring his vision. Freeze slams Batman through a yellow wall with bone-shattering force, the word crack erupting in the background as debris flies everywhere. Batman slumps against the broken red wall, steam rising from his armor as he notes to himself that his rotator cuff is shot and 2 ribs are splintering with every breath. In the snowy past, a silhouetted man reaches down to pull up his fallen comrade, telling him they aren't done yet. Batman struggles to his feet in the lab, his silhouette dark against the glowing monitors, as he weakly asks Freeze if that is all he has got. Freeze's face is split by a horrific toothy grin as he laughs that Batman seems to love pain too. Freeze gestures to the rows of frozen bodies in the pods, telling Batman he is in good company here. Freeze steps forward, his glowing blue veins standing out against his black lower body as he simply says, "See?" A long panoramic shot shows a line of frozen skeletal figures with glowing red eyes staring out from the darkness. In the snowy past, the silhouetted man leans in and asks Bruce a chilling question. "Do you want to die?" The lab's drainage pipes begin to spew a thick, pale blue cryogenic mist across the floor. The silhouetted man repeats his question, calling him Bruce and asking again if he wants to die. A black screen with a green narrative box asks if that is all Batman is. Just a boy standing outside a door at the zoo. Batman stands in a red-lit doorway, looking into the darkness as the narration describes a skittering sound and Freeze, telling the prisoners that Batman is here to save them. A horde of pale, emaciated creatures with glowing red eyes suddenly swarms out of the shadows toward the caped crusader. Batman delivers a crushing punch to one of the creatures, its jaw shattering in a spray of blue fluid as the narration wonders what happens next. In the past, the silhouetted man stands before a glowing fire, telling Bruce that his father didn't want to die, and it wasn't his death that made him a hero, but his life. In the present, Batman tears through the swarm, his hands covered in blue ichor as he realizes the creatures are literally falling apart in his grasp. A single lit match falls through the dark, snowy air of the memory. Batman is buried under a pile of the pale creatures, their glowing eyes and grasping hands overwhelming him. As the narration notes they keep coming like they want him to, the lit match lands in a box of others, igniting the small, warm flame. The silhouetted men in the past stand before a massive, fiery wall that spells out FWOOOSH, one of them saying that living is the hard part. A stylized graffiti mural of a man's face surrounded by flames looms over the silhouetted group in Crime Alley as they talk about being survivors who don't let the city crush them. Batman's mask is gripped by a pale, 3-fingered hand as a narrative box repeats the question one more time. A close-up of a young man's face shows him staring up into the orange glow, eyes wide with the reflection of the question. "Do you want to die?" Freeze shouts from the red doorway, urging Batman not to give up because he is right there. Batman heaves himself up, casting the creatures off his back as his internal voice whispers that he does not want to die. Batman leaps through the shattered red wall toward a blue opening, his voice a defiant roar of number. In a massive, explosive splash, Batman bursts through the side of the building, debris and yellow liquid spraying into the cold night air as the command to live echoes. High above the city, Batman swings from a glowing yellow sign on a skyscraper, a trail of smoke and sparks following his path. He skids down the side of the building, his cape trailing behind him like a dark shadow against the bright, neon-lit skyline. He dives headfirst into the urban canyon, shards of glass from the building's facade raining down around him. His grappling lines sink deep into the concrete with a sharp metallic sound, stopping his descent abruptly. As he hangs suspended against the blue night sky, His comms activate, announcing that he has reached Croc's phone. Batman's face is bruised and grimy as he pants into the communicator, calling for Wei Lun and warning him that there is something bad in the snow. The scene shifts to the exterior of Croc's gym, a worn brick building in a dark urban landscape, while a narrative box thanks Bruce for being right. Wei Lun Jones, a massive man in a gray hoodie, walks toward his home carrying a brown paper bag full of groceries. As he reaches the door, two men in trench coats and sunglasses emerge from the shadows, asking if he is Wei Lun Jones. Wei Lun turns his head, his expression wary, as he starts to ask if he can help them. Suddenly, a gloved hand clamps a chemical-soaked rag over Wei Lun's mouth, cutting off his speech. Wei Lun collapses to the pavement, unconscious, surrounded by the four mysterious men in suits. One of the men kneels and plunges a high-tech injector into Wei Lun's leg. A man checks a handheld scanner displaying Wei Lun's vitals, confirming that he is a perfect specimen. A man in dark sunglasses and a suit adjusts his tie, coldly ordering his team to take him to Argem. The grocery bag lies abandoned on the empty sidewalk, a few spilled apples and a red stain on the ground marking the site of the abduction. In bright metropolis, a giant humanoid shark wearing a pink dress and octopus tentacles for a skirt declares that the city will soon become Shark-Obolis. Supergirl stares her down with a fierce, determined gaze, her blonde hair whipping in the wind as she simply says, "Nah." Supergirl effortlessly hoists the massive princess shark over her head, telling her she just needs to cool off a bit. A full-page profile introduces Kara Jor-El, the last survivor of Argo City, flying over the ocean with Crypto the Superdog. Narrative boxes explain her history and how she is now searching for her next adventure on Earth. Supergirl and Crypto fly toward a massive fortress made of jagged blue ice crystals rising from the Arctic tundra. Inside the fortress, Supergirl walks past advanced computers while Streaky the Supercat watches from atop a lab table. She warns the cat not to swipe the shrunken city of Condor off the table. A close-up shows Supergirl sliding a golden band onto her finger, thinking that she can't forget the yellow ring of Norcon so she doesn't lose her powers inside the bottle city. She dives headfirst into a beam of light above the Condor bottle, telling the dog and cat to sit tight and not fight while she is gone. Supergirl shrinks as she enters the city, her stomach churning from the microwave miniaturization tunnel. Below her, a high-speed runaway train careens off its tracks with a loud crash. Landing on the nose of the crashing train, Supergirl tells the panicked citizens to stand clear because she's got this. Suddenly, a massive red-furred beast with glowing blue eyes and sharp fangs bursts through the top of the train, worrying. Supergirl recognizes him, asking where and how he got out and telling everyone to run. The beast smashes through a stone pillar with its massive claws as Supergirl flies toward it, pleading with Laron that she knows he remembers who she is. A red-headed girl in a green dress looks up in terror as the ceiling above her begins to crack and crumble under the weight of the beast's rampage. Supergirl grits her teeth, realizing the situation is worsening and telling the girl to hold on. The terrified girl screams as a massive block of stone falls directly toward her, the scene ending on a cliffhanger for the next issue. A wide shot shows a tall, brutalist hotel building in the neutral territory of Alagab Bialya. Inside the building, a long hallway is heavily guarded by men in black suits and sunglasses armed with assault rifles. In a private lounge, a general and a diplomat sit across from each other. The general speaks of the loss of his family in previous wars, while the diplomat apologizes, stating that today they honor the lost by saying enough. The two men stand and shake hands, discussing how Kondak and Kurak will no longer be enemies, but partners who will nationalize the pipeline and silica mines to heal their lands. As they walk toward a set of louvered doors, the general thanks Omar, saying peace is his legacy. Omar replies that it is their legacy and that a century of war is finally over. Suddenly, Omar stops, looking down at the general's boots. He notices a fresh splash of blood on the floor and asks about the bloodshed. From the shadows behind the door, a massive figure with glowing green tubes and a dark mask looms over them, simply saying, "Hello." The massive figure is Bane, his sheer size filling the room as he crashes through the doors. He mockingly asks the gentleman to forgive the interruption as the general stares up in shock. A close-up shows the general and Omar cowering as Bane's shadow falls over them. Bane admits he was genuinely elated when he heard whispers about these peace talks. Bane leans closer, his mask a skull-like grimace. He says he was crushed to hear about their breakdown when one of them betrayed the other in this very room, killing him and plunging their countries back into war. With cold malice, Bane asks which one of them it was again. The general screams in defiance, asking if Bane thinks he can threaten them and shouting that this situation is bigger than him. Omar stares up in silent terror as Bane looks down at him. Bane's gloved hand suddenly clamps around the general's throat and lifts him off the floor like a rag doll, cutting off his words with a muffled choke. Bane's fingers dig into the general's head, crushing his skull as the man tries to plead for his life. A sickening crunch follows as a spray of red blood covers Bane's hand and the general's neck. Bane drops the lifeless body, a pool of blood spreading on the floor in the stark red light of the room. Bane turns to the terrified diplomat Omar and tells him that later today, he will give a speech declaring an escalation of operations, noting that his employers know this might be difficult to accept. A terrifying close-up shows Bane's glowing red eyes as he tells Omar that his employers really believe in his leadership skills. Bane leans his face inches from Omar's, whispering that he believes in them too. Bane looms over the small man, quoting an ancient king named Sargon of the Akkadi Dun Empire, saying there is no real legacy in treaties. Bane's phone begins to buzz in his hand. He quotes Sargon, saying that peace is just the pretty pictures we draw over the ever-warring stars, and tells Omar to use that in his speech. Bane answers the phone, telling the caller to forgive him as he has to take this. He hears the location, Gotham City, and simply says he is on his way. In a dark alley, Batman looms over a group of thugs he has just incapacitated. The narration notes that he was supposed to lay low. One of the thugs grunts and groans in pain, clutching his broken body on the pavement. The narrative box explains that Pennyworth returned from his trip to find Bruce acting like a man possessed. The entrance to Croc's gym is shown barred with yellow police tape and chains, noting that Waylon Jones has been missing for 2 weeks. In that time, Batman has been waging a constant war on Gotham's underworld. An ambulance with flashing red and blue lights speeds toward Gotham Hospital. A tight shot of Batman's snarling face shows his teeth bared in a primal rage as Pennyworth thinks about how he wants to tell him to stop, but knows better. Batman delivers a brutal kick to a mobster, the text explaining that no one is spared from the remaining Maroni and Falcone families. The impact of a punch is shown as a silhouette against a magenta burst of light. Batman's armored fist is shown clenched and ready for the next strike. A line of ambulances is backed up at the hospital entrance. Last night, Batman took down so many criminals that the hospital actually ran out of emergency vehicles. The bodies of thugs are strewn across a crime scene, illuminated by the harsh pink glow of emergency lights. Inside the hospital, a team of doctors and nurses rushes a patient on a gurney down a hallway, shouting that more people are coming in. The narration notes that the criminals even started using ride chairs to get their wounded to the ER. Another gurney is pushed rapidly through the hospital, a limp arm dangling over the side as medical staff call out for help. Batman stands in the middle of a street littered with the unconscious bodies of his enemies, his cape tattered and his posture aggressive. A grainy image shows an end ferrying the injured to the hospital in a rickshaw, a sign of the absolute chaos in the city. The imp on the bicycle pants as he pedals, cursing Batman under his breath. A lone skyscraper towers over the Gotham skyline, as Pennyworth recalls asking Bruce what he will do when he runs out of enemies. Officer Gordon's daughter is in her kitchen, taking a plate of food out of the microwave and telling her father she will call him back before her second shift. She turns around suddenly, hearing a voice call out for Officer Gordon. She stares into the shadows, her eyes alert and suspicious as she grips her tablet. A low buzz sounds as she draws her pistol, pointing it toward the dark corner of the room. She demands that whoever is there get down on the ground, her voice trembling slightly as she sees a familiar cowled silhouette. Batman stands in her office, surrounded by newspaper clippings about his own vigilante activities, and simply tells her that he needs her help. A police car drives through the gate of the abandoned Gotham Zoo under a dark, moonlit sky. The officer steps out of the car and calls out to Batman, asking if he's there. She looks around the graffiti-covered grounds, holding a file folder in her hand. Batman drops from the shadows, looming over the officer and demanding to know where he is. The officer holds her ground, asking him why she should help him, and noting that he is acting fast. Batman replies that he needs help because Waylon is his friend, but the officer wants to know why he chose her specifically. Batman looks her in the eye and tells her it's because he has seen her in action and she is a good cop, then pleads to know who took his friend. The officer looks down and sighs, revealing the truth. Apparently, it was the police themselves. Batman crouches on top of her police car, reading the file she gave him, and shouts in disbelief, asking where they took him. The scene returns to the darkened gym, where a group of people is seen through the crack in the door. Selina Kyle, or Catwoman, shouts in anger, asking why they would take Waylon to Arkham and for what reason. The group, including a bruised Bruce and Harvey Dent, lean over a table covered in documents. Harvey explains the file, says he broke city lockdown, but it makes no sense. A narrative box adds that Gotham Municipal has already claimed his property under eminent domain. Selina glares at a bearded man with an eye patch, demanding to know who he is and why Bruce brought him. Bruce tells her to take it easy on Oz, and then looks to the bearded man, calling him Pennyworth. Pennyworth leans over the table, explaining that as far as they know, there are 12 arcs like this around the world. He adds that they are functionally black sites, and there are rumors of abominable things happening inside them. Batman stares intensely at the lands, stating that they need to get Waylon out immediately. Ozzy asks how this is all happening so fast when the groundwork for Arkham was only laid months ago. Harvey replies that whatever this is, it has been in the works for a long time. Harvey shows an old photograph of a hospital on an island, explaining that it burned down in the 1930s and J.K. Industries bought the land. Batman studies a set of blueprints, as Harvey notes that private records show they have been working on the site ever since, and the new structure still uses the old piping and ventilation. Batman points to a section of the blueprints, saying he thinks he has a way in, but he will need Eddie to provide cyber support to knock out cameras and alarms. Eddie, or the Riddler, looks offended behind his round glasses, muttering that the request is insulting. Batman tells the group that once he gets Waylon out, they need to keep him safe. Harvey offers to get witness protection to hold him in Metropolis, out of reach. Ozzy explodes in anger, slamming his hand on the table and mockingly suggesting they all move to sunny Metropolis, asking Bruce if he hears how crazy he sounds. A silhouette of a past conflict shows Batman smashing through glass as someone demands to know his point. Batman glares at the group, his face shadowed, telling them they all wanted to be honest with him and get in on the action. He steps closer to Ozzy, snarling that this is Batman they are talking about. Ozzy backs down, placing his hands on Bruce's shoulders and trying to calm him, saying he was just saying the PLN is crazy, not that they shouldn't do it. A news broadcast on a television screen shows Mayor Hill announcing that the city will remain under curfew as the police force partners with private agencies. A man and a woman watch the screen from a dark office, the woman asking what private law enforcement even means. She tells the man, who is revealed to be Jim Gordon, that he has to get back out there because he was a good policeman. Jim turns his head, his face illuminated by the TV light, and tells her that he lost the election, and it's all over. The woman, revealed to be Martha Wayne, continues packing a box, insisting they need another office because this isn't their Gotham anymore. Jim looks at her sadly, explaining that when he said it was over, he just meant his time in the leadership chair. He tells her that for the last decade, she has had his back, and it's past time he had hers. Jim steps closer to Martha, saying he's not running for mayor and asking what is next for Martha Wayne. The scene shifts to a romantic moment as Bruce and Selina kiss on a bed that is completely covered in stacks of cash. Selina touches Bruce's face, calling him a softie and saying that this moment is nice. A sudden loud knocking at the door interrupts them, shaking the frame with a series of loud bangs. Selina snaps into action, her eyes wide with alarm as she tells Bruce to grab the cash and head for the back window immediately. Bruce, only in his boxers, presses himself against the door to hold it shut while someone outside shouts for him to open up. He peeks through the peephole and scoffs, realizing it's just Waylon outside. Selina sits up on the bed, clutching her robe to her chest, and sarcastically asks Waylon if he knows about texting. Waylon pushes the door open, shouting that news this big doesn't fit in a text and that he finally got it. Bruce grabs Waylon in a massive bear hug, celebrating that his friend got the fight he wanted. Selena sits on the bed with a cat nearby, laughing with relief and asking what fight he is talking about. Wei Lun explains that he got a title shot against the champ, Beboski, and he wants Bruce to train him for the match. Bruce looks skeptical, telling Wei Lun that he works with a dozen guys better than him and asking why he would choose him. Wei Lun gets serious, telling Bruce it's because he's his best friend, and asking if he's on Team Croc. Bruce smiles and agrees that he is on Team Croc, prompting Wei Lun to strike a boxing pose and shout "Chomp!" Suddenly, a loud thunk sounds as Wei Lun stops mid-sentence, a confused and slightly pained look on his face. Wei Lun's jaw drops as he looks down at the bed, asking Bruce if that is actual money they are sitting on. Batman is submerged in dark water, his armored head silhouetted against a pale green light. He crouches in a metal drainage pipe, checking his gear while Pennyworth's voice asks if he is all right. Pennyworth's face is shown in close-up as he closes his eyes and wishes Bruce good luck. Batman pauses for a moment, simply replying with a quiet thanks. He swims through the flooded tunnels, a trail of bubbles following his powerful strokes as he moves deeper into the facility. He surfaces in a dark, vaulted chamber, confirming that his communications are active. Batman swims toward a massive dark wall, his small figure dwarfed by the scale of the underwater environment. He darts through a maze of glowing waterways, his internal voice noting his rapid progress. In less than an hour, Batman surfaces in a main cavern, his masked head barely visible above the water. 30 minutes later, he reaches an old access shaft, a dark silhouette against the cavern wall. Pennyworth's face is illuminated by green computer monitors as he guides Batman up past dead ends and bad junctions. Batman climbs higher into the facility, reaching the main pipeline, which he calls the Throat. As he fools himself into thinking the mission will actually work, he hangs from a pipe, using a heated tool to cut through the metal, while Pennyworth warns him that he is too low for the entry point. Batman insists he can see the lights, but Pennyworth counters that according to the blueprints, he is still 100 meters below the prison. Batman peeks through a metal grate into a massive glowing chamber and whispers in shock that he is looking at the real Ark-M. A spectacular wide shot shows Batman perched on a girder, overlooking a gargantuan underground city built into a prehistoric cavern. Batman spreads his cape and glides down into the cavern, while Pennyworth's internal monologue describes a sudden flash of guilt for not warning him earlier. Pennyworth looks at a file, thinking about what he learned in England about the bigger terrible thing that is happening in Gotham. Batman lands silently on a walkway, confirming to comms that he is inside the facility. Pennyworth thinks about how he should have talked to Bruce, because he knows exactly what it's like to be in that position. He looks at an old photo of himself and another man, thinking about the brothers in arms you think you can save, only to find you can't. The photo shows two soldiers, one with a beard and eye patch, as the narration speaks of seeing allies become strangers or enemies. Batman walks through a dark hallway, unaware of the cosmic scale of the war he has entered, one with no rules and no end. Pennyworth's face is shadowed as he reflects on a conflict that is ancient as stone and fresh as baby's blood. He looks at a schematic of a man hooked up to glowing green tubes, thinking about the moment you finally understand what you are up against. Batman stands in a dark room, calling out for Pennyworth and asking if he is still there. He grows impatient, swearing as he tells Pennyworth to come in because he doesn't know what he is looking at anymore. Batman stands before a massive exhibit, the complete skeleton of a giant, winged bat-like creature mounted against a pale blue background. Batman looks up at the skull of the ancient beast, as Pennyworth's internal monologue describes the fear in his own voice for the first time. A close-up reveals the monstrous teeth and empty eye sockets of the skeletal beast, which Pennyworth calls a god. Pennyworth's face is a mask of grief, as he thinks that no one is ever there with you in this moment, and that Batman is truly alone. Batman is suddenly alerted by a sound. Turning his head as a massive green tube filled with red fluid snakes into view behind him. A massive shadowed figure with glowing red eyes appears behind Batman, simply saying hello. The figure delivers a crushing blow that slams Batman into the floor with a thunderous thud. The attacker is revealed to be Bane, his massive frame hooked up to tubes of green chemical. He mockingly tells Batman it's okay and to go on. Batman's face is grimy and battered as he glares up at the giant from his hands and knees. Batman lunges forward with a roar, the word "Thum" vibrating as he strikes out at his massive opponent. The sound of a brutal impact, Shrek fills the frame as a bladed weapon connects with flesh. Bane stands unshaken, his glowing red eyes fixed on the Dark Knight as he coldly says that Batman can advance now. Batman lets out a primal scream of rush as he throws a powerful punch toward Bane's face. Bane effortlessly catches Batman's fist, mockingly noting that his Muay Thai technique is nice. With a sharp metallic ping, Bane strikes Batman's armored elbow with 2 fingers, finding a weak point. Batman recoils in pain, his arm going limp as he realizes his armor has been compromised. Bane stares him down, telling him it's alright to focus because he still has another arm. Batman doesn't hesitate, throwing another heavy punch with his remaining good hand. Bane uses another precise 2-fingered strike, which he calls a Sun-Tu-Kan maneuver, and notes it was a smart move. The word Doom appears in massive letters as Bane delivers a devastating kick that sends Batman flying across the room. Bane towers over the fallen hero, telling him to look at him and to pay attention. He mockingly notes that Batman still has his legs, encouraging him to keep fighting. Batman spits out a curse, his face bloodied, but his spirit still unbroken. He lashes out with a high kick, which Bane identifies as Savat, calling the move impressive. Bane blocks the kick and counters with a massive punch that connects with a sickening walk sound, sending a spray of blood into the air. A streak of dark blood spatters across a red background, marking the severity of the hit. Batman is on his knees, panting heavily as he asks if that is all Bane has, claiming he only needs one leg to kick his ass. Bane looks down at him, chuckling that he hasn't even used his chemical enhancement yet, but he is happy to show Batman what it does. A close-up shows the green liquid in Bane's tubes becoming clouded with red blood as the system activates. The chemical mixture begins to foam and glow with a sickly yellow light inside the tubes. A tight shot shows Bane's massive muscles bulging and twitching as the drug enters his system. His veins swell and throb with a dark, pulsating energy as the transformation takes hold. Batman stares in horror as his opponent's power grows to monstrous proportions. The red-streaked green fluid courses through the tubes at high pressure, flooding Bane's body with strength. Bane's neck and back muscles erupt in size, tearing through the fabric of his clothing as his skin turns a bruised, mottled color. The giant's head snaps back, a horrific grin spreading across his face as the chemicals take full effect. Batman, now looking tiny and fragile on his knees, stares up at the Titan and asks in a hushed whisper, "What are you?" Bane towers over Batman, lifting his unconscious body with one hand and declaring that his name is Bane. He welcomes Batman to his new home and tells him to get ready for surgery. In the vibrant past of a different world, a white dog named Crypto sits happily in the cockpit of a red and blue rocket ship. 2 Kryptonians, Jor-El and Lara, watch from a control room. Jor-El notes that Crypto is the perfect test subject, while Lara hopes the dog isn't worried. Crypto tilts his head curiously, looking at the screens through the glass of his small craft. The dog lets out a happy yawn, completely unaware of the mission's gravity. Jor-El speaks into a microphone, telling Crypto he's a good boy and that they will be right there on the monitors with him. Lara begins the countdown, noting all systems are showing green for the first crewed launch of prototype Alpha 3. The rocket launches with a massive crack-thum or more, soaring above the futuristic spires of a Kryptonian city. A close-up shows Crypto looking out in wonder. Lara watches the telemetry, telling Crypto he's doing great as the speed and angle of attack remain within expectations. Crypto watches his owners on a monitor inside the ship as Jor-El announces that they are approaching atmospheric escape. The ship bursts through the atmosphere into the star-filled void. Lara celebrates that everything is working perfectly and that for the first time in years, there's hope. Crypto barks happily as the ship flies through space, a narrative box declaring that there is hope on Krypton. The small rocket streaks through the dark expanse of space, leaving a glowing green trail behind it. Crypto curls up in his seat and falls fast asleep, his journey seemingly peaceful. Suddenly, a series of red error warnings flash across the ship's control panel, waking the startled dog. Back on Krypton, Jor-El and Lara stare at their monitors in panic. Jor-El noting the ship is rapidly moving off course despite the thrusters appearing normal. The rocket is drawn toward a massive, swirling purple vortex in space, which Lara identifies as a rogue wormhole as the scene fades to a promise of continuation. The cover features the legendary Superman in a fierce battle against the Darkseid Legion. He flies forward, muscles tensed and eyes glowing with raw power as he prepares to strike down his mechanical foes. In the corner, the announcement for DC All-In promises that this is the essential next chapter in a saga beginning this July. The scene shifts to a quiet residential area as the word June appears, marking the passage of time. A brick building stands tall against a hazy, yellowish-green sky. Inside the doorway, Jim Gordon tells Martha Wayne that it's only been a few days, suggesting that maybe things aren't as dire as she thinks. Martha, wearing sunglasses even indoors, stands firm and retorts that he is her son and she knows him better than anyone. In the shadows, she leans in close, her voice trembling with a mother's intuition as she whispers that something is deeply wrong and she can feel it in her soul. The setting abruptly changes to a clinical, dark environment where a doctor's lips are seen near a recording device. She clinically announces the beginning of the doctor's log, reporting on test subject 27. A clipboard rests on a tray of surgical tools, with notes detailing that the sedated male stands at 6 foot 9 inches and weighs 421 pounds. The log notes that 6 staff members were required to carry him in, resulting in at least one back injury among them. The notes further reveal that removing his costume triggered several homemade booby traps, causing numerous injuries to the handlers. A metal tray holds a collection of sharp, blood-stained implements and a small electronic device. These are the traps stripped from the subject, evidence of a mind prepared for capture. The doctor's notes continue over a shot of a heavily bandaged hand, stating that once the subject was fully stripped, scans revealed further contraband hidden within his very body. Subject 27 lies face down on a cold slab, his back covered in surgical bandages. The list of confiscated items is staggering. Fear gas pellets, acid, explosives, sedatives, hallucinogens, a full lockpick kit, blow darts, and various blades hidden in fingers, knuckles, and toes. Most shocking is the mention of a large, spiked, collapsible war club extracted from his person. From a high angle, the subject looks small against the vast, dark floor of his containment cell. The doctor records that he remains under heavy sedation and all data suggests he will be incapacitated for at least 48 hours. The doctor closes her eyes as she speaks into the recorder, flatly announcing the end of the log before a sharp click signals the device turning off. Despite the heavy sedation mentioned, Subject 27's eye suddenly snaps open. He is awake far sooner than the experts predicted, and his gaze is full of intent. Still nude and vulnerable, the massive man pushes himself up from the cold floor. He moves with a predatory grace despite the surgical wounds covering his back. He stands in the center of the tiled room, looking toward a small drain in the corner. Mechanical grabbers hang from the ceiling, currently inactive but ready to restrain him if needed. The subject stares directly at the camera, his dark hair falling over one eye. His expression is one of cold, focused determination as he prepares his next move. The heavy metal door of the cell stands before him, a seemingly insurmountable barrier between him and freedom. The subject reaches into his own mouth, his fingers prying at something hidden behind his teeth. With a grimace of pain, he pulls a thin, sharp needle out from his gums, trailing strings of bloody saliva. This was the one piece of contraband the scans missed. He inserts the improvised lockpick into the tiny slot on the wall. It is a delicate, precise motion for a man of his size. The door slides open, and Subject 27 steps out into the dark hallway beyond. He is a mountain of muscle, and he is finally loose. He pauses in the doorway, his silhouette cast against the dim light of the facility. He scans the area, checking for guards or automated defenses. Suddenly, a sound of rushing air passes through the hall. The subject reacts instantly, his hand snapping out as he senses something or someone nearby. He exhales a short, sharp breath, staying low to the ground to keep his profile small. Every muscle in his body is coiled like a spring. He sprints through the massive industrial complex, passing under giant pipes and machinery. Heavy rhythmic thuds echo through the facility as he runs for his life. He reaches a sign indicating he is on level 246, the site of the Hellfern experiment. He doesn't slow down, pushing deeper into the facility. The doctor's log resumes, her voice narrating over the subject's movement. She clinically notes the start of the log as the subject moves through the shadows. The subject continues his trek, leaning against a wall for a brief moment of support. The log reports that the subject has escaped his environment and is currently at large. The sign for the Hellfern Project fills the frame. The doctor notes that initial visuals placed him in the southwest complex. The subject stops before a gargantuan, pulsating organic mass covered in tubes and sensors. It looks like a giant heart or a brain, a terrifying result of the facility's experiments. He pushes past a door labeled Transmutation and Plasticity. The log mentions that current sweeps have him somewhere in this sector. The subject stumbles into a dark area, his skin glowing faintly in the eerie light. The doctor suggests he is possibly en route to the KLAY biome. He finds himself surrounded by strange, reaching wooden limbs that resemble twisted human hands. He looks around, wary of the environment. A voice rasps out from the darkness, a pained whisper stating that it hurts. The subject looks down, his brow furrowed in concern or confusion. His bare foot steps onto a floor made of distorted, screaming faces and limbs. Another voice groans that it hurts so badly, the words trailing off into a hiss. The subject is suddenly grabbed by the reaching wooden hands. He struggles against the grip, yelling for them to get off him. From the shadows, a deep voice says hello again. The subject's eye widens in shock. He recognizes the figure standing before him, whispering the word "you" with realization. A massive gloved fist slams into his face with a violent impact. The subject is caught completely off guard by the sheer force of the blow. The massive figure of Bane stands over the unconscious subject, his muscular frame dwarfing the fallen man. The doctor's log notes that Subject 27 has been apprehended by the Prime and will need a stay in the infirmary before being returned to his environment. Bane leans down close to the subject's face, his red-lensed eyes staring intently. He tells the unconscious man to keep trying, adding a chillingly polite, "Please." The scene shifts to a bright city street during a sunny day. A man encourages his companion, yelling for him to keep going because he's got this. In a cozy room, a group of friends sits on a couch watching a fight on TV. One man points out that the big one getting into the ring is Bibbo. A young man on the end, looking skeptical, mutters that Bibbo isn't that big. On the television screen, Bibbo delivers a devastating cross to his opponent's jaw. The announcer's voice is full of excitement as the punch lands. Back on the street, the two men are training hard. One of them is Waylon, working through a difficult exercise as his partner watches. The broadcast continues with the shot of the fallen fighter. The commentator exclaims that someone needs to stop this before something terrible happens. The two men on the street are now sprinting with everything they have. The companion yells for Waylon to dig deep and push through the fatigue. Back on the couch, the young man points at the screen, noting that Bibbo's left is not as fast. His friend disagrees, saying that it actually looked pretty fast to him. The scene shifts to a gym where Bruce is spotting someone on the bench press. He shouts with intensity, commanding the lifter to get the weight up. A fighter on Teffy yells that he is coming for Bibbo. Below, another shot shows a muscular man standing victoriously, cited as the most brutal win in 20 years. The group on the couch continues to lounge, bottles scattered on the table. The young man scoffs that the fighter isn't that tough, but his friend tells him to shut up. The month of Julie arrives. A sign on a door identifies the office of the district attorney for the city of Gotham, Harvey Dent. Inside, a pair of hands are clasped tightly together on a desk. A voice pleads, noting that it has been over a month and begging for help. Harvey Dent sits across from Martha Wayne, his face full of regret. He swears that the DA's office is doing everything it can. Martha stares at him with burning intensity, her voice sharp as she asks where her son is. She repeats the question, demanding to know where he has been taken. Deep in the facility, bats hang from the ceiling of a cave-like corridor. A bright light glows from an opening below them. Subject 27 is back in a cell, huddled over and looking defeated. His hair is messy, and he appears exhausted from the constant cycle of capture. The doctor's lips are seen again as she begins another log entry. Her tone is as clinical and detached as ever. The subject is shown 45 days into his stay. He sits alone in a white-tiled cell. The log states that after his encounter with Bane, He remained combative for a while, even cleaning guano from the floor. However, by day 20, he became docile and despondent, eventually refusing to eat until a feeding tube was inserted. A medical bag of dark fluid sits on the floor with a tube attached. The doctor reports that the subject has barely moved since, even when staff enters to clean. From behind, the subject's head is bowed low. The doctor concludes that he has finally fallen into total submission, a state the staff has been waiting for. 3 medical staff members in masks and gowns enter the cell, believing the subject is no longer a threat. The doctor announces the end of the log as they approach. The staff nears him. The subject's eye opens slightly. There is a glimmer of a payolan in his gaze, proving that his submission was nothing more than a ruse. The subject explodes into action, delivering a powerful kick to the head of one of the staff members. The doctor's log quickly updates, noting that the staff's diagnosis may have been premature. The subject stands over his fallen captor. The log admits that his docility was likely performative, an act designed to let him prepare for another aggression. The subject's bandaged face is shown as he lets out a silent war cry. The background is a solid bloody red, emphasizing the violence of the moment. A close-up shows his bandaged hand, where several small, sharp objects are protruding from between his knuckles like claws. He stands in the middle of the room, holding one staff member as the others back away in terror. The log reveals that the subject extracted several of his own teeth to use as weapons. A close-up shows the bloody, sharp teeth he has fashioned into knuckle blades. He is willing to mutilate his own body to gain an advantage. One of the staff members, his eyes wide with horror behind his mask, begs the subject to hear him out. It is a desperate plea for a mercy he won't receive. The subject stands tall, the feeding tube still hanging from his stomach. The doctor notes that he also managed to adjust the tube for his own purposes. He holds the end of the tube like a weapon, spraying a stream of dark liquid. The log states he used it to gain access to his own raw stomach acid. A staff member screams in agony as the acid hits his face, his skin blistering instantly under the corrosive chemical attack. In the final stage of his escape, the subject stands over a guard by a toilet. The log explains his most impressive feat. He collected guano and urinated on it for weeks to create a highly flammable compound similar to gunpowder. A loud explosion rocks the facility as the subject uses his homemade bomb to blow a hole in the wall of his cell and escape once again. The massive organic mass from earlier is now split open, smoke and debris filling the air. The subject sprints away from the wreckage, refusing to be caught. He runs down a long, dark corridor, his silhouette disappearing into the shadows of the facility's lower levels. He pauses for a moment, bent over and panting heavily. The strain of the escape is beginning to show on his exhausted frame. He looks back down the hallway he just traversed. The facility is a labyrinth of lights and darkness, and he is its only occupant. He throws his head back and screams into the dark, telling his captors to go to hell and asking if they can hear him. He continues his run, moving through a section where strange blue particles fall from the ceiling like rain. From a high angle, he looks like a tiny speck in the facility. The log states that sensors picked him up heading north through the strange corridor, but he soon dropped more explosives to obscure his tracks. His silhouette is shown leaping through the air against a background of red and yellow stripes. He is moving with frantic, desperate energy. He climbs up a vertical shaft, his hands gripping the metal bars with iron strength. The log reports that he has now fallen off all scans. He continues to climb, a lone figure in a dark, bottomless pit. He is a master of navigating the shadows. He reaches a high ledge and pulls himself up. The doctor's log notes that he is currently at large again. The subject enters a new area that resembles a dark, eerie forest. The trees are twisted and tall, casting long shadows over the floor. From a high angle, we see him standing at the edge of the forest. The scale of the facility is truly immense, containing entire ecosystems. He leans his head back and shouts a greeting into the woods, his voice echoing through the silent trees as he looks for any signs of life. He crouches down, his head bowed in exhaustion. He has bags under his eyes and a weary expression, but his resolve hasn't broken. He leans against a tree trunk, closing his eyes for just a second. He is a man pushed to his absolute limit. Suddenly, a horrifying face formed of bark and roots appears in the tree next to him. It has glowing orange eyes and a mouth full of jagged wooden teeth. The subject is yanked backward by vines that wrap around his throat and limbs. He lets out a strangled grunt of pain as he is pinned to the tree. From a distance, we see him surrounded by glowing red figures in the woods. The log notes that he might have gone toward the Isli ecosystem. A skeletal red creature emerges from the shadows, whispering the word out. It looks like a corrupted human being, its skin raw and muscle exposed. The creature's face is a mask of horror as it tells the subject that the Green wants out. Its eyes are hollow pits of purple light. The monster's jaw unhinges, and a mass of twisted vines and roots erupts from its throat. It screams a command for the subject to let them out. Just as the monster is about to strike, a massive black-gloved hand reaches from the darkness and grabs its head. A deep, familiar voice says, "Hey there." Bane easily crushes the creature's head, the bloody remains dripping through his fingers. The log notes that Subject 27 has been apprehended by the Prime again. The subject's eye is shown in extreme close-up, the reflection of Bane visible in his pupil. The log concludes that he will need another extensive infirmary stay. Bane raises his fist against a red, streaked background. He tells the subject that he is so close and begs him not to give up, his words accompanied by a rhythmic, thudding sound. The scene shifts to a different time and place. A woman with short curly hair and goggles on her head adjusted her headphones. She whispers for Bruce to get up, her voice urgent. In a dark room, a woman stands with a gun pointed at Bruce, who is sitting calmly in a chair with a cat on his lap. She tells him it's time to go, but he dismisses her, saying he can't tonight. She stares at him with frustration, arguing that their target is a corporate-owned triplex, where the bathroom art alone is worth more than his entire place. She adds that the girls have already disabled the alarm. The two figures are shown in silhouette, leaning in toward each other. Bruce insists that he can't go because he needs to watch more reels of Bibbo. The woman sighs, telling him he has to tell Waylon the truth. Bruce looks down, his face in shadow. He asks what he should tell him, that he doesn't have a chance. He says it would crush his friend. The woman counters, asking if it would be worse than what Bibbo will do to him. She crouches in an open window, ready to leap out into the Gotham night. She tells him that cheering his friend on in a death spiral isn't true friendship, and insists he tells him the truth after they finish their job. The month is now August. In a public building, Martha Wayne approaches a man, pleading for him to just look at a picture of her son again. The man dismisses her with a wave of his hand. Martha looks down sadly as she staples a flyer to a wooden post. She muses to herself that she doesn't know why she picked this specific picture, as it doesn't even show his eyes. A close-up of the flyer shows a missing persons report for Bruce Wayne. He's wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses. Martha continues her thought, saying that he has big, beautiful blue eyes. Back in the facility, Subject 27 is on the floor hacking and coughing violently. He looks like he's in the final stages of physical collapse. The doctor's face is shown partially in shadow as she begins a new log entry. Her expression is unreadable, but her voice is steady. The subject's hand lies on the tiled floor, the veins glowing with a sickly green light. The doctor notes it is day 91, and the subject shows remarkable resilience, surviving the full cycle unlike the 26 before him. The silhouette of a man hunched over in pain is shown. The log reveals that there were several moments when they thought he would die, especially during his brainstem insertion. But he always recovered. The doctor continues her report, stating that as of this recording, all the subject's sutures and grafts are holding. His vitals are currently stable. The back of the subject's head is shown, where green vein-like grafts spread out across his scalp. The doctor states that his body is ready and all that remains is for his spirit to surrender. He reaches up to touch the back of his neck, his body a map of surgical scars and biomechanical enhancements. The log mentions that the staff is excited, believing he has finally been broken. The subject's face is gaunt and pale, his eye bloodshot. The doctor notes that Bane, referred to as the Prime, is more judicious and has suggested testing the subject one more time. The subject stands in the dark room, looking up at a heavy, spiked armored suit hanging from the ceiling. It looks like a dark, mechanical version of a Batman costume. He turns away from the suit, walking into the corner of the room. He mutters a quiet request for them to just leave him alone. He repeats himself with more force, his voice cracking as he tells them once again to leave him alone. He is curled into a ball on the floor. From the shadows, Bane's voice commands him to stop it, telling him that it's over. He asks if the subject gets it yet, taunting him with the idea that there is no winning. The armored suit hangs prominently in the foreground, while the subject remains a small broken figure in the background. Bane's presence is everywhere. A close-up of the armored Batman mask shows its cold, soulless features. It is a shell, waiting for a pilot. Subject 27 remains huddled on the ground, his back to the world. He looks like a man who has lost everything. A final close-up of the mask's eye reveals nothing but darkness. The test is beginning, and the subject's fate is about to be sealed. The heavy-armored Batman bursts forward, a whirlwind of smoke and debris. He is a juggernaut of metal and fury, charging into battle. He sprints through the facility, passing the organic masses seen earlier. The heavy rhythmic thuds of his boots echo through level 2146. He runs past a sign indicating he has entered the site of the Landstrom experiments. He is a dark blur against the industrial backdrop. High above, a dark shape resembling a bat flies through the rafters of the facility. The scale of the room is staggering. The armored Batman stops before a glass observation window. Inside, several doctors in white coats look back at him with cold, clinical interest. He stands in a corridor filled with containment units. Grotesque, mutated figures crawl along the walls and floor. One of them rasps out a desperate plea for help. The scene flashes back to the ring. A sweaty, exhausted Waylon asks Bruce for his honest opinion, wanting to know if his friend really believes he can win. Back in the present, the armored Batman looks down, his voice barely a whisper as he admits that he doesn't know how. The mutated creatures in the cell crowd the glass, their faces distorted and terrifying. One of them tells him to make it stop, its voice full of hollow despair. Suddenly, Bane's massive fist slams into the Batman armor. He tells the subject that he's bound him, his voice booming with malevolence. A green tube on Bane's back pulses with fluid, pumping more of the biochemical enhancer into his system. Bane slams the subject against a red background, the word CAC appearing as the armor is damaged. Bane snarls that he knew the subject had more in him. Bane looms over the fallen Batman, telling him that they are more alike than he knows. He claims he is trying to save the subject from the pain he went through. Bane prepares another massive punch, telling the subject that it will take more pain now to make him understand. A flash of red and green fills the frame as the violence intensifies. The air is thick with the scent of chemicals and blood. Bane delivers a brutal punch to the Batman's chest, the impact shaking the entire area. The subject is being systematically dismantled. The word boom appears as Bane continues his relentless assault. He is a force of nature unstoppable and merciless. He taunts the subject, telling him that he will thank him in the end. He promises that this pain is for his own good. The doctors watch from behind the glass, their expressions neutral as they record the results. One note states that the subject will need an extensive infirmary stay. Bane looks down at his handiwork, quoting a saying he finds useful. He says it's not the strongest or most intelligent who survived this war called life, but instead the most adaptive to change. He stares through a cracked glass window at the organic mass below. Suddenly, the organic mass explodes outward as a giant, green, scaly tail slams into Bane, sending him flying backward with a roar of rage. A massive reptilian claw grips the floor as Bane tries to recover from the surprise attack. The mutated creature is far larger than anything seen before. The creature's tail whips through the air with a sound like a crack of thunder. Bane is thrown across the room, unable to withstand the raw power of the monster. The doctors behind the glass are in shock. One of them cries out in horror as they realize the experiment has gone completely out of control. The reptilian monster, revealed to be a massive version of Waylon Jones or Croak, lunges at Bane. A word indicating a spray of blood fills the panel. Croc has Bane pinned to the floor. A doctor shouts that he fell right on them and that they need to leave immediately. The silhouettes of the doctors are shown running for the exit. They yell for each other to come on before the creature reaches them. Croak lets out a bone-chilling roar, his massive jaws filled with rows of sharp, dripping teeth. The doctors look up in absolute terror. The creature lunges forward into the dark, red-streaked frame. The violence is total and swift. Red blood spatters across a black background, marking the end of the facility's staff. The hunters have become the prey. The scene fades into dark, bloody streaks, leaving nothing but the sound of the creatures feeding. The armored Batman stands over the carnage, his voice soft as he calls out to Waylon. Rhythmic chewing sounds echo through the room. Croc turns his head, his scaly skin covered in blood. He looks more like a beast than a man, his eyes wild and predatory. The two figures face each other in the darkness. Bruce tells him that it's him, repeating his name to try and reach whatever humanity is left. Croc leans in close to the Batman's face, his bloody teeth inches from the mask. Blood drips from his jaws as he stares his friend down. Croak lets out a low, guttural growl, his massive head looming over Bruce. The tension between them is thick enough to choke on. The scene flashes back to the gym. Bruce tells Waylon that of course he believes he can win, calling him by his full name, Waylon Croc Jones. The scene shifts to Bane, who is battered and bloody but still alive. He chuckles softly, repeating his quote about the most adaptive surviving. He looks down at his broken form, citing the origins of the quote as Xenophon in Athens circa 400 BC. He tells the subject it's time for him to change. The armored Batman snarls back a far more modern quote, "Shove it up your ass." He identifies this as Batman circa now. The mutated Crook lets out a massive, piercing screech that fills the room, his jaw open wide in a display of primal aggression. A pair of high-heeled legs walk across the floor, the click of the shoes echoing in the silence that follows the roar. From a distance, we see Bane looking over toward the source of the sound as Croc looms in the background. The area is a wreck of red and black shadows. The silhouette of a winged monster is shown flying through the air. The doctor's log notes that Subject 27 continues to exceed expectations, just as she and the Prime predicted. The doctor's lips are seen one last time as she clinically announces the end of her log. Her part in this phase of the experiment is done. The subject and a creature labeled Mutation 523 are shown fleeing into the dark sewers, escaping the immediate reach of the facility. Croc's massive scaly tail disappears into a dark hole as he follows the Batman. They are heading into a new environment. The high heels continue their steady walk, moving across the tiled floor with confidence. The doctor, identified as Dr. Arculum, walks toward Bane. She asks if he is excited for the final phase of their project. Bane looks up at her, his mask blood-stained. He tells her he is very excited, using her name with a cold, formal respect. In an extreme close-up of his mask, Bane states that he is excited because now he truly gets to break the subject. The words "to be continued" appear in the corner. The story begins on an island called Santa Prisca. Armed soldiers move through a red-tinted landscape, their guns held ready for combat. A baby's crying face is shown. Born into a world of constant violence. The narration notes that there is always fighting on this island. A group of rebels runs through tall grass away from a distant explosion. The people had once thrown off foreign colonizers, but the island's rich resources made it a prize for the rest of the world. A man in rebel gear holds a small child. This is the boy's father, a leader in the resistance. The rebels march up a grassy hill. Their group, known as Calos Libres, has been fighting for the island's freedom for over a century, led by generations of the same family. The boy stands with his father in the jungle. The father tells him about their flag's national bird, the royal quetzal, which dies in captivity. He asks if his son can see it rising free into the sky. The boy, wanting to please his father, lies and says he can. Against a bright yellow sky, two figures are shown falling through the air. The violence is represented as dark, abstract shapes against the light. The boy is shown in red, carrying a heavy pack and a rifle. One night, he eats Kohal boss seeds, hoping for a vision. Instead of the quetzal, he sees a terrible bird of white fire with a back like a skull, and wakes up screaming. More abstract violence follows, dark blood spattering across an orange sky. The cost of their rebellion is growing higher every day. Years pass, and the boy grows into a man, training and studying. Under his strategic planning, the rebels begin to make significant inroads against their enemies. Another explosion is shown, dark shapes of bodies and guns silhouetted against a bright orange background. Helicopters fly through a hazy yellow sky. The rebels take the capital and hold it for 3 days. The father tells his son that their moment has finally arrived. The victory is short-lived. On the fourth day, foreign troops are sent in to crush the rebellion. The man stands with his hands on his head, surrounded by armed soldiers who have already begun to destroy their base. A tall prison watchtower stands against a setting sun. The surviving rebels are sentenced to life in Uduro, an infamous prison off the coast. Both the man and his father are among the prisoners. From a high angle, we see a group of prisoners in green uniforms huddled in a small damp cell. 2 years pass in this miserable environment. A close-up shows a hand carving a tally mark into the stone wall. The passage of time is the only thing they have to measure. The man stares out from behind the bars, his face bearded and his expression hollow. The conditions in the prison are becoming unbearable. The cell is shown flooded with water, with rats swimming through the muck. The prisoners have to fight for whatever small scraps of food wash in and out with the tide. The man learns to sleep, hanging from the roof of the cage, and picks fleas from his skin in the morning. He is forced to eat rats for sustenance. One day, a computer is smuggled in, but the man is horrified to see how small and weak the actual Quetzal bird looks compared to his imagination. Against the sunset, the father's silhouette is shown holding a rifle. He insists that the Quetzal will fly and that they will not be broken. The ham continues to carve tallies into the wall. 4 years have passed since they were first locked away. The man is shown in a violent struggle with another inmate. The log notes that some men do break and turn on each other, but he fights them off. A set of 5 tally marks is shown on the wall. 7 years have now gone by in the darkness of the prison. The father and son hang from the bars together at night. The father asks if he can still see the bird flying free, still clinging to his dream. The wall is now covered in dozens of tally marks. 9 years of their lives have been stolen by this place. The man closes his eyes, but he doesn't see his father's bird. He only remembers his own vision, the bird of white fire with the skull on its back. A group of prisoners raises their fists in defiance. The man says, "Yes, father," finally accepting the dark vision as his own truth. The scene shifts to a modern city street. A voice on a radio reports that the curfew patrol is in position and the streets are clear all the way to Union. From a high angle, we see a heavy military truck moving down the street, surrounded by several armed guards in tactical gear. 2 guards stop by the truck. One of them, named Dave, points his flashlight down a dark alley, telling his partner to look. Dave shines his light into the alley and yells at someone to come out, reminding them that no one is allowed to be out after curfew. In the shadows, a face with red eyes and a skull-like mask is briefly visible. Suddenly, an explosion of pink energy erupts and a guard lets out a sharp cry of pain as he is attacked from the shadows. Another guard looks around in confusion, calling out for his partner, Anders. His flashlight lies on the ground, its beam cutting through the dark. The word Aega appears in large jagged letters as more guards are cut down. The attacker is moving with impossible speed. The attacker yells at a young guard, asking if he sees what he is yet. The guard looks up in sheer terror as a bright light flares behind him. A close-up shows several empty shell casings falling through the air. The man says he will go faster because he is coming for them. A guard falls against a vehicle, blood spraying through the air. The attacker asks if they can feel the ground shaking and the air bending around his teeth. He is almost there. The story returns to Uduro after 11 years. The man, now fully grown, puts a desperate plan into motion alongside his fellow fighters. They have fashioned weapons from anything they could find, garates from dried fish guts and daggers from sea roach tails. Under the man's leadership, they take over the prison. The man stands on a balcony looking out. Rumors say the island has changed hands again and conditions for the people have only gotten worse. 2 grenades fly through a bright blue sky, the start of their final push for freedom. An explosion whips through the facility. The man notes that new things are now being taken from the island, specifically rare earth elements found in the bedrock. The rebels storm the beach, securing boats for their escape. They stop to look at the sky, a sight none of them have seen for over a decade. As they climb into a boat, the man's father gives him a small object wrapped in cloth. It is a mask made from the rebel flag itself. The father tells his son that he is the Quetzal now, the bird of their vision and of peace. He is crying, though he tries to hide his tears beneath his cap. A group of rebels pushes their small red boats out into the surf. They are finally leaving. The prison island behind. 3 boats speed across the open water, heading toward the main island under a bright, cloudy sky. The man puts on his new skull-like mask and clenches his fists. He simply says yes, fully embracing his new identity. As they cross the bay, he thinks only of the fighting ahead. But when they reach the shore, there are no troops or tanks waiting for them. A handsome man in a white hat and suit stands in the sunshine. He calls out a welcome home, using the man's real name. The father watches from a distance as his son talks to this strange man. The stranger is accompanied by several women in bikinis, and he carries a briefcase. The father is unsettled by the man's grin and the way he jokes without ever laughing. He even thinks he can see something moving inside the bellies of the women with him. He is about to intervene when his son abruptly ends the conversation. Whatever offer the man was making, it has been rejected. The man in white simply smiles, tips his hat, and walks back toward his helicopter. The son stands tall, his massive arms crossed as he watches him go. The father feels a powerful sense of relief as the helicopter flies away, as if a great shadow has been lifted from his family. He takes a deep breath, wanting nothing more than to hug his son. He has never felt a love so deep as he does in this moment of peace. He embraces his son, and the man hugs him back. The son asks if his father can finally see it his dream of peace. A close-up shows the 2 men holding each other tightly. The scene is full of warmth and reconciliation. The father looks into his son's red-lensed eyes and tells him that he sees the dream now, and he sees it in him. The word cricked appears as Bane suddenly crushes his father's body in a brutal, bone-breaking embrace. The dream of peace was a lie. The narration explains that this is where the true records of this man begin. He is shown as an abstract, dark shape against a hazy green background. Bane looks at a phone as a diplomat's plane explodes in the sky behind him over Guangzhou. He is now a player on a global stage. A sharp surgical scalpel cuts into flesh, representing the beginning of his biomechanical transformations. He is shown slitting a journalist's throat in Dubai. He is a man of pure violence, leaving a trail of bodies across the world. A bloody knife is shown dripping with gore. Pirates are slaughtered in the shipping lanes of the Red Sea. He holds a man by his hair, a jagged blade held to his throat. The victim begs for mercy that will never come. The figure known as Bane fully emerges from a surgical table, surrounded by doctors who are refining his physical form. He grunts in pain as tubes are inserted into his body. He is becoming something more and something less than human. Droplets of blood and dark fluid float through the air, forming a shape that is both beautiful and terrifying. Bane's silhouette is shown in front of an explosion near London Bridge. His actions form a constellation drawn between unsolved murders. The vision of the skull-shaped bird is shown next to a heart monitor and a news report about a plummeting stock market. He is a force of chaos in the world. A close-up of a tube shows the yellow venom fluid. Intel suggests it is a mixture of acids, proteins, and cytokines that gives him total control over his muscles and cells. Bane delivers a powerful kick to an opponent against a green background. The venom also enhances his mind, allowing him to hold whole libraries of information in his head. A golden gun is shown firing. Bane knows every weapon and every battle strategy from ancient Sumerian kings to modern algorithms. A close-up of the skull mask's eyes glows with red light. The man says that Bane is here for Bruce. Bane stands in a dark room, green tubes glowing on his back. He could be right outside the door at this very moment. He stares forward with a menacing grin, telling his target that it's time, little one. A close-up shows a medical device being adjusted, preparing to deliver another dose of the venom. The armored Batman and Bane clash in a violent explosion of debris. They are 2 giants locked in a struggle for dominance, the very ground shaking beneath them. The struggle continues as the armored Batman tries to regain his footing. The narration notes that he knew the subject was tough enough to fight and would have a good P-lan. The subject lets Bane land a heavy blow, throwing him backward through the air. This is all part of his pinlan. The armored Batman is shown falling through the air, his silhouette dark against a pale blue background. He slides across the ground, kicking up a trail of dust. The goal is to get Bane feeling confident and even cocky. Bane advances toward the fallen hero exactly as he was expected to. He is stepping right into a trap. The Batman yells something about how Bane will never take this city or a vulgar welcome to Gotham. It is a distraction to keep Bane focused on him. Bane stops between two vehicles, giving him just enough time to realize what's happening. The armored Batman stands in the distance, a small controller in his hand. A massive explosion engulfs Bane as the bat bombs are detonated. The area is filled with fire and light. A close-up shows Bane's arm being thrown back by the force of the blast. The trap was perfectly executed. The armored Batman looks on through the smoke, his white eyes glowing. He has finally gained the upper hand. Two red glowing lights are visible through the thick smoke. Bane is still coming, his resolve as strong as ever. Bane lets out a roar of rage as he lunges through the smoke, his massive body lunging toward the hero. The armored Batman is shown with blood on his face, coughing from the strain of the battle. He is taking a heavy toll. He looks up at Bane, asking if that cough is all he has. He is mocking the man who thinks he's already won. He tells Bane that he can't win. He is a mountain of armor and determination, standing his ground. Bane lunges forward, green fluid glowing in his tubes. The man notes that there's no PL Bane hasn't studied. But more than that, he knows the hero. A close-up shows a hand holding a sharp, jagged piece of metal. Bane knows him because he was him, back on Santa Prisca. A silhouette shows Bane holding the subject over his head. He was fighting his heart out, planning and building for a peace that would never come. He quenches a bloody, gloved fist, the jagged blade held ready. He tells the subject, no more, his voice full of finality. The armored Batman lets out a scream of agony as he is struck by a massive blow. A spray of blood fills the red-streaked panel. He has become the bird from his vision so long ago. He is a creature of pain and fire, a shadow of the man he once was. Bane stands victoriously over his fallen foe, holding a piece of the hero's cape. He tells the subject to open his eyes, the terrible burning bird finally taking flight. A wide shot shows Bane silhouetted against a background of fire. This is the crucible through which men are burned and reborn into war. A close-up of Bane's torso shows his armor and the green tubes pulsing with life. He is its greatest disciple, a living monument to war. The armored Batman is shown broken and bleeding on the ground. The voice asks what war is if not their highest calling, noting that even plants strangle each other for sunlight. Bane holds a heavy metal plate, the words "Peace is death and war is life" appearing in text boxes. He has fully embraced his dark philosophy. A heavy metallic clang rings out as Bane slams the plate down. The armored Batman lets out one final scream. The hero's mask is shown shattered on the ground. He begs with a broken voice as Bane prepares the finishing blow. Bane looms over him, his face a mask of pure cruelty. He commands Bruce to look up, to finally see the truth. Another heavy sling echoes through the room, the impact of Bane's foot crushing the Batman's helmet. The panel is filled with a chaotic mix of red blood and gray metal fragments. The sound of the blows is deafening. The man asks what the subject sees now because what he's looking at isn't a bat. It is something far more primal. The final shot shows the shattered chest plate of the Batman armor split down the middle. It never was a bat. It was always about the struggle. The man muses about what the stranger in white said on the beach. He's a man made of stories, appearing years ago as a child dressed as a clown in a Gotham alley. A silhouette of Bane stands in a dark doorway. The stranger tells him that he can keep fighting, but it is his choice. The man can almost hear the stranger's pitch, imagining him standing in the sunshine like an angel. He suggests that Bane could take the whole city or the whole island. The stranger promises a peace that will last long enough for him to have a son, but warns that war will always return. He urges him to close his eyes and see another way. The scene shifts to a bright operating room where 3 doctors are preparing for a procedure. The stranger's voice continues, telling him to picture it. A female doctor with a blood-spattered mask looks directly into the camera. She gives a short, sharp command to prep the subject. The silhouette of Bane walks away into a dark tunnel. The stranger tells him to picture a thriving Santu Priscu with schools and jobs. And finally, the man could see it. A brain scan is shown on a glowing screen, covered in technical data. The man notes that most subjects die from the procedure. Doctors work on a patient on an operating table. Their tools move in with surgical precision. The operation or the venom itself usually kills them, but the subject is tough like him. A tray of bloody surgical instruments is shown, used for the horrific transformations. The man says it's part of his job to bring in subjects they can make in his image. A glowing red sphere is lowered into an open eye. The procedure is becoming more invasive and terrifying. A series of shots shows the transformations, a glowing spinal cord, a mechanical mask, and heavy equipment. They work for the man in white and have others like KGBeast in Russia. Tubes and wires are shown connected to a body. Another ally is mentioned in the Middle East, and one he knows too well, Deathstroke. The armored Batman stands in a lab, surrounded by doctors. The man notes that Bane thinks the subject could be the first to survive the full procedure and become the Skullbird. This is his second chance. Palm trees sway in the wind on a sunny beach. Now and then, Bane returns to Santa Prisca to see his family. The back of Bane's head is shown as he looks out over the ocean. He has a wife and children now. A young boy with dark hair and bright eyes shouts with joy, his face full of life and happiness. His family runs to him when he comes home, a mother holding her baby in the background. They know and love him even if they don't understand what he does. The boy stands next to his father, looking down at something on the ground. They know he has made their home a prosperous place. The father rests his hand on a gray stone monument. He tells his son that this is the story he should have told him long ago. A close-up shows Bane's hand on the cold stone, which is carved with a bat symbol and a skull. This is the story they want for him, and it's what he's offering. The new Absolute Batman stands on a gargoyle against a giant full moon, bats flying around him. He is a massive, armored figure carrying a huge mechanical weapon, ready to become the hero Gotham needs. The man tells him that to make it work, he has to choose to break, just as he did. He warns that the attacker didn't go to the subject's door, but to the doors of his friends. Bane knows the real way to break him is by breaking them. The words "To be continued" appear on a red background. This promo page highlights artist Bruno Redondo and his latest work on various DC titles, including Birds of Prey, Detective Comics, and Wonder Woman. The vibrant covers are set to go on sale this August. A spotlight on immortal legend Batman features an interview with writer Kiel Higgins. He explores this bold new Elseworlds adventure, explaining how this version of Batman is driven by his core values even in a futuristic, cosmic setting. The issue promises a sweeping reimagining of the character and his world. Deep within the bowels of the city, a dark and oppressive sewer tunnel stretches out. A sickly green light reflects off the stagnant water, hinting at something unnatural lurking just out of sight. Batman is hunched over, his armored cape heavy with grime as he huffs and puffs in exhaustion. He looks toward his unlikely companion and rasps that the creature actually saved his life. From the murky depths, the massive reptilian head of Killer Croc breaks the surface. He lets out a low, hissing yeses, his predator eyes fixed on the man he just rescued. The behemoth rises further, green slime dripping from his massive toothy maw and onto the cold stone. Wei Luan stares directly at the Dark Knight, telling him that it is now Batman's turn to save him. Batman leans back against the damp bricks, gasping that he will find a cure for Wei Luan's condition. However, the monster lets out a sharp no, his clawed hand scraping against the floor in desperation. The creature's voice is a pained growl as he begs Bruce to save him, claiming the hunger hurts too much to endure any longer. It's a rare moment of vulnerability from a man who has become a beast. Batman looks at his old friend, his eyes narrowing in the shadows. He whispers Wei Luan's name, realizing that the saving he's asking for isn't a cure, but an ending. The beast throws his head back, baring rows of razor-sharp teeth as he screams at Batman to do it. He wants the pain to stop, and he knows only one way that can happen. Batman reaches into his gear and pulls out a jagged, sharp weapon. His hand is steady, but the weight of the decision is visible in the tensed muscles of his arm. He raises the blade high above his head, the green sewer light catching the sharp edge. He stands over the monster, poised to deliver a killing blow that would end Wei Luan's suffering forever. With a heavy kank, the blade strikes deep into a thick, scaly ridge near Wei Luan's eye. Shards of bone-like scale fly through the air as the impact echoes through the dark tunnel. Batman slumps down, his shoulders dropping as the adrenaline fades. He stares at the ground and whispers that he simply cannot do it. He can't take the life of a friend. Suddenly, Waylon's massive, clawed hand shoots out and grips Batman's forearm with crushing strength. He growls that if the hero won't do it, then he will take matters into his own hands. Batman looks up in shock, his eyes wide behind his cowl as he shouts a desperate no. The creature's strength is overwhelming, and the air in the tunnel suddenly feels much colder. A close-up reveals Waylon's yellow, slitted eye, burning with a mix of fury and agony. He is far beyond the reach of reason, consumed by the beast within. In the silhouette of the green-lit water, the two grapple violently. Waylon roars that he said no, refusing to accept Batman's mercy or his pity. The beast lets out a deafening roar that shakes the very foundations of the sewer. Batman is forced to back away, his cape billowing as the monster lashes out with feral intensity. Waylon's jaw snaps shut, and he snarled that he should have just left the hero to die in that terrible place. The bond they once shared is being torn apart by the monster's hunger. With a massive splash, the creature dives deep into the dark water, disappearing from sight. Batman reaches an arm out toward the ripples, shouting for his friend to wait. Voice is full of desperation as he calls out to his friend, using his real name, Waylon. He pleads that they can still beat this together, but the silence of the sewer is his only answer. Batman stands alone in the middle of the dark, flowing sewage. The ripples from Waylon's departure fade, leaving the dark night in a hollow, echoing solitude. In a flashback, the warm glow of a Gotham sunset shines through the windows of a high-rise office. A landlord's voice explains that the first month's rent is due on signing, and then they'll be good to go. Seli na ki-o stands with Bruce in the empty apartment, looking out at the city. The landlord reminds them that no pets are allowed, but Seli na dismisses it, calling pets filthy before deciding they'll take the place. Once they are alone, Seli na leans back against the wall and notices Bruce is distracted. She tells him to stop being silent and asks him what's bothering him, calling him Wayne. Bruce looks down, his face clouded with worry. He admits that it's about Waylon, confessing to Selina that he has no idea what to do for his friend. Selina asks if he told Waylon the truth about the situation. Bruce shakes his head, saying the man won't listen because he truly believes he can still win. She looks him in the eye with a determined gaze and suggests that if he believes he can win, then Bruce should simply help him win. Bruce asks her how they could possibly do that. Selina touches her chest, explaining that they can do it the same way they got this apartment. She tells him that if the rules aren't fair, they have to change their approach. The sun sinks lower behind the city skyline. Selina delivers the final blow to Bruce's morality. She simply tells him that when the rules are unfair, he must stop playing by them. In the present, Bruce wakes up with a sharp gasp, his body covered in sweat and medical patches. Alfred leans over him, telling him to take it easy, as Bruce asks how long he's been out. Alfred stands over him, his expression grim as he holds a medical kit. He informs the young master that it has been 20 days since he found him collapsed on the floor. Bruce sits up, his back turned to the old man, revealing glowing green lines carved into his skin. Alfred warns him that the things they did to his body are beyond full comprehension. The camera zooms in on the back of Bruce's neck, where a sophisticated delivery system has been woven directly into his spine and brain. Alfred reveals it's all loaded with a dangerous compound called Venom. Bruce ignores the warning and begins to put on his clothes, his back still glowing with the chemical's light. He tells Pennyworth that he is fine, but the old man isn't buying it. Alfred's face is etched with worry as he looks at the boy he raised. He tells him that what he did has changed everything, and there's no way to undo the transformation he's undergone. Now wearing a baseball cap and dark sunglasses to hide his eyes, Bruce stares ahead with cold focus. He tells Alfred that he gets it, but now he needs his mentor to move out of his way. The vast, uncaring Gotham skyline stretches across the horizon. The city is a forest of steel and glass, hiding secrets and monsters in every dark corner. A lone figure walks down a narrow alleyway, his head bowed low. Bruce is trying to remain unseen, blending into the shadows of the city he once claimed as his own. He stops in his tracks as he sees a torn, missing poster taped to a concrete post. The face on the poster is his own Bruce Wayne, a man who has seemingly vanished from the world. Suddenly, a wave of agony hits him, and he clutches his head with a pained ah. Green veins of venom pulse brightly through the skin of his hands and arms as the drug surges. He leans his weight against the concrete post, huffing and puffing as he fights to stay conscious. The poster of the man he used to be watches him as he struggles with the monster he's becoming. Slowly, the glowing green light begins to fade, and Bruce forces his breathing to steady. He stands back up, his body trembling but his resolve remaining unbroken. He turns his back on the missing person flyer and continues his journey. He is no longer that billionaire on the poster. He is something else entirely now. He approaches the entrance of an old brownstone building and begins to climb the steps. Every movement seems to require an immense effort of will. The door lets out a long creak as he pushes it open, his shadow stretching long across the floor. He stands in the doorway, a silhouette of a man who doesn't belong here anymore. A woman's voice calls out from the darkness of the hallway, full of hope and uncertainty. She asks, "Jim, is that you?" thinking her son has finally returned. She catches sight of him and her face contorts in pure shock as she screams, "Bruce?" She nearly drops the chair she's holding as her world is flipped upside down. She rushes toward him, her voice breaking as she cries out a grateful, "Oh, thank God." She reaches out to touch him, confirming that the ghost in her doorway is real. The relief is short-lived, as she suddenly reels back and delivers a stinging slap across his face. The force of her hand echoes through the quiet room. Bruce stands there, accepting the strike, and whispers that he is so sorry. His mother tells him to stop, asking him to just let her hold him for a while. The two of them are silhouetted in a tight embrace, the mother holding onto her son as if he might vanish again at any moment. The darkness of the house feels less heavy for a fleeting second. She buries her face in her hands, sobbing about how terrified she was every time the phone rang. She mentions the horror of what happened to Ozzy, and the toll it took on everyone. Bruce's eyes narrow in the shadows as he hears the name. He pulls back slightly and asks with a hollow tone, "Ozzy?" as a new dread settles in his chest. Outside Gotham Hospital, the air is thick with tension. A voice tells Bruce that they are glad to see him, but mentions that his mother was going through hell while he was gone. Jim Gordon stands with several officers, explaining that Bruce is family. He admits that if he were still commissioner, he'd arrest Bruce, but he's doing this as a favor, out of respect for Jimmy. One of the guards opens the door and warns Bruce that he only has 5 minutes. He says with a grim look that the man inside is barely even there anymore. Just what's left of him. Inside, Dr. Leslie Tompkins tries to stop Bruce, asking if anyone explained the situation. Bruce pleads with her, begging to be allowed to see his old friend. The doctor bows her head, her face etched with exhaustion and pity. She tells him she'll let him in, but she has to warn him about the state he's going to find the patient in. Bruce looks on with a haunted expression as Leslie admits that in all her years as a doctor, she has never seen anything like the injuries in this room. On the hospital bed lies Oswald, now a grotesque, mutated mountain of flesh and scars. He is hooked up to dozens of tubes and mechanical braces, his body unrecognizable as human. Bruce stands in the shadows of the medical equipment, his voice trembling with a cold rage. He whispers that whoever did this to his friend is going to pay for their cruelty. A flashback flickers through his mind, showing the cold, red-eyed mask of Bane. The monster simply said, "Hello," the last word Oswald heard before the nightmare began. 3 of Oswald's associates cower in fear as the massive shadow of Bane looms over them. One of them stammers, asking who the hell he is supposed to be. One of the victims lets out a terrified "walk" as Bane's hands close around him. The beast mocks them, asking if they wanted to be big with their gym raw muscles and shoe lifts. Back in the present, Bruce stares at the broken man on the table. Leslie whispers that the person responsible for this is an absolute abomination. In the memory, A sickening walk sound echoes as Bane begins his assault. The narrative voice explains that they broke nearly every single bone in Oswald's body. The beating was relentless, with Bane striking again and again, the sound of whomp filling the air. He didn't just break bones, he shattered them in multiple places. The screen turns blood red, mirroring the carnage in the alleyway. The narrator notes that somehow, they managed to do it in a way that missed every single vital organ. The assault continues with surgical precision, each blow designed to maximize pain without granting the mercy of death. It was precise, surgical, and cruel beyond measure. The red haze deepens as the full extent of the damage is revealed. If Oswald even manages to live, he will be almost 2 feet shorter than he was before. Leslie places a comforting hand on Bruce's arm, telling him it will be hard. She warns him that Oswald faces a life of constant, unending physical pain. Bruce puts his head in his hands, swearing he will do whatever he can for his friend. He then asks if Harvey has come by to see them yet. Leslie looks at him with a pained expression, her silence speaking volumes. She asks if nobody told him what happened to the other half of their group. A long vertical smear of blood decorates the hospital wall. It is a grim omen of what lies in the next room, waiting for Bruce to find it. Bruce demands to know what she is hiding, his voice rising in panic. Leslie simply tells him that Harvey is in the very next room. In the next room, Harvey Dent lies in a bed with half of his head completely wrapped in thick bandages. Leslie explains that he has 3rd and 4th degree burns across 50% of his body. Bruce takes Harvey's hand, calling out to him softly. Harvey's voice is a rasp as he asks Bruce if he remembers a truant cop from their childhood named Flass. A memory of their youth shows a younger Harvey charging forward with a bottle raised high. He screams at someone to get off his friend, showing the loyalty he always had. The memory shifts to Bane, who caught Harvey with that terrifying knowing look. Harvey asks Bruce if he remembers how that man seemed to see right through them. Bane looms over Harvey, guessing that he was the big brother and protector of their little group. He holds a bottle in the air, his eyes glowing with malice. Bruce stares at the bandaged man, his face a mask of grief. He whispers that he remembers every detail of that night and the consequences it brought. In the memory, a massive blow connects with Harvey's face with a sickening walk. The force of Bane's strike is enough to shatter anything in its path. Harvey continues his story, saying it was as if Bane knew all the secrets they were hiding. He says that Bane had a special hate for him, constantly telling him he was fooling himself. In the flashback, Bane leans in close, telling Harvey that he is destined to be a traitor. He claims it's because his friends are outlaws, while he has principles and ambitions that don't fit. Bruce listens with his head bowed as Harvey recounts the threat. Bane told him that if he stuck with these losers, they would eventually bring him down hard. Harvey explains that Bane mocked the ritual they established long ago, their weekly poker game. He called it a safe place where the stakes were void and meaningless. The memory shows Bane looking down at the poker table, calling it a microcosm where they could pretend to be both lawman and outlaw. He sneered that it was all just a game of pretend. A heavy boot slams down onto a lit match on the floor as Bane declared that the time for pretending was officially over. The fire is snuffed out instantly. Harvey turns his bandaged head toward Bruce and admits that Bane was right. He can no longer pretend that their old life is still possible. His eye, visible through the bandages, is bloodshot and full of a terrifying clarity. He repeats that the monster was right about everything. In the memory, the poker table is shattered with a thunderous crack. The symbolic end of their brotherhood is laid bare in the wreckage. A blinding flash of light erupts as the building they were in is destroyed. The world they knew has been burned to the ground, leaving only scars behind. Harvey tells Bruce that he heard the cop Flass has retired somewhere far away. He's looking for any lead he can find to get his revenge. He clenches his scarred fist, mentioning Metropolis or Gateway City. He growls that he is going to look the man up and finish what was started. Bruce apologizes, saying that this is all his fault. Harvey doesn't offer any comfort, simply responding with a cold, blunt yes. He stares intensely at Bruce, telling him that he finally gambled for real. He says Bruce put everything out there, his friends, his city, everything he ever cared about. He holds up a single poker chip, telling Bruce that he bet all the chips. He tells him to get out, but offers one final bitter consolation prize. Harvey looks away and whispers that, if it helps, he only hates Bruce half of the time. The coin of their friendship has been permanently scarred. Bruce moves on to find Ed D. Ed D, the man known as the Riddler. Ed D is suspended from the ceiling by wires, his body limp as Bruce calls out his name in concern. Ed D doesn't look up, telling Bruce that he's fine and just working. He is surrounded by monitors and glowing green cables that look like a spiderweb. Bruce admits he thought Bane might have hurt Ed D as well. Ed D chuckles, saying the man was actually very gentlemanly and challenged him to a friendly battle of wits. Suspended in the dark, Ed D explains that Bane said if he won, he'd let Ed D kill him. He even handed Ed D his own gun, asking Bruce if he can believe it. Bruce leans in, his face full of dread as he whispers Ed D's name. He can see the toll this battle has taken on his friend's mind. Ed D continues, quoting Bane as saying, "I'll bet you like riddles." The darkness around them seems to press in closer as the story unfolds. The camera moves to the back of Ed D's head, revealing horrific green tubes drilled directly into his brain. Bruce gasps, asking him what he has done to himself. In a flashback, Bane is shown violently shaking Edis's head, slamming his brain into his skull. Ed D screams that the frontal lobe, the part responsible for intelligence, just went bang. Ed D is now wearing a specialized helmet that allows the tubes to pulse with green light. He grins like a madman, claiming that Bane didn't hurt him. He was challenging them to become more. Bruce tells him they need to get him to a hospital immediately. He reaches out, but he is clearly shaken by the sight of his friend's self-mutilation. Suddenly, a surge of green energy pulses through Bruce's own arm, and he lets out a pained "Ah!" He stumbles back, his body reacting to the toxin within him. Ede looks over his shoulder and giggles, noting that it looks like Bane challenged Bruce as well. The glowing veins on Bruce's arm pulse in the dark room. Ed D stares right at him and asks the ultimate riddle. What is he going to do about it? Bruce's eyes burn with a cold chemical fury. In another flashback, the group confronts the mob boss Falcone on a golf course. Falcone mocks them for showing up without an appointment and sneaking through the bushes. The camera focuses on Falcone's spiked golf shoes as he prepares to take a swing. He scoffs at the idea of them offering him a deal. He recognizes Waylon as Croc, and guesses they want his fighter to go easy on their boy. He assumes they are just looking for a quick payout to cash out and leave. The goons around him burst into mocking laughter, one of them shouting that Jones is less of a crocodile and more of a crock of garbage. Bruce tells him that what's in the bag is a gesture, some of the finest gold work in the city. Falcone scoffs, asking how he even knows the gold is real. Bruce stares him down from behind his sunglasses and says he knows it's real because it's Falcone's gold. He reveals they stole it directly from the apartments the mobster owns. A wooden golf tee snaps with a sharp swack. The smug atmosphere on the green vanishes in an instant, replaced by a deadly silence. Falcone pauses mid-swing, asking, "What?" as he looks back at the group. Bruce tells him they aren't looking to cash out, they are looking to raise the stakes of the game. Back in the present, Batman stands in his spiked armor, telling Alfred to stand down now. Alfred is incredulous, demanding to know what he means by that. A red-hooded figure appears on a monitor, shouting that nothing is off. He tells Batman that he doesn't get to tell the Red Hood gang what to do. A loud eek sound blares as the communication system is disrupted. The digital screen glitches out, leaving the room in a tense, buzzing silence. Alfred looks at the broken screen and asks Batman what that was all about. He can feel the situation spiraling out of their control. Batman admits Alfred was right. He says when Black Mask offered that deal, he didn't even consider it because he simply didn't see the full picture yet. Alfred asks if that's it? Is he really closing down their operations? He looks at the hero he helped create, fearing he's giving up the fight. Batman slams his hand down onto a console with a heavy slam. The violence of the movement startles the old man, showing the chemical rage boiling beneath the surface. Eyes glow with a faint, dangerous light as he growls that the enemy broke his friends. He can't get the image of Oswald and Harvey out of his head. Alfred stares him down, agreeing that they were broken. He then asks the most important question. Is Bruce going to let them break him as well? He tells Bruce that he chose this path and he's in it now. He warns that there is no going back anymore. There is only the path through the fire. A red emergency light begins to pulse in the dark workshop, casting long, bloody shadows against the walls. An alarm is blaring somewhere deep in the facility. Batman's cowl is illuminated by the red glow as he notes that someone has just breached the hatch. Their sanctuary has been compromised. He stands tall alongside Alfred, his voice dropping to a whisper as he announces that Bane is finally here. The war has arrived at their doorstep. Batman grabs a massive, heavy weapon while Alfred prepares a crate of supplies. He notes that if the monster loves war so much, then they should give it to him. Batman and Alfred stand back to back in the dark, both heavily armed and ready for the slaughter. They are prepared to defend their ground to the very last breath. From a high angle, we see the facility is swarming with enemies. Alfred's voice booms over the comms, ordering everyone to fan out as the fight begins. Alfred stands in the shadows with his massive minigun, searching the dark corners for any sign of the intruder. He whispers, "Where are you?" As he tenses his finger on the trigger. He shouts into the darkness, challenging the enemy to come out and face them like a man. His white hair is disheveled, but his aim is steady as a rock. Something catches his eye in the Glooma shape, moving faster than a normal human should. His eyes widen as he realizes they aren't alone in the shadows. A black and yellow cable whips around a nearby pillar, snaking through the air like a predator. It's a silent, deadly warning of the attack to come. Alfred opens fire, the roar of the minigun filling the room with a raka, raka, raka sound. Muzzle flashes illuminate the darkness as he sprays Lee toward the pillars. The gun continues to bark, the heat from the barrels glowing orange in the dark. He is pouring everything he has into the suppression fire, hoping to catch the target. Suddenly, a shadow drops from above, a heavy boot connecting with a goon's head with a sickening whack. The impact is brutal and efficient. Another heavy blow connects, this time catching Alfred right across the jaw with a loud cack. The old soldier is sent reeling from the force of the strike. Alfred falls to his knees, his weapon clattering to the floor beside him. He is dazed, his head bowed as his attacker looms over him in the darkness. Batman stands tall over the fallen Alfred, his shadow long and menacing. A voice asks him what the hell he is doing there, but the hero doesn't offer a word of explanation. The visor of a cat-like helmet reflects the image of Batman standing ready for battle. Sally Eno's voice purrs from behind the mask, offering a sarcastic hello to her former partner. In a preview for another story, Superman stands in the dark preparing for a battle. He tells himself that this is just another fight, another brawl like all the ones before. He grips the fabric of his suit, the familiar S shield visible on his chest. He knows the stakes are different this time, but he refuses to let the fear take hold. A massive explosion of energy occurs as he brings his fists together with a thunderous Kalangi. The narrator notes that for this fight, everyone even got to bring their own gear. Kal-El is shown wearing reinforced knuckles that glow with an intense solar light. He forged them years ago using the power of miniature suns taken from empty universes. He walks toward a bright doorway, his cape flowing behind him as he prepares to throw down. He spot gods and titans in other dimensions, so he asks himself, what's one more fight? The massive doors swing open. Superman's eyes widen in total disbelief. He gasps out a shocked, "What the?" as he sees the horror waiting for him on the other side. In a peaceful domestic scene, Clark is playing a board game with Diana. She laughs as he lands on a space, telling him to go back a row because green represents kryptonite. Bruce stands nearby, scratching his head as he looks at the game box. He asks who even made this thing, noting the Malone Entertainment logo on the side. Loy-ish Lane watches the game with a smile, warning Diana that Clark doesn't like games unless nobody has to lose. She teases that losing builds character. Clark looks suspiciously at the board, his hand over his mouth as he considers his next move. Bruce smirks, retorting that winning builds character as well. The group continues to play, talking not as heroes, but as family. They discuss their children, John Athen, John Authun, Damie Un, and El is Abeth, El Liz Abeth, El while the game goes on. Diana tells Clark that he just needs a strategy, claiming the entire game is built on it. Lois suggests they stop and eat, but the food isn't quite ready yet. Diana flashes a confident smile, telling them to stop arguing and just watch and learn. She rolls the dice and shouts, 12, as she moves her piece up another row. Clark slumps in his chair, his head resting on his hand in mock defeat. Lois leans in to comfort him, enjoying the rare moment of normal, human frustration. The camera focuses on the board game pieces, highlighting how they are interacting as friends and family. The narration emphasizes that in this moment, they aren't colleagues or legends. An hour passes and the game is still going, though they are all within a few spaces of the finish line. The watchtower. A bowl of popcorn sits nearly empty on the table. Diana is about to roll for the win when Lois suddenly stops everything. She looks toward the window with a confused expression, asking the group why it's so bright outside. The entire room is suddenly flooded with a terrifying red light. They all turn toward the window in unison, Clark's blood running cold as he sees what is happening to the city. A massive cosmic horror looms over Gotham. Darkseid has arrived. He fires twin beams of red energy from his eyes, incinerating entire city blocks in an instant. On a special cover, Batman is seen piloting a small boat through a violent storm. Lightning strikes the water around him as he fights against the churning red-stained waves. Red Hood stands alongside another hero in front of two massive stone angel statues. He is armed with pistols and looks ready to take on the world from his position in the shadows. Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, and another woman pose together, forming a heart shape with their arms. They are heavily armed but smiling brightly for the camera. Catwoman is depicted performing a dangerous stunt on a bright red motorcycle. She's popping a wheelie while seagulls fly around her in a hazy golden sky. Poison Ivy leads a group of hooded followers through a dark, rain-slicked forest. Her hair glows like a flame in the moonlight as she holds a glowing PL Quant in her hand. Batman and Robin are shown leaping into action together, their movements synchronized. Behind them, the shadows of their enemies loom large and menacing. Nightwing stands heroically atop a gargoyle, his blue emblem shining against a stark red sky. He looks down at the city, ready to defend it from any threat. Batgirl is shown swinging through a snowy Gotham night, the bat signal glowing brightly in the clouds behind her. In a flashback to a simpler time, a subway train rattles along the elevated tracks high above the city streets. A voice from inside notes that they didn't know someone had that kind of strength in them. Inside the train car, Bruce and Selene are huddled together on a bench. Selene admits she was impressed by his confrontation with Falcone earlier that day. Bruce leans in and asks her to look at him. His face is calm and soft, a stark contrast to the hardened warrior he is during his nights on the street. He tells her that this is how Waylon wins, and how all of them win in the end. He is trying to find a way to save his friend without losing himself in the process. The two of them share an intimate moment, their faces inches apart. The orange light of the sunset through the train window bathes them in a warm, peaceful glow. They share a deep, passionate kiss as the train continues its journey through Gotham. For a brief moment, the war for the city feels like it's a million miles away. In the present, Batman stands over the battered Alfred, his shadow falling across the old man. He demands to know why Selene is there, and she responds that his mother called her. Batman's jaw is set in a hard line as he warns her that he is only going to ask one more time. He is in no mood for her games or her sudden appearance. Selene looks him in the eye and tells him to come on. She says he's been missing for months, and she was worried about him, claiming she only came to help. The Dark Knight snaps back that he doesn't need her help. He is convinced that he can handle this entire mission on his own, despite the evidence to the contrary. Selene looks down at the injured Alfred and comments sarcastically that it's clear he doesn't need help. She notes he's got such a superstar team already. Alfred, lying on the floor, lets out a pained cough and warns Bruce not to trust her. He remembers her past and tells his master that she isn't who she says she is. Suddenly, Alfred lets out a choked gack as a black cable tightens around his neck. He is pulled backward with sudden, violent force, gasping for air. Selina stands over him, holding the end of the cable with a cold expression. She tells Batman that if she's really not wanted, he should decide what's going to happen next. Alfred struggles on the ground, still gasping for air. Batman finally intervenes, telling his mentor enough pennyworth, effectively ending the conflict. Batman and Catwoman stand face to face, the air between them thick with unspoken words. He tells her he doesn't need her advice and that she's leaving right now. The city is quiet under the pale blue light of the moon. The skyscrapers are silhouettes against the deep indigo sky, a silent witness to the drama unfolding below. High on a rooftop, Batman and Catwoman are silhouetted against the dim light. They stand close together, the tension between them beginning to shift from anger to something else. In the darkness, pieces of their tactical gear fall to the floor. The armor and the masks are discarded, leaving only the people underneath behind. Only the shape of her cat-eared helmet is visible in the foreground. In the distance, the two figures merge into one in the deep shadows of the rooftop. Bruce and Selina are shown in mid-embrace, their bodies silhouetted against a purple and blue light. They are shedding their civilian identities along with their costumes. Selina reaches up to touch Bruce's head, her movements gentle and full of affection. The harshness of the night is forgotten in their shared closeness. They share a tender kiss, their silhouettes blending perfectly together. The world outside their rooftop sanctuary seems to fade away entirely. Selina wraps herself around him as they continue their intimate moment. Their costumes lie forgotten on the roof, symbols of the roles they are momentarily leaving behind. Lying together in the shadows, Bruce whispers that this is nice. Selina teases him in response, calling him a softie for admitting his feelings. She sits up above him, her silhouette dark against the blue light. She answers his thought with a single firm word, never. The two of them are lost in each other in the darkness, the rooftop of Gotham becoming the center of their universe for one night. The morning sun begins to rise, casting long orange and purple streaks across the sky. The dawn brings a new day and new challenges for the heroes. Selina lies in bed, looking over at Bruce as he sits on the edge, his back to her. She calls his name softly, sensing his heavy heart. The camera moves in on his back, revealing the horrific scars and the glowing green delivery system of the toxins. She asks him with a voice full of sorrow what they did to him. Bruce looks down at his hands, his face partially in shadow. He asks if that is really what she wants to talk about, his voice full of weariness. Selina looks at him from the bed and quietly responds, no. She knows some wounds are too deep to be healed with just words. Later, the image of Bruce is reflected in the polished surface of a tactical helmet. The sun is shining brightly behind him as he prepares for the coming conflict. Selina notes that his helmet looks a lot like the gear used by Black Mask. She is trying to understand the path he is taking and the equipment he's using. Bruce repeats his question from before, asking if that is really what she wants to talk about. She once again gives him a simple, quiet no. She leans in and hugs him from behind, her head resting on his shoulder. She asks him if he wants to go on an actual date for once. The two of them share one last kiss, a final moment of peace before they dive back into the chaos of Gotham's underworld. Batman and Catwoman are seen in a dynamic leap, soaring high above the city streets. Their capes and whips flow behind them as they move toward their next target. They arrive at a rundown pier with an old Ferris wheel in the background. Selina explains that the group is called the Red Hood, an outlaw collective that she once had a loose alliance with. She looks around the empty amusement park, wondering where everyone is hiding. Batman growls that they aren't exactly welcome here. A group of people wearing red hoodies suddenly emerge from the shadows. Their leader mocks the idea of taking orders, noting that they don't answer to anyone. Batman stands his ground, stating that they aren't leaving until they speak with the collective's leader. The Red Hoods don't negotiate, simply shouting for their group to get them. The fight erupts on the boardwalk. Batman kicks a goon through the air while Catwoman flips to another attacker, the sun setting behind them. Catwoman delivers a brutal kick to an enemy, her movement fluid and lethal. She tells them with a smirk that she's actually starting to like this date. In a red-tinted close-up, she quickly reloads her weapon, her fingers moving with practiced speed. The stakes of the battle are rising by the second. She fires a burst of shots into the air with a series of tup-thup sounds. She's keeping the crowd at bay while Batman handles the heavy hitters. The scene shifts to a deep, dark silhouette as the fight moves into the shadows of the amusement park structures. The action is frantic and confused. Another silhouette shows a figure being thrown through the air. The sounds of combat echo across the water of the pier. Batman is shown in a tight close-up, his eyes narrowed as he focuses on his next target. Catwoman's voice warns him that, "What you're doing, they're just kids." The camera pans across the orange and pink sky, the peaceful colors clashing with the violence occurring on the boardwalk below. The sunset continues its slow descent, the beauty of the Gotham horizon ignored by the combatants below. Selly-E-Nas' reflection is visible in her visor as she notes with a cold tone that she actually hates kids. She is fully committed to the violence of the moment. Batman stands over a fallen enemy, telling someone to take it easy. He calls the skirmish a catnap as more enemies surround them. A high-angle shot shows dozens of Red Hoods lying unconscious or groaning on the floor. Batman and Catwoman are the only ones left standing amidst the carnage. Suddenly, Batman catches sight of a new threat and shouts a desperate, "Look out," to his partner. Danger is coming from a direction they didn't expect. A goon in a red hoodie is shown aiming an RPG directly at them. He begins to shout, "Fire in the H," as he prepares to pull the trigger. Batman lets out a primal rash as he charges through a wooden wall to intercept the blast. He is a blur of tensed muscle and spiked armor. A massive boom rocks the pier as the projectile detonates. One of the attackers is sent flying through the air with the terrified scream of "Ah!" The old Ferris wheel is struck by the explosion, and the entire structure begins to collapse toward the ocean. Baskets and debris fall into the water below. A massive splash occurs as the metal structure hits the water. The sound of the ocean swallowing the wreckage is the only thing heard for a moment. Batman is on one knee, his back glowing with a sickly green venom light. Catwoman rushes to his side, asking what the hell that was, and if he's all right. He roars at her to get away from him right now. His teeth are bared in a feral snarl, and the green chemical veins are bulging across his entire face. The Red Hood gang members watch in horror as Batman hunches over, his body pulsating with energy. One of them shouts that he's one of them, a monster. Another goon agrees, saying their boss was right about them making monsters. Selly-E-Nas keeps her distance, pleading with Bruce to listen to her voice and calm down. Batman stares at the crowd, his eyes glowing white. He explains that he told them to stand down because the truth is, they almost broke him in a place called Ark M. Ark M. He vows to destroy Bane and his bosses, promising to burn Ark M to the ground. A voice from the crowd suddenly shouts for everyone to hold it. The leader of the group steps forward, pulling back their hood. They admit they were never sure about him, but if he's really talking about burning down Ark M, then things have changed. Harley Quinn reveals her face, her eyes painted with her signature diamond pattern. She tells him he's finally speaking her language and asks, "So what's the plan?" Inside a high-tech facility, Bane is shown undergoing more procedures. A doctor tells him the good news. They've managed to push his system to maximum infusion. Bane is suspended by glowing green tubes, his massive body hunched over. He quotes an ancient text about a unicorn being a wild ass whose meat is too bitter to eat. A female doctor looks at him with skepticism, asking if he truly believes HE will actually let him go when this is all over. She knows the nature of their employers. Bane insists that he has to, because he's given everything to the cause. He believes that at any moment, Batman will finally give in and his work will be complete. Another technician rushes into the room shouting for the doctor because they've found something on the monitors that they need to see immediately. A television screen displays a news report about a wanton criminal hijacking the local news feed. It mentions a direct quote from Mayor Hill, regarding the incident. The mayor is shown imploring Gothamites not to listen to the masked lunatic. On the other side of the screen, Batman tells the politician to shut up. Batman's face fills the screen as he addresses the city directly. He declares that Gotham is under attack, not by outlaws, but by its own corrupt leaders. Citizens across the city stop to watch the broadcast on their phones. Batman claims the leaders have sold the very ground beneath their feet to grow actual monsters every day for a month. Screen in Times Square is taken over by Batman's image. He vows to drag one of these monsters into the light for everyone to see and then beat his ass. He issues a direct challenge to Bane, calling him a little coward. He tells the Beast to meet him tomorrow at midnight at the Old Veterans Arena alone. In a terrifying close-up, Batman's face is split by a jagged white light. He growls his final words of the broadcast, "I'm Batman." The scene shifts to a massive, empty stadium under the cover of night. A narration box notes that the battle will go all the way to the 7th. The camera focuses on a boxing ring set up in the middle of the field. The text notes that the fighter will last right up to the bell, which is much farther than anyone expects. Bruce and Waylon are sitting alone in the empty stands. Waylon tells Bruce that skill-wise, he's mediocre at best, wondering why he even hired him as a trainer. Bruce looks down at his hands, explaining that he hired Waylon because he's his best friend. He says men like Falcone are ruining their city, and he refuses to cut a deal with them. He admits he wanted to beat them in this very ring with someone in his corner who actually believed in him. He realizes now that he was wrong about Bruce. Waylon shouts no and shoves Bruce back against the seats. He declares that he's going past the 7th round to win the whole thing, ordering Bruce to get out of there. Bruce walks slowly down the stairs of the stadium, leaving his friend behind. Waylon sits in solitary silence, stating that he has a fight to get ready for. In the present, Batman and Catwoman stand beside a massive, bat-themed armored vehicle. Selina warns that there isn't much around the arena for them to use to their advantage. Batman is seated at a console with multiple monitors, his hands flying across the keyboard. Selina asks him to promise her just one single thing. Her reflection is seen in the polished metal of her helmet as she begs him not to use the Venom. She tells him it's exactly what the enemy wants and it's simply not worth the cost. Bruce responds that when he used it, he was 50 steps ahead of his enemies. He insists that the drug is the only way he can possibly win this fight. Batman stares into the distance with a grim, fixed gaze. He tells her that she simply hasn't seen the monster yet. She has no idea what he is truly capable of. Selina insists that she has seen it, noting that the victims were her friends too. She tells him that if the rules aren't fair, he needs to stop playing by them, throwing his own words back at him. Batman snaps back that it's easy for her to say that now while looking at her own high-tech gear. He mocks the idea that she ever played clean to get where she is. He turns away and tells her that he's going to wreck the monster and he's using the Venom to do it. He tells her that if she can't handle it, she should just leave again. Selina walks away into the darkness, telling him to take care of yourself, Wayne. Alfred watches her go, offering a final cold, "Don't let the door hit you." Alfred's hand grips a metal handle as he looks at his master. He says he'd ask if Bruce is alright, but he already knows the answer will be fine. Batman climbs into the hatch of his armored vehicle, his silhouette sharp against the dark interior. Alfred tells him that this is the part he was warned about. The massive bat-winged truck drives into the dark entrance of a tunnel. The narrative notes that this is the part he has to push through the long tunnel of his soul. Inside a crate, a pile of raw, bloody meat is shown. The warning is clear: if he stops or even slows down, he's going to get ground up into nothingness. The vehicle disappears into the green light of the tunnel's end. The voice tells him to let go of the weak man he used to be and bury him deep in the mud. The monstrous head of Killer Croc breaks the surface of the dark water once more. The final command is simple: rise as the monster. The news anchor adjusts his tie, his expression grim as he speaks to the camera. He cuts off the reporter Vicky, stating that they must go live because Mayor Hill is approaching the podium for an urgent address. Mayor Hill stands confidently behind a Gotham City seal, flanked by police officers and officials. He addresses his fellow Gothamites, assuring them that despite the claims of the terrorist known as Batman, there are no monsters hiding beneath their streets. Hill narrows his eyes, his voice dripping with disdain as he declares that the only monster in the city is the Batman himself. He firmly states that, whatever dangerous theatrics the vigilante was peeling at the Veterans Arena will not be permitted to happen. In a dimly lit apartment, Alfred and a young woman watch the broadcast in silence. The mayor continues, insisting that everyone must honor the 11 p.m. curfew established after the Black Mask attack. The scene shifts to a first-person perspective of an EMT worker named Grayson Dick. He looks down at a tablet while his eye badge is visible, muttering a curse under his breath about the Batman yet again, clearly frustrated by the chaos. Back on the screen, the anger concludes the segment by noting that the mayor's office has released an official statement. He reiterates their firm stance. There is absolutely no fight involving the Batman happening tonight. Mayor Hill pulls Detective Bullock aside, leading in close with a stern warning. He reminds Bullock that the order came from the highest levels of power. No one is to get within 10 blocks of the arena tonight, except for the Batman and his intended target. Bullock stares back with a hardened, weary face. He simply replies with a short, compliant, "Yes, sir," though his eyes suggest he knows exactly how ugly this night is about to become. A young woman with intense eyes sits in the dark, her face partially obscured by shadows. She whispers to herself, wondering if the person she's thinking of can even hear her, but she pleads for them to listen if they can. She sits slumped in a chair, silhouetted against a window overlooking the glowing city lights. She stares at a Batman cowl resting on a table, muttering that she truly hopes he has a damn good plan for what's coming. Deep within a sterile facility, Bane stands with tubes of green liquid pulsing into his back. A voice informs him that, according to their data, Subject 27 likely still has at least one infusion of the chemical left in his system. Bane walks down a long hallway, his massive shadow stretching out before him like a dark omen. He is followed by a woman in a lab coat, and he confidently states that with his recent enhancements, there is simply no comparison between him and his opponent. The woman, Dr. Arkham, warns Bane that his system will need a very long rest after this battle. Bane clenches his fist, quoting a poet about the heart's true nurse, and growls that all he wants is rest, which he'll have after one more fight. The arena lights flare as the announcer's voice booms over the crowd. He introduces an unprecedented 10-round battle between the challenger, Wei Woon Johns, and the champion, Bibbo Bybowski, as the fighter in a Croc Johns robe walks toward the ring. In another part of the stadium, a massive figure enters through a darkened tunnel. Bane looms in the shadows, the green glow of the venom tubes on his back casting an eerie light against the concrete walls. Bane steps out onto the empty field of the massive stadium, looking around at the empty stands. He calls out with a taunting tone, asking where the city's champion is hiding. Bane tilts his head back, his mask glowing under the faint stadium light. He shouts into the void again, demanding to know where the hero is, his voice echoing through the silent rafters. High up in the nosebleed seats, a person in a red hoodie crouches with a rifle. They speak into a comms unit, telling their team to light 'em up as they prepare for the signal. Suddenly, high-intensity spotlights flare to life, bathing the field in blinding white light. Batman stands tall in the center of the arena, his cape billowing as he simply says, "Hello," to the giant standing before him. Through a comms link, Alfred's voice crackles, reminding Batman to stick to the plan. He instructs him to wear Bane down until the monster uses up all his venom, and only then, when he has nothing left, should Batman use his own trump card. Batman narrows his eyes behind the white lenses of his mask, his jaw set in a hard line. He tells Alfred to stop talking because the time for planning is over, and then he calls out for Harley. The hooded figure in red is revealed to be Harley, her face painted in a chaotic clown-like fashion. She screams out with manic energy, shouting that it's time to make them famous. Harley stands surrounded by dozens of small glowing drones hovering in the air. She looks at the remote control in her hands and tells the drones to smile for the audience as they begin to broadcast. A close-up shot shows one of the drones soaring into position, its camera lens focusing on the carnage below. This fight isn't just a duel. It's a spectacle being streamed to the entire city. Bane looks up at the sky, his red eyes reflecting the drone's lights. He chuckles, noting that the Great Republic is watching, and he hopes Batman has learned some new techniques to give them a real show. In a luxury box, a group of gangsters watches the broadcast. The leader, a man with a mustache, tells his associates that it's all set. In the 7th round, Johns will lose big and the house will win even bigger. The scene cuts back to the cage fight, where the two massive men are circling each other. The announcer points out the shocking fact that Johns has no one in his corner. No support, just a man alone. In the stadium, Batman stands perfectly still, waiting. He challenges Bane, telling him to make his move, his voice cold and unwavering, close on Batman's heavy armored boot as it makes a subtle adjustment on the turf. There's a mechanical sound beneath the surface, a trap waiting to be sprung. A sharp click echoes through the air as the mechanism engages. Batman has prepared the ground for this specific confrontation, using the environment as a weapon. Bane flinches as a needle-like injector suddenly fires into his neck from behind. His eyes go wide with surprise as the forced infusion of chemicals begins to surge through his veins. Massive explosions erupt across the stadium floor. Fire and smoke billow into the air with a series of thunderous booms. The ground shakes as the carefully placed charges detonate all at once. The stadium walls buckle under the force of the blast, dust and debris obscuring the battlefield. The sheer power of the explosions suggests that Batman isn't pulling any punches tonight. Concrete pillars crumble and fall, the structure of the arena itself beginning to fail. In the chaos, the glowing green lines on Bane's back become visible through the thick smoke. A wide shot shows the stadium from a distance, the scale of the destruction clear against the dark sky. The city's skyline looms in the background, witnessing the unofficial war taking place. Bane stands in the middle of the wreckage, his body surging with power as the venom takes full effect. He looks like a titan rising from the rubble, his muscles bulging to impossible proportions. Batman stands his ground, his silhouette dark against the fire. He speaks with a low, terrifying voice, telling Bane that he calls this specific move by a very special name. Batman steps forward through the dust, his cape trailing behind him. He finishes his sentence with a chilling welcome, saying, "Welcome to Gotham," as the true battle begins. Bane lets out a dark, guttural chuckle. He isn't intimidated. He's exhilarated by the violence, his red eyes gleaming with a murderous intent behind his mask. The two titans clash with a force that creates a visible shockwave. The boom of their collision drowns out the sound of the burning stadium around them. Back in the cage, Johns comes out swinging with a brutal punch. The announcer screams that he's a southpaw and seems to have a few hidden tricks up his sleeve that the champion wasn't expecting. In the stadium, a massive armored vehicle. The Bat tank roars across the field. Batman shouts, "Incoming," as the machine barreled toward Bane at top speed. A splash of bright red blood hits a green surface, a small but significant injury in the midst of the larger chaos. The struggle is becoming visceral and messy. Bane catches the front of the massive tank with his bare hands, his muscles straining against the engine's power. He sneers at Batman, asking if the vigilante really thinks he doesn't see what he's trying to do. Alfred watches his monitors with intense focus, his hands hovering over the controls. He shouts that he's locked in, telling the kid that the target is in his sights. Batman's face is a mask of pure fury as he screams a command to fire. He's pushing his equipment and himself to the absolute limit to put this monster down. The Bat-Tank's weapon systems engage with a heavy thoom sound. Two massive cables fire from the front of the vehicle, trailing fire and smoke as they arc toward their target. The harpoons strike Bane with two wet thunk sounds, embedding themselves deep into his overinflated muscles. Bane roars in pain, his arms thrown wide as he's tethered to the machine. The tank reverses sharply, its tires screeching as it drags the massive Bane across the stadium floor. Smoke and dust fill the air as the brute struggles to stay on his feet against the mechanical force. Bane lets out an agonizing ah as the cables pull tight, tearing into his flesh. He's being treated like a cornered beast, but the battle is far from over. In the cage, Johns and the champion are locked in a brutal exchange of blows. The crowd is a blur in the background as the two men trade punches that would kill a normal person. A stream of glowing green venom flows through a tube, its brightness almost blinding. The chemical is the lifeblood of this entire conflict, and more of it is being pumped into the system. Batman's internal monologue reveals his growing alarm. As he moves to strike Bane again, he realizes the monster has already healed from the previous wounds. He wonders how it's possible, noting that Bane's size and speed are becoming wrong, unnatural. Bane grabs the entire bat tank and heaves it into the air with a massive explosion of sound. He taunts Batman, asking if that puny machine was all he really had to offer. Batman is thrown into the air, his cape tattered and his armor scorched. He realizes that while he may lack Bane's raw power and chemically enhanced speed, he has another advantage. Batman makes up for his lack of power with sheer unadulterated brutality. He jams a sharpened piece of metal directly into Bane's eye, causing the brute to let out a choke of shock and pain. Batman's monologue continues, calling himself a genius at violence. He clings to Bane's massive arm like an angry parasite, refusing to let go even as the monster thrashes. The shard is ripped out with a sickening shick sound, and Bane's eyeball pops out of its socket in a spray of blood. The brute screams in agony, a sound that echoes through the drone's microphones. Batman leaps into the air, his cape looking like the wings of a predatory insect. He thinks about how he's known some prodigies in his life, but he's never seen anything like this monster. Bane moves with an ecstatic, terrifying grace despite his injuries. Batman watches in horror as Bane's eyeball begins to regrow instantly, the tissue knitting together in seconds, as if he were a god of flesh. Batman's internal thoughts turn dark. He notes that the kid, referring to the fighter in the ring, revels in bringing forth blood from those who deserve it. He thinks about people so powerful they've forgotten what it's like to bleed. The green venom swirls with red blood in a close-up, the two fluids mixing in a grotesque dance. It's a visual representation of how Bane's humanity is being completely consumed by the chemical. Batman delivers a flurry of strikes, his cape billowing like shadows. He thinks that he will show these monsters their own blood and red, spraying arcs before the night is through. A massive hand reaches out and grabs Batman with a sudden pluck sound. The brute's strength is too much to evade forever, and the vigilante is finally caught. Bane lifts Batman high into the air by his neck, his enormous body towering over him. He tells the hero that they aren't so different after all, his voice calm and condescending. Alfred watches the screen in terror, his mouth open in a silent scream. He shouts into the comms, pleading with the kid not to let it end like this. Batman is slammed onto the stadium turf with a bone-jarring thwack. The impact is so hard it leaves a crater in the ground, and blood splatters across the dark armor. Bane stands over his fallen foe, his shadow covering the broken hero. He continues his speech, saying that when he looks at Batman, he sees himself, young and stupid. Another brutal blow sends Batman tumbling across the field. He looks small and frail against the backdrop of the massive, glowing Bane. Bane leans down over Batman, his mask inches away from the hero's face. He tells him that playtime is over and that he should go on now, as if he's dismissing a child. Bane growls at him to use it, claiming it's the hero's only move left. Batman coughs up blood, but his voice is still defiant as he rasps out, "Not quite now." Harley, her eyes wide and manic, screams at the top of her lungs. She gives the command to release the green machine, signaling the next phase of the plan. In the lower levels of the stadium, 4 figures in red robes strain against heavy chains. They are pulling back massive metal gates, and a giant, scaly claw reaches out from the darkness of the pit. A monstrous creature, the green machine, leaps out from the shadows with an earth-shaking roar. It is a grotesque reptilian beast, much larger than a man, and it lunges directly at Bane. The monster, which was once Waylon John's, tears into Bane, ripping off chunks of flesh and swallowing them whole. Bane's monologue reveals he is infusing more venom, the sickening squelch of his muscle fibers multiplying and thickening as his wounds close instantly. Batman, despite his injuries, keeps attacking. He delivers a brutal slash with a blade, cutting deep into Bane's leg to distract him from the beast's assault. Bane roars in frustration, calling Batman a little nuisance. One of his eyes is milky and white, the other a piercing red, showing the strain of the constant regeneration. Batman shouts back, taunting the monster. He asks if there's no fancy quote this time, mocking Bane's earlier arrogance as he prepares for another strike. Bane growls a quote about showing no pity to gnats and fleas, his hand reaching out like a massive claw to crush the hero once and for all. The monster strikes the ground with a massive boom, the impact sending debris flying into the empty stands. Batman barely manages to roll away in time. In the ring, the champion comes roaring back. Johns is barely hanging on. The announcer screams that this could be trouble as the champion lands a flurry of heavy blows. The gangster in the luxury box cheers wildly, shouting that it was a brutal hook. He tells the fighter to hit him again, so hard that the people in the nosebleed seats feel the impact. Harley calls out to Batman, her voice high and frantic. She's standing over a pile of wreckage, watching the two monsters tear each other apart below her. The gangster laughs as John stumbles, declaring that this is it. He bets his cigar that his boy will go down hard in the next round. Harley looks down at the battered Batman. She tells him that this is the part where someone usually gives an inspirational speech, but she's just going to tell him to get his ass up. He simply replies, "Cool." Harley points her weapon toward the fight and tells Batman to get back in there and save the alligator. Batman corrects her through gritted teeth, stating it's a crocodile. The monstrous Johns is grappling with Bane, but the chemical-fueled giant is starting to win. Harley notes that he just keeps infusing more venom and they have no idea what his maximum level is. Batman's internal voice is grim. He admits that he doesn't know if Bane even has a maximum level anymore. The brute is growing so large his skin is literally splitting apart from the pressure of his own muscles. Batman leaps back into the fray, his cape trailing behind him. He asks Pennyworth Alfred what his point is as he refuses to back down. Alfred's face is shown in close-up, his eyes wide with fear. He argues that Batman can't get the monster to reach a maximum level and that he needs to use the venom now just to survive and escape. Batman's silhouette is seen leaping across the stadium as he shouts into the comms. He firmly states that they are sticking to the Pliel, no matter the cost to his own body. Harley looks into the camera of a drone, her expression serious for once. She asks if they are still live, and the voice in her ear confirms that the whole world is watching. Batman screams out the name Wei Lun as he dives toward the center of the carnage, his face covered in blood but his spirit unbroken. In the ring, Johns is barely hanging on as the 7th round reaches its midpoint. A security guard tries to hold back a man in a yellow hoodie who is trying to reach the cage, shouting, "Hey!" Another shot of the glowing venom pulse, the green light now flickering and unstable. The chemical reaction is becoming more volatile as the intensity of the fight increases. The monstrous Johns has its jaws clamped around Bane's throat, blood spraying everywhere. Batman hovers above them on a cable, waiting for the perfect moment to drop. The venom pulse flares one last time, a bright yellow-green streak against the dark red background. The system is reaching a breaking point. In the ring, the man in the yellow hoodie reaches through the chain-link fence, his hand outstretched toward Johns. He calls out for Bruce, and Johns in his human form reaches back, bloody and exhausted. The giant reptilian beast lets out a final ah of pain as Bane's massive hands tear into its torso. Blood sprays in a violent shriek across the arena as the monster is literally ripped apart. Bane stands victorious over the fallen lizard, his back a mass of glowing tubes and torn flesh. Batman stands in the foreground, his head bowed, looking at the remains of his ally. Batman kneels beside the dying Johns, his voice soft and full of genuine sorrow. He tells Wei that it's all right and thanks him for his sacrifice, his hand resting on the creature's scaly head. Batman stands up, his mask looking even more terrifying in the firelight. He tells the comms that he's got this now, his voice cold with a new dark resolve. Batman stands over the prone Bane, his monologue cold and clinical. He tells the monster that he has severed his spine at the thoracic level, which means he'll never use his legs again, but he adds that it's okay because the fight isn't over. Batman looms over the fallen brute, a massive mechanical hammer in his hand. He tells Bane that while he's lost his legs, he still has his arms, and that is a problem that needs solving. Batman raises the heavy hammer high over his head, the metal glinting in the firelight. He prepares to deliver a blow that will end Bane's ability to fight forever. The hammer comes down with a sickening impact, and blood splatters across the ground in dark, vertical streaks. The violence is absolute and final. Batman crouches on top of the ruined Bane, telling him that now he can't use his arms either, but he mockingly points out that he can still try to bite. He adds that they aren't so different, they both lost fathers, but the difference is that Batman didn't break his father's back or his heart. A close-up of Bane's eye shows it rolling back in his head as he lets out a low, guttural sound. His body is beginning to react to the trauma in an unexpected way. Suddenly, Bane's body erupts in a new explosion of growth, his skin literally tearing as he lets out a brrrr scream. The venom is mutating his cells at an impossible rate. Dr. Arkham's face is seen on a screen, her eyes wide with shock. She exclaims that Bane's system is surpassing any limit they ever thought possible, reaching a level of biological evolution that shouldn't be real. The new mutated Bane is a mountain of raw, pulsing flesh and glowing green veins. He towers over the tiny Batman and roars, asking if the hero really thinks he can win against the god of chemicals. Bane delivers a massive blow that sends Batman crashing to the concrete floor of the arena. The impact creates a cloud of dust and debris that rises like a column into the air. Bane's face is barely human anymore, a mass of swollen tissue and glowing eyes. He screams at Batman, asking if he really believes he is better than him. Batman is thrown through another wall, his body spinning out of control. The power gap has shifted again, and the hero is being systematically dismantled. Bane stands over the crater where Batman lies, his arm raised like a club. He roars at the top of his lungs, telling the hero that he is absolutely nothing to him. A massive fist smashes into the ground with a thunderous boom, the earth shattering under the force. The entire stadium seems to tremble from the sheer power of the blow. In the ring, the announcer screams that this could be the end for Johns. The champion has him locked in a tight rear naked choke, and it looks like the challenger is about to pass out. Batman lies face down in a pile of rubble, his body broken and motionless. The camera hovers over him, capturing his defeat for the entire world to see. A vertical shot of a massive, pulsing column of green energy. It looks like a living thing, a manifestation of the pure venom that is currently consuming Bane's very existence. A wide shot shows the massive scale of the new Bane as he stands in the center of the stadium. He towers over everything, a monster of mythic proportions as he screams, "Nothing," into the night. The venom glow pulses again, brighter this time, as Bane's body continues its grotesque transformation. He is no longer a man, he is a force of nature fueled by pure rage. Bane looks down at the ruins around him and declares that he has given everything to keep his home safe. He screams that this isn't just a fight, it's war, and in war, there is no room for pity. The screen flickers with static as the drones struggle to capture the intense energy coming off Bane. The green glow is starting to distort the very air around him. Bane raises his massive mutated arms over his head, casting a shadow that swallows the entire arena floor. He shouts that he is done playing and that now it is Batman's turn to suffer. Bane brings his fists down with a final, crushing blow, shouting, "Your turn." The impact is so massive that the entire screen seems to explode into dust and fire. Dr. Arkham stares at her monitors in disbelief, her face pale. She whispers that Bane's cells have moved beyond self-repair and become almost embryonic, calling him a miracle of modern science. Bane stands over the broken hero, his shadow looming large. He commands him to use it, the venom claiming it is the only move he has left if he wants to survive for even another second. In the ring, the man in the yellow hoodie screams at Johns, pleading with him not to give up. The intensity in his eyes matches the desperation of the battle in the stadium. A massive boom echoes across the arena as Bane's fist hits the ground just inches away from Batman's head. The Brute is playing with his food now, taunting him to use the drug. The announcer screams that Johns is searching for some last reserve of strength. The fighter is being crushed, his face contorted in a mask of pure agony as he tries to break the chokehold. Batman struggles to push himself up from the rubble, his movements slow and painful. He looks completely defeated, his spirit finally broken by the monster's power. Alfred's voice screams through the comms again, pleading with Batman to use the drug. He shouts that it's his only chance of making it out of there alive and begs him to reconsider. Bane leans down, his mask inches from the hero. He whispers with a dark, mocking tone for Batman to go on and just use it already, wanting to see the hero compromise his principles. Batman coughs up a spray of dark blood and finally yields. He rasps out that Bane wins, and then he asks with a terrifying calmness if he really wants him to use the venom. Batman's face is shown in a terrifying close-up, his mask shattered and his teeth bared in a bloody snarl. He growls that he'll use it, and then he calls out for Catwoman. Suddenly, a figure in a high-tech blue suit Sei Lee Na Kyle appears on the stadium's edge. She's holding a massive sniper rifle and says, "I got you, baby," as she prepares to take the shot. In the ring, John suddenly finds a burst of energy. He goes airborne, using the champion's own weight against him as he flips him over his shoulder in a desperate, last-ditch effort. A series of high-tech darts hit Bane's back with a rapid thap-thap sound. They aren't traditional bullets. They are designed to deliver a specific chemical payload directly into his system. Dr. Arkham watches her screen, her eyes wide with sudden realization. She whispers a soft, "No," as the data on her screen begins to shift into the red zone, indicating a catastrophic failure. The announcer in the ring screams out, asking the crowd if they believe in miracles. Johns has the champion on the ground and is delivering a series of brutal ending blows. Bane freezes as the dart's payload enters his system. He begins to choke, his eyes rolling back as he screams for them to wait and stop, realizing too late that it wasn't a power-up he was given. Batman stands tall over the staggering giant, his silhouette looking like a true demon of vengeance. He simply replies with a cold, final, "No." Batman raises his massive hammer one last time. The weapon is silhouetted against the bright stadium lights, a symbol of judgment coming down on the monster. The hammer connects with Bane's chest with a heavy, final thunk. The impact is enough to shatter the brute's ribs and send a shockwave through his entire, overstressed body. A massive explosion of light and green energy erupts as Bane's body finally reaches its limit. The boom of his defeat is seen across the city as the monster is finally brought down. The scene shifts to a flashback from 2 days ago. A woman with dark, curly hair, Sei Lee Na, stands in a doorway with her arms crossed, looking at someone off-panel. She asks how much of this stuff she needs to take out of him again. The man she's talking to, a tired, human-looking Bruce Wayne, is shown with tubes in his back, his body scarred and weary. The person working on him is Ed D., the Riddler, who wears a high-tech headgear. Ed D. smiles and tells him he's taking all of it, every drop, as Bruce declares he'll beat Bane his own way without the drug. 2 glass vials of glowing green venom are shown hanging in the dim light. This is the pure, concentrated version of the drug that Batman eventually used against his enemy. Sei Lee Na is shown preparing the darts, her hands steady as she works. She tells Bruce that whatever happens tonight, she's proud of him for choosing to fight as a man, not a monster. Back in the ring, the announcer screams that Johns has done it. The challenger stands tall over the unconscious champion, his human face bloody but victorious. Sei Lee Na's face is shown through her goggles, with the reflection of the massive explosion in her eyes. She tells the hero to go kick this guy's ass, her tone full of quiet confidence. A bloody hand reaches out from the wreckage of the stadium floor, a final, desperate gesture from the fallen Bane. He is broken beyond repair, his biological miracle, now his curse. The gangster in the luxury box is stunned, his mouth hanging open. He asks if that really just happened, and his associate laughs, saying he hopes so because he bet everything on Johns. Batman's monologue continues, noting that in hindsight, he understands how he won. He looks at his own hands, realizing the cost of the victory. The gangster's expression shifts to pure rage as he realizes how much he's lost. He screams that he wants Wayne dead, his face contorted in a mask of fury. Batman stands in the middle of the stadium ruins, his cape fluttering in the wind. He's a lone figure in a wasteland of his own making, thinking about the nature of the monsters he fights. Alfred and the young woman watch the news report of the stadium's destruction. Alfred mutters that if this keeps up, he's going to need a much bigger television to keep track of the chaos. Bullock stands among his fellow officers, looking at his phone with a shocked expression. He starts to say something about how Batman doesn't play around, but another officer tells him to shut up. Batman stands on the edge of the bay, his massive armored form silhouetted against the rising sun. He thinks about the things that kings and generals always fail to take into account. The Bat tank is shown sinking into the water, its mission finally complete. Batman's internal voice concludes that for some soldiers, winning isn't actually the point of the fight. He thinks about how theirs is a fight bigger than any war, something ancient and immediate that never truly ends. It's about doing what is right, nothing more and nothing less. Batman delivers a final shove, pushing the remains of his equipment and his enemy into the dark water. He thinks that he's fighting for his home and for the people he loves. A close-up of a broken, swollen face, possibly Bane or a victim, shows their eyes darting with fear. A voice asks if they see that, calling them Oz. The man in the bandages? The human John stands in a hospital room, looking at a small TV screen. He exclaims with excitement that Bruce kicked the monster right into the bay. The bay is shown as a calm, blue surface under a gray sky, the city's industry smoking in the distance. Batman's thoughts state that he is grateful for the reminder of why he does this. Later, on a private plane, a flight attendant asks Sally New if she had a nice visit to Gotham. Sally New, wearing sunglasses, replies that nice is one way to describe it. The attendant offers to take the small case Selina is holding, but the woman firmly declines. She says she'll keep this one with her, her tone suggesting it's the most valuable thing in the world. Sally New opens the case slightly, revealing the glowing green vial of pure venom. She has stolen the very thing Bruce worked so hard to get rid of. A coda segment begins in a darkened lab. Dr. Arkham stands before a massive glowing tank, saying, "Well, good morning," to the remnants inside. She looks up at the tank with a pleasant, almost maternal smile. She tells the inhabitant that they are looking absolutely wonderful today, despite the trauma they've endured. Inside the tank, floating in the green liquid, are a pair of brains, 2 eyes with severed nerves, and a section of a spinal column. This is all that remains of Bane. The doctor notes that the inhabitant cells are a total marvel, but she adds that someone else wants to talk to them. She begins to type on a nearby console. A video screen flickers to life, showing the face of a pale man with glowing yellow eyes, Joe Care. He speaks to the remnants of Bane, telling him that this whole incident was just a minor setback. The screen shows a beautiful, distant Island Santa Prisca. Joe Kerr asks if he remembers the name of his father's rebel group, CLO's Libres, calling it a beautiful name. He translates the name as Free Skies and says that's how he wants Bane to feel from now on, unburdened and liberated from his previous role. The segment ends with a close-up of a giant unblinking eye floating in the green fluid. A single word appears on the screen: free. The next chapter promises the return of the Joe Care. The narration transitions to Alfred's voice, explaining that he's put this off as long as he could, but he finally needs to tell Bruce about him as a plane flies through a pale sky. Bruce, in a human form, stands on the tarmac in a red polo shirt and sunglasses. Alfred's voiceover explains that he's been chasing this man for 3 years and still isn't sure what's real and what's a fabrication. Flashback images show a man with a heavy backpack and multiple weapons walking alone onto a remote island. Alfred notes that this mystery man owns hundreds of these tiny, uninhabited islands all over the world. A chaotic evidence board is shown, covered in newspaper clippings and playing cards that spell out the Joe Care. Red strings connect various points of interest, showing the depth of Alfred's obsession with this entity. A sprawling splash page details the history of Jack Grimm. It starts with a silent film from 1898 featuring a boy clown named Joseph Grimm I, an orphan who made a living as a street performer. Alfred explains that people said you could hear the laughter for blocks, though the boy himself never chuckled. The history continues through the generations, showing Jack Grimm II investing in vaudeville and television. By the 1980s, his son had built a media empire. Alfred points out that the Grimm family has always played both sides of every conflict for a century and a half, funding both war and peace to maintain power. The current Jack Grimm is shown in a jungle setting, wielding 2 massive hunting knives. Alfred says that on paper, there's nothing scary about him. He's just a billionaire who likes to hunt big game alone on remote islands. A close-up of Jack Grimm's face shows an intense, predator-like gaze. Alfred's voiceover notes that all billionaires are eccentric, but he hints that there's something much darker beneath the surface of this man. The man lunges at a massive jungle cat with terrifying speed. He looks more like a wild animal than a person, his eyes reflecting a pure, primal hunger for the kill. Jack Grimm grapples with the big cat, his hands around its throat. He lets out a grunt as the beast claws at him, but his expression remains disturbingly calm during the life-or-death struggle. A series of violent shk sounds are shown against a red background as the man delivers multiple fatal stabs. It's a display of cold, efficient murder that goes beyond simple sport hunting. Jack Grimm kneels over the dead cat, blood splattered across his face. Bruce's voice interrupts the narration, stating that he didn't ask for a story, he asked Alfred what he actually believed about this man. The history board is shown again, now focusing on more disturbing details. Alfred's research has found that many of the people laughing in the original 1912 clown film died soon after it was shot from mysterious poisonings. He believes the Grimm family has been using humanity as a sick experiment for generations. Jack Grimm is seen emerging from the jungle, dragging the carcass of his kill. Alfred's voiceover states that, for a man like this, all the gold in the world isn't enough, nothing is ever enough to satisfy his hunger. A shot of a dilapidated shack on a remote beach. The man approaches the building and a faint H sound comes from the darkness within, suggesting he isn't alone on this island. The man calls out into the shack, asking if anyone is home. Alfred notes that this was the official report he sent to his superiors at MI6, but the truth he believes is much more insane. The scene inside the shack is shown in a chaotic grid. Jack Grimm finds a terrified, bearded old man who has been trapped on the island for 30 years. The old man's eyes are wide with a mix of hope and total horror as he realizes who has finally found him. The man in red stands in the doorway, silhouetted by the bright sun. He looks down at the shivering survivor, his posture that of a judge deciding the fate of a helpless soul. The old man looks up with a trembling lip and tear-filled eyes. He exclaims, "Oh, thank God," believing for a moment that he's being rescued. But then his expression shifts to confusion as he looks closer at his savior. The survivor stammers, recognizing the face but unable to believe it. He whispers, "You?" and asks how it's even possible for this man to be here and to be so young. A close-up of a terrifying, bloody smile, the Joker's smile. Alfred's voiceover admits that his belief might sound completely crazy to a rational person like Bruce. The man in the shack begins to run for his life, his face twisted in pure terror. Behind him, the predator watches with a cold, patient gaze, knowing the hunt has only just begun. A massive collage of images shows the Grimm legacy across history. The laughing people dying in pain, chemical formulas for nerve toxins, and records of clown men appearing at the sites of major tragedies throughout the 20th century. Alfred believes that Jack Grimm isn't just one man, but a sequence of entities, or perhaps one entity that uses children from orphanages to sustain its own twisted existence and power over the city of Gotham. The collage culminates in a horrific image of a giant, spindly monster made of shadows and glowing red eyes. Alfred believes that the Joker is something terrible, a nightmare that stalks the earth, always laughing at the misery of humanity. The final image of the flashback shows the Joker monster in all its glory, its long red tongue hanging out and its teeth bared in a manic ha ha ha. It is a creature of pure chaos. And Bruce finally asks the question, so who is he? Back in the present, Batman stands in his workshop, his armor battered and stained with Bane's blood. He tells Alfred that he's heard enough for one night and needs to check on the human Wayland. Batman walks away into the shadows of the cave-like workshop. Alfred watches him go, his expression full of concern as he warns the kid to be careful out there in the city. Alfred looks back at his monitors, his face weary and aged. He mutters to himself, "Nicely done, old fool," perhaps criticizing his own decision to reveal the full depth of the horror to the young hero. Batman's silhouette stands tall in the darkness, his cape looking like the wings of a massive gargoyle. He realizes that the world has cracked open in the last year, revealing its true, monstrous face to him at every turn. Batman leaps off a skyscraper, soaring through the neon-lit rain of Gotham. He thinks about how he didn't sign up for a war like this, but despite the monsters, he continues to push forward because he has no other choice. 3,000 miles away from Gotham, the human Jack Grimm returns to his massive manor house. He is greeted by a butler who welcomes him home, but Grimm looks cold and distant, his eyes full of the same darkness Batman is fighting. The scene ends with Bruce Wayne in his civilian clothes, looking at an old grandfather clock. He states that he has plans to make, and if anyone needs him, he'll be down in the cave preparing for the inevitable arrival of the Joker.